Well, this could not be worse, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Jeep Guy putting it best. Kittle, Andrews, and now Kelce injured. Waller tied in one, I guess. I mean, if you're going to go down that rope, my man. But, oh my gosh. Kelce, extended knee. We're looking at 2 to 4 weeks for Travis Kelce. I personally would be very surprised if Travis Kelce was playing on Thursday night. And it freaking sucks, because obviously Kelce is one of the most exciting players in the game. This was a matchup that I was super pumped about as well, going up against the Detroit Lions. I mean, I'm sure everybody and their mom was going to be watching this game, and now we are just in a spot where it's like, what are we supposed to do? I mean, what's also crappy is I've spent the last week telling anybody who drafted Travis Kelce, oh, you don't need a backup tight end. Go through, drop the backup tight end. Go ahead and try to get someone else with more upside. Go pick up a running back off the waiver. Well, now we have to go straight to the waiver wire. We have to find some tight end options. So we're going to go live, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try to answer as many of these questions as I possibly can. But of course, as I get this going, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, or if you want to get into a draft with us on the live stream tonight, tomorrow, the next night, you can find a link to Underdog in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK. They're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And now is the best time to get on Underdog because they have a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em Thursday night, more than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions. I guess that's one thing we can look forward to with the game. And they have an exclusive flock only special pick'em. Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard against the Jets on Monday night. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you also get an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're taking advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. But let's go through and let's see if we can find some questions. Jim asking, our first one regarding Kelce. Trade Drake London and J.K. Dobbins for Travis Kelce. If we are right to assume that this is going to be an injury that lasts 2 to 3 weeks, yes. I'm sorry, if this lasts even a month and he misses 3 weeks of the season, you clearly want Kelce here. Can everybody please let me know in the live chat, who would you rather have? Please. We have almost 2,000 people out here. I'm looking at it on my phone right now, looking at the bottom of the chat. To make sure I'm not losing my mind, let me know what y'all are thinking. Would you rather have London and J.K. Dobbins or Travis Kelce? Please go down there, spam the chat. Let me know what you're doing. We got Kelce, London, Kelce. Yeah, it looks like everybody going through and taking the Kelce side there as well. Now, Noah coming out says, have BBR standard start 2 running backs in a flex. We have Lockett, DJ Moore, Gibbs, Damian Pierce, Khalil Herbert, Brian Robinson, McKinnon, Jamal. Also have Kelce in another league. Kmet as a backup. I think Kmet will be a fine option week 1 for Travis Kelce against the Jets, my man. I mean, if we're looking at the running backs here with this team, with Damian Pierce, love the long-term play, but it's going to be a really tough matchup this week. I think you have to play Jahmyr Gibbs. And then between Damian Pierce and Khalil Herbert, Brian Robinson, I think it's going to be Damian Pierce 9 times out of 10. It is a very tough matchup going up against the Baltimore Ravens as a 10-point dog, though. So say I don't love Damian Pierce this week. I currently have him ranked as RB20, but that's still ahead of like Brian Robinson at RB23. So then we start, say, Jahmyr Gibbs, Damian Pierce at running back. And then for the flex, probably going to go with another running back in Jamal Williams. I mean, Jamal Williams with no Kamara, with no Miller. You kind of have to. Now, our next question coming out from Arthur says, should I trade Ayuk and Tony for Juju and Kamara in a full PPR format? This point with the Juju injury news and with the Kelce injury news, and with Tony being good to go week 1, I actually probably would rather have Kadarius Toney over Juju Smith-Schuster. It really does depend if you need a running back or a wide receiver there between Ayuk and Alvin Kamara. But next question coming out from let me make sure we're not missing one here. Neona, who says, aloha, Mace. It is a 10-team PPR 1 flex league. Quarterback, we are sitting with Justin Fields. And let's see if I can actually get this working for y'all, ladies and gentlemen. I try to make sure that we will be able to always put whatever question we're looking at on the screen. And perfect, we can. Okay, Naona says, aloha, Mace, 10-team PPR, 1 flex. I have Barkley, Etienne, Walker, Madison, Diggs, Ridley, Scary, Terry, Lockett, JSN. Got offered Dobbins and Jefferson for Barkley and Diggs. Obviously, I'd rather have Jefferson over Barkley. I mean, where's the bigger drop-off in points per game? Is it going to go from Barkley down to Dobbins or Jefferson down to Diggs? I would assume the bigger drop-off's actually going to be from the running back position with Barkley down to Dobbins. So even though I hate giving up the best player in this kind of format, I probably would go ahead and I'd probably take the Diggs and Barkley side, my friend. But now, Dang Shoot coming out says, Cam Akers or London this week, thanks. So thank you, my friend. And here I think that we actually probably end up having to start Cam Akers. The thing with London's going to be a super low-scoring game against the Carolina Panthers. But Adam says, is it worth holding Kupp? What type of offers would it take to sell him? I would sell Cooper Kupp for Davante Adams, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra St. Brown. But if your best offers are going to be like Chris Olave, Jalen Waddle, then at that point you want to go through and you want to hold on to Cooper Kupp. Gucci Broomstick says, I played 3 different teams week 1 with Kelce, and I've been fading Kelce all year, so this sucks he got hurt, but it actually helps me a ton. Okay, well, my man. You can't be going out there and bragging about that, okay? I know there are a lot of people probably watching this live stream going, oh, sweet, I'm going up against Travis Kelce week 1. I don't have to play him anymore. It's like, it's not something you're allowed to say out loud in fantasy football, my man. Now, Tyler coming out says, 10-team full BBR 1 flex. I have Barkley, Etienne, Walker, Madison, Diggs, Ridley, Scary, Terry, Lockett, JSN. Got offered Dobbins and Jefferson for Barkley and Diggs. I believe we already answered this, no? We're going to go Barkley and Jefferson there. Now, the recovery coming out says, Flock, I'm back. I have a draft tonight. Would you still take Kelce round 1? Congrats on the channel growth. Now, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock for years now. And this is a very interesting question. Can I ask y'all this? I will be getting in another live stream later tonight to go through and update y'all with where Travis Kelce is now going in drafts. Can you take Travis Kelce round 1? I mean, the guys that you have at like the 1-2 turn, right, are like Davante Adams, Saquon Barkley. So let's go through a hypothetical. Would you rather now draft Saquon Barkley or Travis Kelce? Can everybody please spam the chat? Saquon Barkley versus Travis Kelce. Let's figure out where we are taking this guy. Okay. Let's see. We got 1 vote for Kelce. A couple of people saying you can't take him round 1. We have Kelce, Barkley, Kelce, Barkley. A lot of Barkleys coming in. Yeah, most people going Saquon here. Yeah, so it looks like, I mean, consensus would have, I kind of want to use Barkley as that teardrop there at the 1-2 turn. Looks like consensus would most likely have Travis Kelce as a round 2 selection, my friend. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to hit 500 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream. Now let's move this down. Our next question coming out from Christian says, thoughts on Rachaad White this year? I mean, White in a full PPR format is going to be okay, just given the raw amount of target volume he's going to see. Very, very bad offense, though. So I do think you have a severely capped ceiling when it comes to Rachaad White. But Danny says, drafting today, if Kelce falls to the 111, do I take him? Half PPR shallow format. If it is a 1-flex league, you can take Kelce at the 202. If it's a league with multiple flexes, I would say, honestly, you probably want to go wide receiver. 1-flex league, it's a little bit different, though. Okay. So let's pull this back up. Now, I believe our next question coming out from Jay's Shack. My friend, thank you so much for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. And let's get this up here. Sorry, we're trying to practice with our new little setup. Let me know if y'all like this. I just think it's a lot easier for y'all to follow along when we can have all the questions on the on the screen. Now, 14-team full BBR. Quarterback, we have Allen. Running back, we have Mostert, CMC. What the hell are we doing? Put Mostert ahead of CMC here, my man. Wide receiver, we have Amari, DK Metcalf. The flex, we have Hopkins. Tight end, we have Schultz. And then on the bench, we have Judy, Taylor, Pirine, Zeke. Not confident at running back 2. Should I trade or wait on Jonathan Taylor? So typically, I think it's fine if you want to go through and if you want to hold on to Jonathan Taylor for the elite level ceiling that you have later on in the season. But I will say in this instance in particular, if it's going to be a 14-team format where we also have Jerry Jeudy not playing at the beginning of the season, I think you're a little bit more inclined to go ahead and see what kind of price point we could get if we decided to trade Taylor. I probably do want to instead wait though and see what the role looks like for Raheem Mostert week 1, right? I mean, because he does look like in a very good spot, especially if you have Devon Achane starting off slow with the shoulder injury. But Happy Kilmore coming out says, trade Walker and Jordan Addison for Breece Hall and Sky Moore. I have Zach Charbonnet. Okay. I'd rather have Walker over Hall, or at least they're neck and neck. Addison versus Sky Moore was going to be easily Addison for me, but with the Kelce injury, I think you have to bump up the receivers in Kansas City. I think Sky Moore can get a little bit of a higher target share. I'm still probably going to go ahead and take Kelce and Addison, but I think it's a little closer now. Now, RR Fitness coming out says, 10-team at BBR trade Swift and Addison for ETN. Hell yes, especially in a 10-team league. 84 Bandit says, RIP Kelce in a 10-team league with 1 flex. My redraft draft is tonight. Where does Kelce fall now? Thanks, Mason. In this kind of format, you are still highly incentivized to go out there and get the elite level tight end if we can. It's a 10-team league with only 1 flex spot. I would say if you can get Kelce round 2, you still probably need to pull the trigger. Now, the Fiji Panik coming out says, yo, what's good, Mason? Happy Tuesday, brother. Would you pick up MVS and see how he does since Kelce is now injured? I'm fine with it. The thing is, if you're looking at Marquez Valdes-Scantling, this will be a wide receiver that primarily gives you the value with his field stretching ability, not necessarily picking up a ton of targets close to the line of scrimmage. So I think this actually helps out Sky Moore, who looks like to be the slot wide receiver in Kansas City, a lot more than it would a player like MVS. Now, Matt coming out says, draft in 3 hours. Is Kelce still worth a late first-round pick? Based on the crowdsourcing I've done in the live stream, we'll do it again because I'm assuming this is going to be a question that helps out a ton of people here. And like I said, we will get into some underdog drafts later tonight on the stream as well. Can everybody please let me know in the live chat right now, where do you take Travis Kelce? Please just give us a general range. Are you going same as previous, mid round 1? Are you dropping him to late round 1, early round 2, mid round 2, late round 2, round 3 or beyond? Please let me know. My initial reaction is early second, but that's under the assumption that Kelce's going to be missing 2 to 4 weeks. Of course, it may be more than that. Okay, so let's see. We got a lot of second round here. I don't really see anybody going through and saying that you can still take him round 1. Yeah, we get a couple. I think early round 2 is going to be the place to do. Obviously, if you're playing in that 1 flex league where wide receiver depth's not going to matter as much, there you're still a little bit more inclined to go heavy with Kelce. But Falcon Fantasy coming out says, hey, Mason, was curious where you get your data in your videos. A lot of the data that I get is just sourced by myself. I mean, that's pretty much what all I do for all off season and all during the year as well, right? It's not sitting here and just live streaming. I mean, that's what we've been doing over the past few days, where we live stream like 16 hours over the past 2 days. But I mean, a lot of it is just my own Google Sheets of me going through and doing hours and hours and hours of research, my friend. Jaden says, full BBR start Tony, James Cook, or Jahan Dotson. Tony's going to be a little bit more appealing. Still can't start him, though. We will go ahead, and I think we'll start Jahan Dotson in a great matchup against the Cardinals, assuming Terry McLaurin does not play. Now, with that being said, if Terry McLaurin does play, I think you pivot to Jahan Dotson, but I'm expecting no McLaurin. Now, AJB coming out says, Ayuk, Sanders, or London for the flex in a PPR format. We're going to go ahead. I think we are going to be taking Miles Sanders here. Ayuk, pretty tough matchup against Pittsburgh. London, low-scoring game and low passing volume in his offense. Sanders is in that same low-scoring game environment, but I think you get more guaranteed volume. Now, I believe our next question coming out from Derek. He says, 12-team where we have Lamar, Bijan, Swift, A.J. Brown, Keenan, Higbee, London, Ayuk. What are your thoughts? Any trades I need to do for a better RB2? So right now, I definitely think that it's, something we can look into, but we don't really know what the role is going to be for DeAndre Swift at the beginning of the season, right? Where, range of outcomes has him most likely as just a committee back in Philadelphia. Most likely he's not going to go out there and turn into like a 3-down workhorse, right? But I would rather just wait till we get that information week 1. Can't hurt to wait a week. We're already betting on the Philadelphia Eagles offense by having both Swift and A.J. Brown. So yeah, I think we wait a week, and then if we could potentially sell like London and go get a better running back too if we don't like what we have from Swift, then hell yeah. Eric says, CeeDee Lamb, Christian Watson, Lockett, and Michael Pittman, pick 3. Now, thank you so much, my friend. I think we can't start Michael Pittman until we actually see what Anthony Richardson looks like with this passing volume year 1. I think Richardson will be great for fantasy because his rushing upside. I don't know what it's going to mean for Pittman, though. Go with the other 3. Now, Casper coming out says, Superflex 8-team league where we have Mahomes, Danny Dimes, Barkley, Gibbs, A.J. Brown, Olave, Higgins, Evan Ingram. And then on the bench, we have Russ, Deontay, Godwin, Sanders, Dotson. Any tips? 8-team format. Elite level wide receivers can really set you apart. I think Mahomes does get a hit with the Travis Kelce injury. I think you'd probably prefer if we could go through and build around someone like Jalen Hurts, but hard to make that trade now. Really great team. I think the only thing we could look to do is if we could package one of these wide receivers with Evan Ingram to go get like TJ Hawkinson. I think that'd make a lot of sense. Like Godwin and Ingram for Hawkinson, or Godwin and Ingram to go get like George Kittle or Mark Andrews, just really anybody in that range. Now, Daniel coming out says, 10-team full BBR1 flex. We have Fields, Barkley, Chubb, Williams, Waddle, James Cook is my flex. With the Kelce news and Sky Moore on the bench, is he a start? Definitely a lot more appealing, right? Because if Kelce does not play, then all of a sudden you have about 25% of the Kansas City Chiefs targets up for grabs. I know a lot of people are going to say that Noah Gray is going to go get those. In reality, it's very difficult to assume that he gets that kind of volume right away. I agree. I think Sky Moore is definitely intriguing to start, but in a 10-team league with 1 flex, I probably don't put him in the lineup over these other options, but I am going to be excited to see what he looks like on Thursday. Now, Kayakama coming out says, 1-man keeper league. Would you keep Kelce in the 2nd or Fields in the 14th? Can y'all please let me know what you're doing in the live chat right now? Are you going Kelce in the 2nd round or Justin Fields in the 14th? My thought process at this point is there's a chance you could still go through and draft Travis Kelce in round 2, whereas the probability that you're able to go through and draft Justin Fields in round 14, slim to none. So I think you probably have to go Fields. But let me know what y'all think in the live chat. We got Fields, Kelce, Fields, Kelce, Fields. Fields, Kelce, Fields. Yeah, it looks like most people are taking Fields here as well. Like I said, I think it's going to be a little bit harder to replace that value with Fields at that cost. Now, Ben Bout Dallas, longtime member of the flock, coming out and says, PBR plus 0.5 point per completion and rush attempts. Okay, hopefully we have an elite level quarterback. We have Lawrence. Okay, hell yeah. And we need to be building around running back in a 0.5 point per carry. Bijan Pollard, RB. Wide receiver, we have Judy's, A.J. Brown, Sky Moore. Tight end, we have Andrews. We have Dobbins. And then on the bench, we have Zay, Bigsby, Charbonnet, Hunt, Bateman, Kincaid. I want to trade for a better quarterback and wide receivers. You do not want to trade for better wide receivers here, my man. You have more than enough production at wide receiver currently in a 0.5 point per carry league. You need to go ahead. You need to build around RB. Like I'm sorry to keep it so simple, but I think you sit on your hands. There's an outside chance Lawrence leads the NFL in passing attempts this next year. I think he's a good guy to have in a 0.5 point per completion league. I actually really like your team. I'm not going to make any adjustments. If we were to do anything, it's like trading Andrews for another running back and have an elite level running back in the flex spot. 0.5 point per carry. You want to be built around that RB position, and I'd love to see that we are already. Now, Brian coming out with our next question says, 12-team full BBR where we have Lamar, Jacobs, Stevenson, Kupp, London, Walker, Njoku, Lockett, Pickens, McKinnon, Juju, Algier, Bateman, Dobbs. What are your thoughts? Should we trade Walker, Njoku for Mark Andrews? So, in general, it'd be a very fair price considering the fact that we have Lamar Jackson. And with this league, it looks like it's potentially only a 1 flex league because you don't tell us it's a multi-flex league. So at that point, I think 100% you need to be trading Walker and Njoku for Mark Andrews. Maybe it'd be a little bit different if it was a different format. We didn't have Lamar. But if we have Lamar here, hell yeah, make that move. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have never had 3,600 people out here in this live stream. Thank you so much. We've been live for 130 days in a row now at this point. So if you have not done so already, let's break our all-time like record for this stream. Go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Let's get this up to 2,000 likes. And of course, if you want to hang out with us here every day, we are live streaming every single day. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. And if you want to check out any of these pick'em lines on Underdog Fantasy, now is the best time to do so because you have the Patrick Mahomes site-wide special pick'em on Underdog Fantasy, more than less than half a total yard for Thursday night against the Detroit Lions. On top of this, you have an exclusive flock special, Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets on Monday night. If you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you get an additional mystery special pick'em on top of that. I have never seen Underdog Fantasy go through and give 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're taking advantage. Link in the live chat description comment section. Also, promo code FLOCK's going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $200. We'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. Take advantage of that while you still can. But let's go over and find our next question. This one, I believe, coming out from Mark, who says, in a 10-team league where we have Burrow, Pollard, Connor, Tyreek, T, Andrews, Mike Williams. On the bench, we have Daniel Jones, Rachaad White, Deion Jackson, Mostert, Hollywood, and Pat Frymuth. My man, you know what to do here, right? I mean, we're sitting with Mark Andrews, who we can start every single week in the starting lineup, regardless of matchup. And we have Pat Frymuth down there on the bench. What you need to do ASAP is you need to walk your ass over to the Travis Kelce team and go, hey, man, I will give you Pat Frymuth and Mike Williams. Give me a wide receiver upgrade. Or, hey, man, I will give you Pat Frymuth and James Conner. Give me a running back upgrade. That's what we're looking for, my man. I think you go through, try to sell Frymuth in a package to one of these tight end needy teams and see if we can get an upgrade somewhere else in the starting lineup right now. Okay. Let's move this over. So we're going to leave off with Jordan here. Sorry, I'm going to make sure we're drinking as much water as possible. We've streamed for 16 hours over the past 2 days. Today's probably going to be another 8-hour day. So I need to make sure my throat doesn't get permanently damaged. So I apologize if you hear me slurping water the entire stream. Okay. Let's move this over. And we are very much behind on questions, ladies and gentlemen. So I will try to go ahead and speed this up a bit if I can. Oh, dear God. I've never had this many questions. So, like I said, I'm going to do my best to make sure we get through all these. Can you all help me out? Where the hell did we leave off? Okay, that's why. I went to the donations we had on yesterday's live stream. I was completely lost here. Okay, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank God. Ooh, a little bit scary. But Airphonics coming out says, full BBR1 flex, Gibbs, Jamal, or Hopkins. I think if it's going to be a PPR format, we're going to have to go ahead. We're going to have to take Gibbs. Should be the highest scoring game of the week between the Detroit Lions and Kansas City Chiefs. Want as many pieces of that we can get. Skyler says, I have Kelce on a roster, get his backup or Everett. I probably would rather have Everett than Noah Gray. I mean, Noah Gray, very hard to assume that we get anything from him. Now, Bailey coming out says, traded Sutton and a couple future first to get Najee and Jamison. Dynasty League, stacked at wide receiver. I have Gibbs, White, Brian Robinson. What are your thoughts? I hate it. I'm sorry to say this, my friend, but right now, in late August, early September, it will be the worst time to ever go through and trade away your future first-round picks in Dynasty. You just lost all flexibility over the next few years so we could get Najee Harris and Jamison Williams. I really don't like that, my man. 9 Matt says, my wide receivers are Hill, Lamb, and Keenan. My running backs are James Conner, J.K. Dobbins. Should I do a trade involving Hill for CMC? It's only a one flex format. Hell yeah. I mean, in a league with only one flex, I definitely would prefer CMC over Tyreek Hill. I mean, the reason being is just like you're showing on this roster, right? I mean, we were able to build around solid wide receiver depth, and it's going to be easier to find in this format than running back depth. So yeah, I would trade Tyreek Hill for CMC if we can. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to be very transparent with y'all. If you send in a donation right now, I'm sorry. I'm going to go as fast as I can with answering all these questions, but it's going to take me a while to get to it. You can clearly see on the screen that I'm just going in order. I'm not going to miss a single one of these. You don't have to worry about that happening, but I am very sorry. It may take me some time. So if you can't wait around to get it answered, I promise you it's not going to be answered in the next 5 minutes if you donate right now. So please don't. Okay. Now, Max says start Debo or Godwin in the flex in a 12-team app PBR format. We're definitely going to go Godwin. I think the passing environment's going to be really nice pretty much for all teams going up against the Vikings right now because, I mean, the Vikings are going to push the pace of play overall. Now, Cam coming out with our next question says, happy BR 12-team, 3-keeper league, 1 flex. I have Hurts, Kelce. Okay, so I would have been, very excited about this, but now obviously we have to pivot. Devonta Smith, Godwin, Addison, Sky, and Tony. Running back, we have Walker, Pierce, James Cook, and Rashad Penny. What are your thoughts? Great team overall. While we do get an injured Kelce, that potentially gives us a bump and a potential sell high opportunity on either Sky Moore or Kadarius Toney if one of these players crushes early on. I don't want to be making a trade for a tight end just in case Kelce only misses like a month or 2 weeks. So I would rather go ahead and I would rather make a move off the waiver wire. If we could potentially like package together, say Sky Moore and Jordan Addison and get back like a really exciting wide receiver based off the hype that you should have for Sky Moore with the Travis Kelce injury, I think that make a lot of sense because we're going to have to make a 2-for-1 deal so we can go out there and pick up another tight end off the waiver wire. Okay. So now our next question coming out from, I believe, let me move this over. Sorry, making sure this looks good with y'all on the screen. Okay, this popped us to the top. Let me move this down. Coming out from Jay Rose, who says, would you trade Kelce for Adams and Waller right now, a double flex league? I think you have to, right? Because the thing is, if you were looking at Kelce versus Adams and Waller before the injury in a double flex format, I think you can make an argument to go either side. So if it was a pseudo fair deal before the injury, I think you have to take it. I'm going to ask this question in the live chat as well, since we have so many people out here and we can just crowdsource this and help us go through and come up with the right answer. Who would y'all rather have in the live chat? Would you rather have Travis Kelce or Devontae Adams and Darren Waller? Please let me know. Please spam the chat. I'm going to go Adams and Waller in a double flex league. But Skull says I'll take Kelce, Adams, Waller, Adams, Waller, Adams, Waller. And I'm not even a big Waller guy. Like, I would go ahead and I would pivot to sell Waller for Hawkinson. Yeah, so it looks like most people are saying Adams, Waller as well. We only have a few people voting Travis Kelce here. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Jordan, who says, Mostert, Pacheco, or Godwin in the flex spot. If it's a full PPR format, I'm going to go ahead and take Godwin, my friend. Now, Crime Lord coming out says, 10-team PPR, 1 quarterback. I have Chase, Lamb, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and more in a home league. Do you think it's worth trading Lamb or Amon-Ra St. Brown straight up for Cooper Kupp with the roster? I don't think so. I understand the thought process here just because we have more than enough firepower, so really upside's going to be the only thing that matters. But I mean, also chasing Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, these guys have a ton of upside as well, right? If we could trade like DJ Moore at a small piece and go get Cooper Kupp, hell yeah, we would. I don't think we trade one of those studs though. Now, Will says, week 1, second flex spot, full PPR, Johnston or Addison. We're going to go with Addison. I would really hope that we can find a better option though. Miguel says, start White, Williams, or Montgomery at the flex. My quarterback is Herbert. I think we're going to go ahead and take Mike Williams in a full PPR format. Non-PPR, we're going to go David Montgomery. Should be a very high-scoring game between the Chargers and Dolphins. Hank says, I have a pick'em on Kelce. Will that be canceled? It depends on how many are in the pick'em slip. Sometimes I believe if the player does not play, it is just removed from the pick'em slip. And if it was like a 10x pick'em slip, then it goes down to a 5x if you get the other ones right. Okay. But yeah, if you have any questions that you can definitely reach out to Underdog. Now, Bumpa says, is this a Sky Moore game? It honestly may be, where I was previously telling everybody, even though Sky Moore had a great camp, even though Sky Moore looks to have a pretty damn good role right away, you cannot go through and start Sky Moore before we actually see the production. But now, post Travis Kelce injury, if you wanted to go through and start Sky Moore, I'm not going to fault you at all. Now, Zachary coming out says, 10-team PPR format where we have Lamar, Chubb, Brian Robinson, Metcalf, Olave, Andrews, Dobbins, Patterson, and then on the bench, Geno, Warren, Jay Williams. Please, everybody, while I have your attention, do not say Jay Williams. Tell me if it's Jameson. Tell me if it's Jamal. Tell me if it's Javonte. Terry McLaurin, George Pickens, and Cortland Sutton. So we do have a lot of wide receiver depth here. I love having the Lamar and Andrews stack. The only thing I'd potentially be looking to do is if we could go ahead and possibly package together like one of these depth wide receivers like Cortland Sutton with the injury that we have to Jerry Jeudy, to go out there and package him with Brian Robinson to get an upgrade at RB2. I think that'd be really nice. We could potentially wait until after week 1 to do that, because Sutton has a pretty damn good matchup with no Jeudy. And then also Brian Robinson has a really good matchup against the Cardinals. Okay. But now our next question coming out from Duriga, who says, playing in a 10-team PPR double flex league, I have Breece, Walker, Khalil Herbert. We also have Tyreek, Lamb, Amari, Deontay, Nico, JSN, and Zay Flowers. Any moves? I generally don't like only rostering 3 running backs and this much wide receiver depth. I would definitely look to go ahead and cut someone like Nico Collins and see if we can pick up another running back off the waiver wire, especially when we have the uncertain immediate production with Breece Hall, right? Like, we really don't know what the split's going to be like between Hall and Dalvin, at least initially. Now, Michael says 12-team PPR, Deontay or David Montgomery in the flex. I'm going to go Montgomery. Really tough matchup against the 49ers for Deontay Johnson. It should be a really low-scoring game overall. Now, Burn coming out says, thoughts on Kyle Pitts, and will you advise picking up Ferguson or Musgrave from the waiver wire in a 12-team league? I think Musgrave is more long-term upside, but if you need someone to start in the short term, I'm going to be going Jake Ferguson. And with Kyle Pitts, I think the hate has gone way too far. And honestly, with how cheap he is in drafts, with him going behind Zay Flowers, I actually really don't mind Kyle Pitts, because I think if he's going next to like the wide receiver 40, he probably could outscore the wide receivers in that range. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Ryan, who says, was thinking Kelce Mahomes at the 101, 201 in an 18 PPR double flex. Now what do you do? Picks 1 through 3. I think that you pivot over to Allen or Jalen Hurts. I think you have to take those quarterbacks over Patrick Mahomes. And then also you probably go with either Jefferson or CMC there at 1 now. But can y'all let me know in the live chat how this impacts Mahomes? What quarterback would you rank at the very bottom of these 3? Obviously, these are still the elite level quarterbacks. But the worst quarterback option between Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. Please let me know. Who is the last guy you want there? Because honestly, now I'd probably move Mahomes to the quarterback 3. I'd probably rather have Allen. I'd probably rather have Hurts. I already had Hurts ahead of Mahomes. Okay. Mahomes, Lamar over Mahomes, Josh Allen, Mahomes, Allen. Mahomes. Yeah, it looks like most people have Mahomes at 3 now as well. Okay. So now let's move this over. Next one coming out from Eddie says, rate the team. We have Jalen Hurts, Bijan Robinson, Brian Robinson, Swift, James Cook, Bourne, Dion, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Christian Watson, London, Sutton, Justin Ross, Andrews, Jameson on the IR. Completely fine having Jameson Williams if he is going to be on the IR for you, my friend. And then who are we looking to start week 1? So week 1, I think running back, you're going to go with Bijan Robinson. You have to start him right away. You're going to go Brian Robinson as well. Really good matchup for Brian Robinson against the Cardinals. I think most weeks you go James Cook over him, but this week is just like the perfect spot. Wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown is in a beautiful matchup. We're going to go St. Brown. I think we're going to go Christian Watson as well with our other wide receiver slot. And I think we're going to pivot back over to running back for the flex. We're going to go James Cook over the wide receivers like London and Sutton. Now, Sean says, start 2 full BBR, Sanders, Hall, White, and Sutton. I think we're going to go ahead and take Miles Sanders and Rashad White, my friend. Miles Sanders and Rashad White. I probably am a little bit too low on Sutton, just given the fact that Sutton is in a very good spot this week. But y'all know I have a long storied history with Cortland Sutton where, I'm just not a Sutton guy. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,400 likes on the live stream. we could potentially go through and break our all-time like record for streams today. So if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream. And of course, if you want to go ahead and check out any of these pick'ems that you have on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find our 2023 fantasy football premium content. And now is the best time to get on Underdog because they have a site-wide Patrick Mahomes special, more than less than half a total yard week 1 against the Detroit Lions. And then if you're looking at the Flock exclusive special, you have a Josh Allen line, more than less than half a passing yard against the Jets on Monday night. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you also get an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're taking advantage of that while you still can. But going over to our next question. This one coming out from Prince Lawler says, 14-team PPR 1 flex league. We have Fields, Walker, Swift, Wilson, Kupp, Juwan. And then on the bench, we have Kamara, Deion Jackson, Quentin Johnson, Burks, Boyd, Roschon, and Aaron Rodgers. Thoughts and trade advice? Thank you. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. I'll say in general, in a 14-team league, I'm completely fine punting tight end. But when we do punt tight end and make Juwan Johnson our tight end 1, we need to go ahead and we definitely need to make sure that we are rostering a backup tight end as well. Now, the issue is I don't really want to cut any of these guys on the bench. I think all these players do have upside. And obviously with this being a 14-team format, it will be a little bit harder to find a depth guy like Treylon Burks. So what I would potentially look to do is if we can try to get a 2-for-1 package, say with like just super small options, right? Like Tyler Boyd and Roschon to go get a slight upgrade at either wide receiver or running back, open up another roster spot, and then pick up another tight end so Juwan Johnson's not our only player. I think that would be very interesting, my friend. But thank you so much for being a longtime member of the flock. And our next question coming out from Jordan, who says, how BBR 1 flex do I trade Cousins, Lamb, Mostert for Mike Evans for Justin Fields, Addison, and Pickens? I have Jefferson and Metcalf, and at running back, I have Etienne and Dobbins. So going from Lamb to the wide receivers and Addison, Pickens, massive downgrade. Let's not even look at that. Let's go Cousins to Fields, upgrade. Lamb to Gibbs, downgrade. Mostert to Addison, lateral move. Evans to Pickens, lateral move. So let's get rid of the last 2 guys. Would we rather have Kirk Cousins and CeeDee Lamb or Justin Fields and Antonio Gibson? If this is going to be a 6-point passing touchdown format, I think the gap between Kirk Cousins and Justin Fields won't be massive. So if it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to keep Kirk Cousins. If it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, I think that if you really wanted to trade for Justin Fields, you definitely can, knowing that the rushing upside is going to matter a little bit more. Now, Torrin coming out with our next question says, hey, Mason, 8-team league with 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Eckler, Ramondre, Diggs, Waddle, Goddard, and Keenan. And then down on the bench, we have Pierce, Dobbins, Evans, London, Dotson, Pickens. Thoughts on the team, and do we need to make an upgrade in general? So yeah, if this is an 8-team league, these depth wide receivers like Evans, London, Dotson, Pickens on the bench really aren't going to do anything for us. So any opportunity that we get to potentially go out there and try to trade for a discounted stud, I would love. Like in this league, if we could trade like Jalen Waddle for Cooper Kupp, and then I understand it's going to put us at a little bit of a disadvantage at the beginning of the season, but then we can go ahead, we can start Mike Evans until we get Cooper Kupp back in. Those are going to be the moves that I look to make, just because with this being an 8-team league, you can kind of afford to make that move, right? Here also, I think you can afford to trade like Dameon Pierce for Jonathan Taylor and just take a swing on the long-term upside, whereas you maybe couldn't afford to do that in like a 12-team or a 14-team format. Now, Joey coming out says, hey, Mason, 10-team BBR 1 flex. Who should we start week 1? We have Dalvin, Swift, Brees, Mostert. The team is Lawrence, Brees, JT, Diggs, Ridley, AJ, Dalvin, Swift, JSN. Okay, so if we're looking forward to running backs here, it's going to be tough having, obviously, Brees with a limited role at the beginning of the season and no JT at all. I think that we're going to go ahead. I think that we're going to be starting Raheem Mostert definitely for one of these running back spots. And then I probably go ahead and start Dalvin Cook as our RB2. I definitely would prefer having Brees Hall over Dalvin Cook in the long term, this is going to be more so a short-term move that we're going to be looking to make here. Because, I mean, fundamentally, if you are going to be looking at what you have with Dalvin Cook, they go out there and they give him the contract. We get word that they're going to be safe with these RBs. I think if you're going to be safe with these guys, you're going to be more so safe with the guy that's the future of your team. That's also coming off the torn ACL. So I think we start Dalvin overhaul. Okay. Now, GN coming out says, not too high on Dobbins. Would you trade Hawkinson, JSN, Algier for Sanders, Kittle, and Zach Charbonnet? Currently have Andrews at tight ends. Okay, so if you have Andrews at tight end, that does make Hawkinson expendable. I mean, going from Hawkinson to Kittle is going to be a downgrade. JSN to Miles Sanders, kind of whatever. Tyler Algier to Zach Charbonnet. I'd rather have Zach Charbonnet. I think you can find a better deal while trading TJ Hawkinson. I agree. If we have Andrews, the idea and the goal should be to trade TJ Hawkinson and go get a running back upgrade if you really want one. But instead, we're going to be looking at like the Travis Etienne range. I don't need someone like George Kittle in return. Now, Elijah coming out says 18 PBR starting 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers. Should I trade Waddle, Olave, Javonte for Derrick Henry? Hell yes. 8-team league. Go ahead and make this move. My other running back wide receivers are Chase, St. Brown. Yes. Yes. Go get Derrick Henry. 8-team league. The only thing that matters is getting the highest ceiling possible, my friend. Now, Nikki coming out says 13-team CBS league, PBR. I have the 11th pick. Do I pick Kupp or wait till the 16th? You can't take Kupp at 11. What if Chubb, Pollard don't make it to me at 11? Do I take Kupp and Wilson? I definitely think you look to go with an RB at 11, whether that's Chubb, Pollard, Barkley, Bijan, just because in that 13-team league, running back depth is going to be a little bit harder to come by. But don't take Kupp over Garrett Wilson or Amon-Ra St. Brown at this point, especially in a 13-team league where it's going to be a little bit harder to find wide receiver depth later in your draft. Now, Diego coming out says, on 2 leagues this year, week 1, Tua or Deshaun. I think we're going to go ahead. We are going to take Deshaun Watson 4-point passing touchdown league. We're going to go Tua in a 6-point passing touchdown league. Dotson or Kirk. We're going to go Dotson, assuming that Terry McLaurin does not play. James Conner, Jamal Williams, or Khalil Herbert. We're going to go Jamal Williams with a banged up Condre Miller and with no Alvin Kamara. Now, Jackson says, do I start Raheem Mostert, A.J. Dillon, or Deion Jackson? We're going to go ahead. We are going to start Raheem Mostert. I mean, with Deion Jackson, I think he has upside, but I really don't know how they are going to split that backfield in Indianapolis until we see it. Andrew says, what would you offer to the Kelce owner after all the news? If you have Waller and we can go and see, hey, man, I'll give you Waller for Kelce. I'll give you Hawkinson for Kelce. I'll give you Andrews for Kelce. And then we just stream the tight end position for the first few weeks. I would like that. Now, Team Galaxy Wave coming out says, in Superflex for the first time, wound up with Chase, Diggs, Waddle, Ridley. Unsure if one should be swapped to play Geno or Jimmy Garoppolo. My man, we need a better quarterback than this. If Jimmy G is our quarterback too, I don't really want to be thinking, okay, do I bench Jimmy Garoppolo or bench Calvin Ridley? No, the goal here should be, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to package together Jimmy Garoppolo and Calvin Ridley to get the best quarterback I can in return. You need to trade for a better QB there, my friend. Now, Sean coming out and says 10-team PBR where we have Watson, CMC, Brees, Garrett Wilson, Kupp, Andrews, Ridley. And then on the bench, we have Dobbins, Sutton, Michael Thomas, Mostert, Flowers, Thielen, CEH, and Marvin Mims. 10-team league with only one flex spot. Adam Thielen doesn't really have the upside to make a difference for you. Cut Adam Thielen, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. But outside of that, great team. I mean, having CMC at the very top is nice. Really, we're just waiting until we get Cooper Kupp back with this team. Great team. Just drop Adam Thielen, pick up a running back off waivers. Gabe coming out says 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a flex. 6-point passing touchdown format, 12-team PBR, where we have Burrow. Definitely prefer Burrow in a 6-point passing touchdown league comparison to a 4-point. Bijan, Montgomery, Adams, Hopkins, Hawkinson, Ayuk. Rate the squad and any thoughts. I think it's a great team overall. I mean, having the flexibility and really having a well-balanced roster. I mean, it's going to be hard to make any moves here initially. I would say we could go through and trade like Devontae Adams in a smaller piece to go get Jamar Chase to stack up, say, Burrow and Chase. That'd make a lot of sense. Or if you wanted to trade like DeAndre Hopkins in a smaller piece to see if we could go get T. Higgins for the Burrow stack, I think that would also be interesting. Joe coming out says 8-team at PBR, 1 flex, 3rd pick. I wanted Kelce as my first, but now any thoughts on what we should do as a strategy? Also, it is a bad idea to play Keenan Allen as a wide receiver 2 and Mike Williams as a flex. Hell no, especially not in a matchup that should be very high scoring against the Miami Dolphins. I think if you're in an 8-team league now, you have to go ahead and you have to take CMC at 3. I think you have to go RB at 3. But if Kelce makes it to you at the 2-3 turn, you probably pull the trigger on Kelce. Now, Roberto says, Carr Russ for quarterback. Please help. Oh, my gosh, my man. I think we go Carr initially just because the Jerry Jeudy injury. If you have no Jeudy, you have no McLaurin. I think you're inclined to go ahead and play Derek Carr. We are 1 like away from hitting 1,700 likes on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is going to be our biggest live stream ever in terms of total likes dropped. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the stream if you have not done so already. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all of our premium content. And also now is the best time to get on Underdog because they have a site-wide special. Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions on Thursday night. They have a Flock exclusive special, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen Monday night against the Jets. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, they have an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that while you still can. Now, going over to our next question coming out from Jutro says, hey Mason, longtime lurker, but you won me my league last year, so thanks for the hard work. No, thank you so much, my man. I got a 14-team super flex league, and tight end is valued as wide receiver. So you're telling me we don't have to start a tight end? On Big 7, any tips for targets at the 7th spot with the first 3 rounds and the 3rd round reversal? 3rd round reversal, not going to impact you if you're picking at 7, really. I will say in a 14-team super flex format, if you do the math, quarterback will be a massive priority. 10-team league, there will be enough quarterback production to go around for everybody, especially 12-team format as well. 14-team league, not everybody's going to be able to have 3. Most people aren't going to have 2 starting quarterbacks. So if we could go through and start with quarterback out the gate, if we get guys at value for us, I would love that. Now, Antonio coming out and says, hey Mason, my man, 10-team happy BR where we have 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers. Actually, I'm sorry, we skipped Jeremy. Let me go back to Jeremy. Says Watson, Tyreek, Ridley. Running back, we have Mason, James Cook. We have Higbee at tight end, and the flex is Devonta Smith. On the bench, we have Swift, Charbonnet, Nico, Zay Jones, Cousins. Do I start Hopkins over Devonta Smith? Yeah, so it's a tough matchup that you have for Devonta Smith going up against the New England Patriots week 1. Plus, DeAndre Hopkins may start off hot, just given the injury that you had to Treylon Burks earlier in this offseason. But I would say at the same time, you're probably in a better spot just to go ahead and get the player in the elite level offense, right? Go ahead, play the better guy in the better offense that will score more points. Let's go ahead and play Devonta Smith over Hopkins. Do like the team, though. Now, our next question coming out from Antonio says, Mason, my man, 10-team at BBR, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex. We have Lawrence, Dobbins, JT, AJ Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Watson, Hopkins, Frymuth. And then on the bench, we have Gabe Davis, Pacheco, Bateman, Devon Achane, Marvin Mims, Roshan Johnson. Keepers, we have Lamb, AJ, JT before staying on the PvP. So this is a team that in the long term, I really like the upside of. Now, of course, in the short term, we're going to have a very difficult time getting by considering the fact that we have Jonathan Taylor here. But if we can get by in the short term, I like it. And honestly, I'm not really going to be making any adjustments. We are rostering a ton of wide receivers down there on the bench. But since this is a league where we can start up to 5 wide receivers on a week-to-week perspective, I mean, we are incentivized to go through and roster those wide receivers that are just depth options. So yeah, specifically for the format, I think we are well optimized here. And I don't think there are any moves to make. Now, Mr. Shaw coming out says, hey, Mason, glad to see your eyes doing better. Yeah, the eye was fine, my man. What ended up happening was, I mean, we kind of just had a freak accident where if y'all weren't here on the live stream last night, I mean, I got something in my eye. It was like the weirdest thing ever where it just had to shut down, run out, take my contact out. It looked like I was crying on the live stream and it was going like this because I had no contact in for about an hour. But Yeah, we are good, my man. Hopefully should not have that issue again. I never had anything like that happen to me before. But anyway, going back to this question. Saying, I have Herbert, Etienne, Breece Hall, Tyreek, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Debo, Kittle in a 10-team BBR format. How did I do? Are we weak at running back? In the short term, we're potentially weak at running back, considering the fact that, we have Breece Hall. In the long term, I think that we're going to be in a good spot with Travis Etienne and Breece Hall. Hopefully we have some running backs down there on the bench that we can go through and play. Don't be rostering too many wide receivers whenever we have Tyreek, Amon-Ra St. Brown at the very top, and it's a 10-team league with only one flex spot. Now, Tron Force coming out says, traded Chubb, Olave, Pickens, Pirine for Chase, Adams, Jamal. Well, I'd rather have Chase over Chubb. I'd rather have Adams over Olave. Jamal versus Pickens, it's close, your personal preference, so great move. The other roster is Mahomes, Sanders, Montgomery, Andrew Swift, Odell, Sky, Lazard, Dobbs, Deion. Great team now that we have Chase and Adams here. I'd say maybe someone like Romeo Dobbs really isn't a player that we should be rostering when we have Chase and Devontae Adams at the very top end, when we have a ton of wide receiver production already. But yeah, great team overall, my friend. Now, next question coming out from Shrek and Fiona says, Brian Robinson, Dalvin Cook, Isaiah Pacheco, Tyler Higbee, pick 2 and 1 flex. We're going to go through, we're going to play all 3 running backs. I don't want to be playing Tyler Higbee at the flex spot. We also have Watson, Thomas, Adams, Jefferson, Allen. Okay, so I'm assuming we're already starting Christian Watson and Michael Thomas then, because I would rather have Christian Watson in here over one of the running backs at the flex. But yeah, if you're just telling us between the top 4 guys, we have to bench one, you're going to go ahead and you're going to bench Tyler Higbee. 99% of the time, you do not want to be playing a tight end in your flex spot. 99% of the time. Now, Country Connected coming out says, 12-team half BBR with 2 wide receivers, running back slots, and a flex. I have Justin Fields, Bijan Robinson, Ramondre, Dobbins, St. Brown, Hawkinson, Ayuk. And then on the bench, we have Dalvin, Pirine, Dobbs, Zeke. Any upgrades? So if we have only 2 wide receiver slots and a flex, here wide receiver depth's not going to matter too much. I definitely want to make sure that we're not going overboard rostering a bunch of depth wide receivers that may have a cap ceiling overall. So when we go down to the bench, we only see Romeo Dobbs here. I think that we're doing a great job with that. We have the elite level quarterback. We have the elite level tight end that we can start every single week regardless of matchup. We have running back production at the very top as well. I think you're in a really good spot, my man. Now, the Fiji Panee says, do you still do the flock hat giveaway? I need one. So I have gone through and I've ordered, I think we have 100 hats. We have 100 shirts and a couple 100 hats coming in, my man. I think we maybe have 200 hats and 100 shirts, something along those lines. We're going to have like 300 things to give away. I'm not going to spend all offseason giving them away and make it some big deal. It's just going to be like because I need to get back to y'all, right? Y'all support this channel more than you ever deserve to, more than I ever deserve. I need to do everything that I can to give back to y'all. So sometime either this week or next week, it's probably going to be week 2. We're going to go through and I'm going to give away like 100 hats, couple 100 shirts as well. And how that's going to be done is it's going to be super simple. It'll be for members of flockfantasy.com and for people who used promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy. Regardless of if you did that 2 years ago, regardless of if you did that last year, regardless if you did that today, tomorrow, whenever. I just want to make sure that we are going through and trying to do the best I can to give back to everybody supporting the channel. So yes, I will be giving away a couple 100 hats, couple 100 shirts, completely free, and that'll be coming out probably in a week or 2, my friend. And of course, if you want one of those hats, if you want to go get yourself entered, make sure you sign up for Underdog Fantasy now. Now is the best time because not only can you still check out all the season-long pick'em lines, but at the same time, you can actually go out there and take advantage of the site-wide special. They have for Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions. On top of that, on Underdog Fantasy, there's a flock exclusive special, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen against the New York Jets on Monday night, and a mystery special pick'em for new members of Underdog Fantasy as well. Promo code FLOCK also going to get you 100% deposit match up to $200. Our 2023 fantasy football rankings. Free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our content. So make sure y'all are taking advantage of that ASAP. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems in the same week, let alone 3. But Wizard Smokey coming out says 12-team PPR with 1 keeper, full team with 1 flex. Team is Jefferson, Wilson, Ridley, Dotson, JSN. Running back, we have Javonte, Kamara, Pacheco, Herbert. Quarterback, we have Fields and Goff. Tight end, Laporta, Juwan Johnson. Looking to upgrade running back, would it be nuts to do Jefferson for Bijan? Yes, it would be nuts. I understand the thought process in wanting to upgrade RB here. The fundamental issue is maybe we're just rostering too many quarterbacks and tight ends. I mean, we have 2 quarterbacks, we have 2 tight ends here. If we could go ahead and possibly pack together like Goff and Khalil Herbert, or Goff and Kamara, or Goff and Javonte to go get a running back upgrade that way, or package together Dotson and one of the running backs, get a running back upgrade that way, I think that'd be a much better play than just trading Jefferson for Bijan straight up. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Chris, who says, first time 6-team happy BR format. We have the 16th pick today. What's the strategy? Should we grab one of the elite level quarterbacks or best running back wide receiver available? So generally, if you're going to be picking at 16, we need to stay flexible. You need to go ahead. You need to make sure that we are in a position where we can begin getting value in the middle rounds and not having to pass on some great wide receivers or running backs rounds 5, 6, 7. So I'm generally going to try to go 1 running back, 1 wide receiver out the gate, maintaining that flexibility because you're not going to be picking again for another 32 picks. But of course, if you have like Nick Chubb and Barkley both falling to you, then of course take both running backs. But ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 2,000 likes on this live stream. If you want to help us break our all-time like record, and if you want to be our 2,000th like of the stream, go down there and hit that like button. Now, Jake coming out says 10-team PPR where we have Hurts, Sanders, Dobbins, Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Hawkinson, Godwin. And then on the bench, we have Breece, Pacheco, Gibson, Pirine, Flowers, Tony, as well as Anthony Richardson. I'm fine rostering the backup quarterback here in Anthony Richardson if the goal in the long term is to go through and hopefully sell him high once he has a breakout. But we don't want to be rostering 2 quarterbacks with Jalen Hurts, through the entire season. It's a team that's very well balanced at the bottom. I just say once we get the Anthony Richardson breakout, let's even package Richardson with Dobbins or Richardson with Sanders and go get a running back upgrade. Now, Elias coming out with our next question saying, I drafted first in a 12-team standard league. In order, we went Jefferson, Mahomes, Kupp, TJ Hawkinson, Stevenson, Christian Watson, Pacheco, Khalil Herbert, Zach Charbonnet, Elijah Mitchell, JSN, Pirine, Boyd, Chuba Hubbard. Would love some feedback. I like what we're doing at the bottom end of the bench, going and focusing in on some of the high-end running backs. If an injury were to go down in front of them, like Javonte goes down, Pirine's a difference maker, Sanders goes down, Hubbard's a difference maker. So I like that. I like having Mahomes here. Really, the goal is, can we stay alive with the Cooper Kupp injury? I think that you have a phenomenal team top to bottom. If you got Cooper Kupp round 3, even with the risk, you have to go through and you have to pull the trigger on him there. Yeah, it just ultimately comes down to when does Cooper Kupp come back. But I think it makes a lot of sense to take a risk on the price that we did. Now, Eddie coming out with our next question. Let me actually move this over. 10-team BBR, 1 running back, 3 wide receivers, double flex. Here we better have built around wide receiver, my friend. We better have built around wide receiver. We have Najee, White, Gibson, Akers, Devon Achane, Metcalf, London, Deontay, Lockett, Bateman. We also have Bijan as an RB1. Here, if you only have to start 1 running back but can start up to 5 wide receivers, trade Rachaad White for a wide receiver. Go get Chris Godwin. Go get Mike Evans. Even if you have, if you have Bijan Robinson running back 1, I'd look to trade Najee for a wide receiver as well. Go trade Najee for Calvin Ridley if we can. In this format, running back depth's not going to matter at all. Max says, tight ends to trade for, stuck with Higbee late. My personal favorite trade target at tight end is going to be TJ Hawkinson based off price. But, at the same time, I think Higbee's in a very good spot with a Kupp injury to get flooded with targets early on. Now, Kobe coming out says, hey, Mason, thoughts on the Kansas City Chiefs players and Cam Akers this week? Don't want to start Akers if Kupp's not going to play because I think it's going to be a very bad offense. It's a hard time moving the ball down the field. And then also, what are your hot takes this upcoming season? I would say at this point, this is going to be a hot take. I think one of Cooper Kupp or Jonathan Taylor wins people fantasy leagues this season. I mean, getting these guys like a pick 80 in the case of Jonathan Taylor, getting Cooper Kupp round 3, obviously there's selections with a lot of risk, but I think that one of those players wins people fantasy football leagues this year. And if we're going to be looking at the KC players, I don't think MVS sees a big difference because MVS operates further downfield. He's not going to see a ton of targets regardless. I think Sky Moore gets the big bump. I think if you're looking to start anybody, it's going to be Sky Moore. Now, Billy White says, 12-team PBR 1 flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Pollard, Higgins, Hopkins, Dobbins, Goddard. And then on the bench, we have Deontay, Flowers, Pirine, Roshan Jackson. Should we upgrade wide receiver? I don't think you need to, my man. I think that you're in a great spot in a 1 flex league. We have the elite running backs. We have Lamar as well. No, I love the team. I think we sit still. I love it. Now, straight out dropout coming out says, start 2 in a regular 10-team league. We have Ridley, Watson, London, James Cook, Pacheco, and Dotson. My 2 are going to be Ridley and Dotson out of this list in a full PBR format, but can everybody please spam the chat right now? Y'all can see it on the live stream. Who are you starting? You need 2 options. And I'm going to assume that everybody's starting Ridley here, so we're not even going to include Ridley. Who are you starting out of Christian Watson, Drake London, James Cook, Isaiah Pacheco, and Jahan Dotson? I'm going Dotson, assuming no McLaurin plays, but let me know what y'all are doing in the live chat, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so let's see. Christian Watson, James Cook, Watson, Dotson, London, Watson. Most people are going to go Watson here, which is very interesting. I would go definitely Watson in the long term, like season long. But having Jahan Dotson playing the Arizona Cardinals with no Terry McLaurin, at least in my mind, seems like too good of a matchup to pass up on. Now, Taryn coming out says 10-team PBR 1 flex. We have Dak and Lamb stacked. We also have Adams, Eckler. Oh my gosh, nutso team. Miles Sanders, Waller, Amari. Bench is Watson, Christian Watson, Raheem Mostert, Penny, Sutton, Kincaid, Davis, trades idea. Beautiful team. The only thing I could potentially say is that we could sell Waller for Hawkinson. I like it, but yeah, great team top to bottom. I don't know how we got that much value. Dominic says, should I trade Sky Moore for Zay Flowers? If you would have asked me this earlier today, I would have said hell yes. And if you would have asked me this before the Travis Kelce injury, I would have rather had Zay Flowers over Sky Moore. But now at this point, I probably go Sky. Am I crazy here? Can everybody please spam the chat? What direction are you going with? Who would you rather have rest of season, Sky Moore or Zay Flowers? I probably still am going to stick it with Zay Flowers. This week, though, I'd definitely rather have Sky Moore. Okay. We have Zay, Moore, Zay, Moore, Zay, Moore, Zay, Moore. Okay, it looks like most people are still going to go ahead and take Zay there. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Ethan, who says, 10-team PBR. We got Gibbs for Swift and Lockett. Great trade. We have Jacobs and wanted a running back 2 with JT and Kamara out. Guy needed a wide receiver 2 because of Kupp. Thoughts on the beautiful deal? 10-team league, only 1 flex. Just get the best player in the trade. Gibbs is clearly the best player in this deal. Love it, my friend. Cam Bam coming out and says, do I trade Hurts for Dak and ETN? My starting lineup is Hurts, Wilson, Hopkins, White, Brees, Kelce, Khalil Herbert, Judy at the flex. Oh my gosh. I understand the thought process here because we do need another starter. If this is the best deal that we can get to go get another starter for this lineup, sure. And in reality, I'd rather not. In reality, I'd rather just keep Jalen Hurts. A fair deal. It's tough. I just love me some Jalen Hurts. Now, Danny coming out to start Pirine, London, Pittman, Javonte. Okay. I think we're going to go London. I have no reason to start Samaje Perine. Pittman, I want to see Anthony Richardson first. And yeah, I just don't know what the split's going to be there in Denver with those RBs. So I'm going to go ahead and take Drake London. Okay. Now, Ramsey says trade Kupp for DeAndre Swift and Jordan Addison. Hell no, you want Cooper Kupp there. Mikhail says 12-team BBR where we have Cousins, Bijan, Gibbs, Olave, Watson, Waller, Hollywood, and then Dotson at the flex. Long shot on Mims, Kamara, Charbonnet, and Bigsby. Definitely keeping the starting lineup as is. I think it's a great team overall as well. I mean, definitely would look to upgrade from Cousins once we hopefully have one of those rookies hitting or once we have Kamara coming back. But until then, I think we're just chilling. Now, Boyer says, you would go, thank you for another year of quality content, advice, and vibes. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. You know, I am very appreciative of you and everybody out in this live stream. Like, it still blows my mind that people are willing to come out and hang out with us every single day and talk fantasy football. Like, if you would have told me 10 years ago that there would be people who would want to come talk fantasy football with us every single day, my mind would be completely blown. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming and hanging out with us as much as y'all do. Now, Sean coming out says, full BBR 12-team league. We have Lamar, Barkley, Akers, Higgins, Burks, Kittle. And then the flex, we have Dylan. On the bench, we have Watson, Hubbard, Beckham, Lazard, Flowers. Do we need a wide receiver too? Hell yeah. We can't be starting Treylon Burks, I'll tell you that much. I would definitely go ahead and play Christian Watson over Treylon Burks. We don't have a lot of depth with this team, my man. It's maybe a league where I'm actually fine going ahead and, if you really wanted to, selling Kittle and seeing if we get another running back or wide receiver that will make a difference. So we just don't have a lot of running back or wide receiver production here. Okay. Now, Sean says a full BBR 12-team league. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Max coming out says, got Dobbins as a running back too. Should I look to upgrade? I'd say not right now. Dobbins going up against Houston this week as a 10-point favorite. I think that Dobbins actually crushes. If you want to sell high on J.K. Dobbins going into week 2, then at that point, maybe. Kivion says, how do you feel about Kincaid? I drafted Kelce. I think Kincaid's a tight end that has a lot of long-term upside, but to start him early on, I think it's going to be tough. I mean, it's a great situation. He's a good prospect, but the fundamental issue is just we know rookie tight ends don't produce, especially not right away. Now, Barrett coming out says 12-team BBR. We have Justin Herbert, Bryce Young. Running back, we have Bijan, Ramadre, and Gibson. Wide receiver, we have Wilson, Debo, London, Pittman, Burks, Johnston, Zay Jones. Tight end, we have Freiermuth and Ertz. Any ideas? Let's drop Bryce Young, drop Zach Ertz. There's no reason to be rostering these guys. I would much prefer to take 2 more running backs off the waiver wire that potentially have upside and rather roster 5 running backs here than 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends. In terms of making trades, I don't see any trades that stand out of a potential like Debo Samuel for Keenan Allen deal to go stack with Justin Herbert or Drake London for Mike Williams deal to stack with Justin Herbert. And yeah, main thing is drop Bryce Young, drop Zach Ertz, pick up a couple more running backs. Now, Shregan Fiona out again says, rate the team. It's a full BBR league where we have Josh Allen, Jefferson, Devontae Adams, Christian Watson, Damian Pierce, Walker, Goddard, Brian Robinson. And then on the bench, we have Pacheco, Higbee, Dalvin Cook, and Ezekiel Elliott. I mean, we have the elite level quarterback production. We're well balanced at wide receiver and running back. I think it's a really good team. What I like most about this squad is down there on the bench, we are rostering these running backs that, I mean, if their situation will be a little bit different than we expect going into this next season, they have extremely high ceilings, right? Rostering like Pacheco, Dalvin, and Zeke on the bench, I think it's like a perfect spot, my friend. Now, Mako coming out says 12-team BBR where we have 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. Wide receivers are Diggs, Waddle, Devonta Smith, JSN. Running backs are Ramadre, Walker, Dobbins. Should I trade Kittle, Dobbins, and JSN in a 3-for-1 deal for TJ Hawkinson? Definitely interested in a 2-for-1 deal here, considering the fact that it's only a 1 flex league. I'd be fine trading Kittle and JSN for TJ Hawkinson, but honestly, I think to add in J.K. Dobbins is just going to be a little bit too much here, my friend. Now, Logan coming out says 8-team league where we start 3 wide receivers and only 1 flex. Do I trade Pollard and Amari for Gibbs and A.J. Brown? No. We have Hurts, CMC, Pollard, Devonta Smith, Amari Cooper, Christian Watson, Andrews, J.K. And then on the bench, we have J.T., Javonte, JSN, Cooks, Quentin Johnson. Yeah, I mean, I would say that you probably, in an 8-team league, give Tony Pollard the crown of the best player in the deal. And never in an 8-team format do you want to be going through and giving up the best player in the deal so we can get a slight upgrade elsewhere. Now, R3D coming out says, Pickett or Prescott? We're going to be going with Dak here, especially week 1 where Pickett has to play 49ers. Pittman or Gibson for the flex? Thanks, Flock. No, thank you. I think we are going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Michael Pittman over Antonio Gibson for the flex. Issue with Pittman is when he's playing the Cardinals, you assume that this is more of Brian Robinson game than an Antonio Gibson game. Now, our next switch coming out from Matt, who says, 12-team PPR where we have Aaron Rodgers, Najee Harris, Miles Sanders, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Hawkinson, Sutton. And then on the bench, we have Javonte, Kirk, JSN, Penny, Dion. Should we trade for more wide receiver firepower? I think no, we have Kirk and he could potentially be a top 24 option in Jacksonville, while at the same time, we at least have Sutton for the short term with no Jerry Jeudy. So I think that we sit on our hands for now. If Kirk doesn't do anything for us, Jerry Jeudy comes back where it looks like we can no longer start Courtland Sutton, then at that point, I don't think that we need to be making a trade. I'm sorry, at that point, maybe we need to be making a deal, but at this point, there's no reason to. Now, Robert coming out says, 10-team PPR1 flex bot. We have Lamar, JT, Gibbs, Javonte, Kupp, Tyreek, Hawkinson, Deontay, and then on the bench, we have Tua, Brian Robinson, Elijah Moore, Hollywood, JSN, and P. Ryan. How could we improve the team? The team's in a very good spot in the long term. The real question is, how can we stay alive? I really don't like having both JT and Cooper Kupp on the same roster. I like the long-term upside of these players, and for that reason, I'm willing to go through and roster them each separately on different teams. But the issue is whenever we are going through and looking at both those players on the same roster, we are going to be put in a very difficult position at the beginning of the season. For that reason, if we could package together, say like Tua and Hollywood and go, or Tua and JSN and go get another player that we could feel comfortable starting until we get JT and Cooper Kupp, I think we'd be in a very good spot. Okay. Cole says, where are the kickers and defense week 1 rankings? I am sorry, my man. I am not going to be able to help you out. Now, on flockfantasy.com, we do have kickers and defenses rankings up. Zach put those up. I did not. I would embarrass myself if I tried to rank kickers and defenses here for you, my friend. April coming out. Really happy to see you, April. Non-PPR, Dotson, Khalil Herbert, or Raheem Mostert in the flex. We're going to go ahead. We will take Raheem Mostert in a non-PPR format. If it was a full PPR format, I think we'd be a little bit more inclined to go Dotson. And April, if you're still out here watching this, please remind me and let everybody know in the Flock Moderator League that if any of y'all don't have a Flock hat, please, I know April, you have one. I know we sent you one years ago, but please send a message in the chat, or if Jeep guys watching this, anybody in the Flock Moderator League, if y'all don't have a Flock hat, please let me know. I'd be super happy to hook y'all up and get y'all some stuff. But let's move this over. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please make sure you go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We may break our all-time like record on this stream. And also, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link to Underdog in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK is going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus, you will get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content. And also, now is the best time to get on Underdog because they have a site-wide Patrick Mahomes special, more than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions Thursday night, week 1. You also have a Flock exclusive special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen against the Jets on Monday night. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure y'all are taking advantage of that while y'all still can. But going over to our next question, this one coming out from Robert, who says, my computer froze during the draft, and I ended up with Hollywood. We have Adam Thielen on the bench. Chark is on the waiver wire. So is Tank Dell. Should I keep Hollywood in my lineup or go get Chark or Tank Dell? What are your thoughts? The last thing you could ever do is make that move, my man. Tank Dell, please keep him on the waiver wire. While this is an exciting player, and I would like to root him, right? I'm from Texas. He went to Houston. He's playing for the Houston Texans. He's too small to really have any upside in fantasy. We've never seen a wide receiver as small as him actually move the needle for you in fantasy. I mean, Hollywood's in a horrendous offense, but at least at the end of the day, I mean, he's going to get guaranteed target volume. If you wanted to cut someone to go get like DJ Chark, you could cut Adam Thielen if you'd rather have Chark over Thielen. In reality, I'm not too excited about any of those players, my friend. Okay, now Hunter coming out says, rate the team. It's a 14-team PPR league. Dak, running back, we have Walker Dobbins. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, St. Brown. Tight end, we have Andrews. The flex, we have Michael. Oh, this is a great team in a 14-team format, my man. 14-team format, I was expecting, I mean, at some point, us to just be bad at a position. I was expecting us to get to tight end and have like Juwan Johnson there or something. No, great team in a 14-team league. If we could trade like Amon-Ra St. Brown and go get Stephon Diggs to stack with Dak Prescott, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Outside of that, I don't think we really need to be doing anything there. Now, Luminate Creative says, take a sip of water. We need that voice all season. I'm trying my best here, my friend. And as you can tell, I'm going through and trying to talk a little bit quieter than we usually do. The issue is usually I talk nonstop, like for these like past 2 days, 8-hour live streams, and I'm screaming the entire time we're doing it. But Isaiah coming out and says 10-team PPR where we have Cousins, Fields at quarterback. Love that. Running back, we have Aaron Jones, Eckler. Wide receiver, we have Allen, Kupp, Schultz at tight end, Judy, Dalvin, Mostert, Sanders, Ayuk, Higbee. Advice with Kupp and Judy being injured, thinking of picking up Myers or Lazard. I actually don't think you need to. I mean, you can go through and you can start Keenan Allen as well as Brandon Ayuk early on. And then for the flex spot, we can go through and play a running back like Miles Sanders. If this was like a 12-team format, I think that you'd be in a little bit more of a deficit. But with this being a 10-team league, I think we're going to be fine. Once we do get both those wide receivers back, I would love to package together Ayuk and Schultz to go get a tight end upgrade. So, yeah, I think that we're in a very good spot. If it was a 12-team league, it would be a lot harder to get away with this. But in the 10-team league, I don't think you really have to panic. Brandon says 10-team league where we have Watson, Gibbs, Jamal, Tyreek, Kupp, Hawkinson, Mike Williams, Drake London. Also, Kamara, Pickens, Odell, Taylor. Quarterback, we have Love, Watson, Goff, Geno, Anthony Richardson, Derek Carr. What the hell? Are you saying that's what's available on the waiver wire? Or is that what we're rostering? My man, at the very most in a 1 QB league, you can only roster 2 quarterbacks. So please go ahead and drop Goff, drop Geno, drop Derek Carr, drop Jordan Love. Really, the only 2 quarterbacks I don't want to roster here are Deshaun Watson and Anthony Richardson. Now, Grant coming out with our next question says 10-team at PBR double flex. We have Lamar, Eckler, Pierce, St. Brown, Higgins, Pat Frymuth, James Conner, Debo. And then on the bench, we have Deion Jackson, Raheem Mostert, Odell, Godwin, London, Pickens. What are your thoughts and any potential trades? We're so deep here at wide receiver, my man, that there's really no excuse for us not to have an elite level tight end. I do really like Frymuth, but if we could at least go out there and see if we can send London and Frymuth to go get Andrews, maybe even throw in Raheem Mostert if the team needs a running back early on, I think that'd make a lot of sense just because we have so much depth on this team that we can afford it. And we're really strong at running back, wide receiver throughout the entire team. And we have Lamar. Okay. Now, Mason coming out with an elite level name says, 10-team start 8 happy BR. CMC Pollard, love this in a 10-team league. Mahomes, DK, Andrews, Deontay Williams, London, Addison, Brian Robinson, Elijah Moore. Perfect spot to be in. And should I target a running back? No. You're in a great spot. You have CMC and Pollard. Why the hell would we need to target an RB, my man? This is exactly what we are talking about when it comes to a 10-team league. 10-team leagues, you're going to be able to find wide receiver depth almost no matter what. So it makes so much sense for you to go out there and incentivize getting elite level running backs early. So I really do like that, my friend. Now, Eddie says, have you ever done an IDP league? No, sir. I am barely staying afloat with all the information we have to sift through on the offensive side of the ball. If I were to go through and add in IDP, then my offensive analysis would just have to go down because I wouldn't be able to spend as much time on it. And yeah, I mean, if I get 10% worse at evaluating running backs to go through and play IDP, then it's just not worth doing it for me. So yeah, I don't play IDP, my friend. Okay. Now, Thomas coming out and says, love your videos, thoughts/trades in a 14-team PBR league, one flex. We have Richardson, Saquon, Hall, Amon-Ra, Christian Watson, Burks, and Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have JT, Johnston, Mims, Mitchell, Dion, and Sam Howell. Actually, completely fine rostering Sam Howell if we have Richardson as our top guy. And at the same time, it's a 14-team league. 14-team league, I think this is a pretty good squad. Obviously, it's really tough at the beginning of the season to be starting Treylon Burks. I actually wouldn't mind if you wanted to go through and play Deion Jackson over Burks early in the season. But long-term, once we get JT in, I think we're going to be in a really good spot. The question is just, can we stay afloat until JT comes back? Okay. Now, Greg says, 10-team full BBR. We picked 4. We have Tyreek, Hill, Amon-Ra, Etienne, Raheem Mostert, Schultz, Christian Watson, Dallas Goedert. And then on the bench, we have Hall, London, Khalil Herbert, Dotson, JSN, Deion Jackson, and Rashee Rice. The issue is if we start off with Tyreek Hill and Amon-Ra St. Brown, and we have like Raheem Mostert in here as our RB2, we are in a position where we already have so much wide receiver production locked in that we don't need to be going too deep when it comes to wide receiver on the bench. I would much prefer going ahead and instead looking to roster as many bench running backs as we can. So if we could go through and package together maybe Jahan Dotson and Raheem Mostert, get an upgrade out running back 2 and really not impact our starting lineup at wide receiver, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Pick up a running back off the bench, a waiver wire as well. Now, Skyward says 10-team at PBR where we have Bijan, Hurts, Najee, TJ, Amari, Swift, Moore, Burks, Khalil Herbert, Breed, Boyd, and Gibson. What are your thoughts and any trade advice? Parker, Reed, Boyd, these are wide receivers with high floors, low ceilings. Down on your bench, that's the exact kind of guy I want to be avoiding in a 10-team league. Especially if we have Amon-Ra St. Brown at the very top, or A.J. Brown. Hopefully that's A.J. Brown to stack with Jalen Hurts. If it's Amon-Ra St. Brown, love to trade it for A.J. Brown to get that Hurts stack. But yeah, I mean, this is a phenomenal team at the very top end, having Bijan, Brown, and Hurts all together. Really, it just comes down to I don't want to be rostering that many depth wide receivers on the bench. I'd rather have high upside RBs. Genial says, hey man, happy BR League. For your flex, would you put Khalil Herbert, Brandon Cooks, or Kadarius Toney, since Toney might play and Kelce won't? Since Toney's been hurt all training camp preseason, I would say that we probably want to be benching Kadarius Toney almost regardless. I would play Khalil Herbert. Because, I mean, with Brandon Cooks as well, I can't hurt to wait until we see the production in Dallas, right? While we want to project him to be in a really good spot, at the end of the day, it is just a projection. Now, Mason coming out says, quarterback, we have Daniel Jones. Running back, we have Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Khalil Herbert. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, DJ Moore, Mike Williams, Brandon Ayuk, Cortland Sutton. Tight end, we have Andrews. It's a 12-team league. What are your thoughts? I really like the squad. I mean, we have a lot of running back, wide receiver depth. I wouldn't mind if we wanted to roster 2 quarterbacks and play the matchups here. Another thing that we could look to do is potentially package together, say, like Mike Williams and Daniel Jones, go get a quarterback upgrade, see if we can go get Justin Fields. I mean, hell, if we could go like David Montgomery, Daniel Jones, go get a quarterback upgrade and go get like Lamar Jackson, I think that make a lot of sense. I mean, DJ Moore, Daniel Jones, go get Lamar. If we could make a move like that and package up have Lamar and Andrews stacked up together, I think that'd be beautiful. Dylan says, I have JT, Cup, and Kelce. How screwed am I? Oh, dear. RIP, my man. RIP. If you can get through the first month and steal 2 games and start off 2-2, and then get these guys added in halfway through the season. I think kelce will be back a little bit earlier, but still. You will be in such a good spot. But there's also a very real possibility that we go out there and we start off 0-4. Okay. Now, IJ Jamar says, James Cook or Sky at the flex playing against Mahomes. Let me ask the live chat this. Can everybody in the chat spam, who would you rather have, James Cook or Sky Moore this week? I still probably am going James Cook. I think it would have been very easy to go James Cook if it wasn't for the Travis Kelce injury. But now with the injury, I think it's a little bit closer where you could consider Sky. I'd rather just see it with Sky before we have to play him, though. But James. Sky, James. Looks like most people are taking James Cook here. Okay, so not the only person. But Cam Bam says, do I trade Kelce and Herbert for Walker, Gibbs, and MT? I think it kind of does come down to your team just a bit. If we take Khalil Herbert, Michael Thomas out of it, who would we rather have, Kelce or Walker and Gibbs? Damn. Can everybody let me know what you're doing here? Can everybody please go to the live chat? Would you rather have Travis Kelce and Khalil Herbert or Kenneth Walker, Gibbs, and Michael Thomas? Please let me know in the chat. Walker, Gibbs, Kelce. Yeah, looks like most people are going Kelce here. I was expecting that to be closer to a 50-50. That seems difficult for me. I do really like Kenneth Walker, full transparency. Now, Late coming out with our next question says, hey man, 12-team PPR format, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Quarterback, we have Hurts. Running back, we have CMC Dobbins. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown Amari. And the flex, we have DJ Moore. Tight end, do I start Kincaid or Laporta week 1? I would rather neither, my man. Obviously, we're elite elsewhere, but to go through and start a rookie tight end week 1 is asking for trouble. If I had to take someone, I go Kincaid. Just if I have to. Okay. Now, Adrian coming out says 12-team PPR double flex. We have Tua, Richardson, Walker, Hall, Sanders, Zeke, Devon Achane, Lamb, AJ Brown, Olave, Judy, Bateman, and Higbee at tight end. How are we looking? So I'm fine having these 2 quarterbacks here if we got them super late. I like building around wide receiver in a full PPR double flex league. So we have Lamb, AJ Brown, Olave. It's a really solid team. I think that we will get the bump with Higbee in the short term with the Cup injury. Obviously, long term, it would be better to have a tight end upgrade, but we definitely can't make any trades until we get Judy back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 2,500 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream. Help us at 2,500. We are about to break our all-time like record for live streams. And of course, if you want to get any of those pick'ems over here on the side of this screen, you can find those on Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. Plus, you'll get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com, where you can have our 2023 fantasy football premium content. And also, now is the best time to get onto Underdog Fantasy because you're going to be able to go through and take advantage of the week 1 specials that they have in Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a total yard. On top of this, not only are you going to get that special for Thursday night, you have a Flock exclusive special Monday night. Josh Allen, more than less than half a pass yard against the Jets. If you're new to Underdog Fantasy, you get an additional mystery special pick'em on top of that. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you go ahead and take advantage of that while you still can, ladies and gentlemen. Find that link in the live chat description comment section. Okay. But let's go ahead and let's move this back over to our next question. Coming out from Carson says, 8-team league, pick 5. Any advice? Shout out for Norway. My man, thank you so much for being a longtime member of the flock. And here I will say we want to go ahead and we want to be pushing up running backs early. Also in an 8-team league, it would be really nice to get an elite level tight end. And typically I've been telling people in an 8-team format to go out there and get Travis Kelce at pick 5, but now you can't. So I'd be pivoting over to running back, my man. Now, Curve Square Store says, first 10-team happy BR, two flex. We have Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, Kenneth Walker, Deebo Samuel, Jonathan Taylor, Dobbins, Williams, Pitts, Gibson, P. Ryan, Burks, Zach Charbonnet, and Dalton Schultz. We got offered Mixon for Deebo and Jonathan Taylor. Is that too low? I would love to go ahead and trade Jonathan Taylor for Joe Mixon. But to throw in Deebo Samuel does seem like a little bit too much. If we could instead send him like Treylon Burks, then let's do that. So I would counter and say, I'll give you Burks and Jonathan Taylor for Joe Mixon. Not Deebo Samuel and JT for Mixon. Okay. Now our next search coming out from Bencio says, 10-team PPR where we have Burrow, Sanders, Walker, Chase, Wilson, Andrews, Waddle. And then on the bench, we have Dobbins, Hollywood, and Njoku. Is it worth the trade wide receivers for an RB1? I would say not right now. I understand the long-term thought process here, but when we have so many running backs on this team with Dobbins, Sanders, and Kenneth Walker, I mean, at the end of the day, we are going to be at a spot where we only need 2 of these guys to be big-time hits. I think Kenneth Walker most likely will be one. I think Dobbins will be one for week 1 against the Houston Texans. So I would rather wait. I would rather see what we get from these running backs week 1. And then at that point, if we feel like we still need to go ahead and make a move, we can. But not right now. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Brandon says, in a 12-team full BBR Superflex with an extra flex spot, we have Hurts, Gibbs, Walker, A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams, Cole Kmet, Mike Williams, Mike Evans, Derek Carr, Penny, Deion Jackson, Brian Robinson, Juju, Myers, Jawan in the flex. Should we be going with Evans or Jackson? Great team. Love the Hurts, A.J. Brown stack that we have here. My friend, love having Devontae Adams as well. I really do like this team. I'll just say a couple things. 1, drop Derek Carr. You don't need a backup quarterback when we have Jalen Hurts. Pick up another running back with upside. 2, I think Deion Jackson has upside. I think he could potentially be the starting running back for the Indianapolis Colts. But at the same time, I don't necessarily want to sit here and act like that is a guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination. So I would prefer us to go ahead and start Mike Evans week 1. We know the role that Evans will have in his offense. We've seen it every year since 2014. And then afterwards, get a sense of what we are going to get with Deion Jackson in Indianapolis before we have to make that decision. Now, our next question coming out from OC, who says, 16-team league starters, we have Goff, Brian Robinson, Rashad White, Ridley, Amari, Higbee. On the bench, we have McKinnon, Lazard, Claypool, any moves. 16-team format. Every team is going to be worse across the board, but my man, I really don't. Actually, this is Bijan Robinson. Never mind. Bijan Robinson, great team. I thought it was Brian Robinson. I was going to go, even in a 16-team league where everybody's going to be worse, I hate this team. But no, if it's Bijan, not Brian Robinson, I think that we're in a good spot. Well-balanced roster top to bottom. I mean, generally, it doesn't look great, but this is kind of a situation where it's not a 10-team league with only one flex spot, right? Wide receiver depth is going to be harder to come by overall. I think it is fine to roster those guys down there at the bottom end of the bench. I would love to see if we potentially have a better option than Chase Claypool with that last spot. But knowing it's a 16-team format, by no means is that a guarantee. Okay. Now let's move this over. Our next question coming out from, I believe, Charlie, who says, 10-team PPR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Burrow, Daniel Jones. Burrow or Daniel Jones. We're going to go Burrow week 1. Running back, Connor, Javonte, Herbert, or Antonio Gibson. We're going to go James Conner and Khalil Herbert week 1. Wide receiver, Diggs, DK, Moore, Lazard, Burks. We're going to be going Diggs and DK. For wide receiver, we're going to go DJ Moore in the flex. Tight end, Kelce and Waller. We're going to go Waller this week. What's very interesting is I would have told you if we would have saw this team yesterday, my man, what the hell are we doing with Darren Waller and Travis Kelce? You need to go through. You need to trade away Darren Waller. You need to go get an upgrade at running back. What are we doing here? But now that we have the Kelce injury, I mean, probably a pretty good spot to have Darren Waller. I think once Kelce comes back, though, then at that point, we will go ahead and at that point, we will be seeing if we can trade Darren Waller for a running back upgrade. We're just going to have to wait a little bit to do so, my friend. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, John, who says, I have James Conner, David Montgomery, and Alexander Madison. Who should we start to running back league? I'm going to go with definitely Alexander Madison. Conner has the workload, but it's just such a nasty offense overall. They're supposed to be the lowest scoring team of the week. If you look at my rankings between David Montgomery and James Conner, I have these guys essentially back-to-back in our rankings. I probably go David Montgomery. Yeah, no. Definitely start Alexander Madison and ask the live chat who they're going with for the other guy. Ladies and gentlemen, please in the live chat, spam it. Let me know what y'all are doing. Who would you rather start week one? Would you rather start James Conner against Washington or David Montgomery against KC? Please spam the chat. Let me know. Okay. Montgomery, Conner, Monty. Conner, Conner, Monty. Yeah, so it looks like most people are going David Montgomery there, my friend. Definitely have to go Alexander Madison, though. Now, moving this over, Finn says, confident to say I was the 1700th like, my man. Thank you so much. Who am I starting week one? Juju or Sky with no Kelce? Keep killing the game. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a long-time member of the flock. You have to go ahead. You have to play Sky Moore over Juju Smith-Schuster at this point. I mean, I was prepared to tell a lot of people to bench Sky Moore week one until we actually saw the production. I mean, I'm still not like all in on Moore, but it's not like Juju's, a surefire stud either, right? We probably go Moore assuming that Kelce does not play. Now, Zachary coming out says 10-team full BBR, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Chubb, Bijan Robinson, Metcalf, Olave, Andrews, Dobbins. And then on the bench, we have Geno, Jalen Warren, Javonte McLaurin, George Pickens, and Courtland Sutton. So we're rostering a backup quarterback when we have Lamar. I probably want to be getting rid of Geno Smith. I'd rather pick up another running back off the waiver wire. We have 3 wide receivers, but at least all 3 wide receivers have upside down there on the bench. I really like this team overall. The only thing I would say is once we do get Terry McLaurin back from injury, if we could potentially package together like Courtland Sutton and Javonte Williams and go get a running back upgrade, or say George Pickens and Jalen Warren and go get a running back upgrade, I think that'd make a lot of sense. But yeah, I really like the team. Having the Lamar Andrews stack is beautiful. Now, Buzz Ellis coming out says, love the content, Mason. Thank you, my friend. Check this trade. I'm offered Lamar, Garrett Wilson, Metcalf for Hurts, Olave, Watson. What are you thinking? We also have Kelce. Hurts to Lamar's downgrade. Olave to Wilson is an upgrade. Christian Watson and Metcalf is a slight upgrade. I think it's a fair deal. I think it's going to be up to you. Yeah, like, honestly, I'm not going to fault you no matter what direction you want to go with this. Like, my inclination is always to go Jalen Hurts. I mean, I'm just a massive Jalen Hurts guy, but you are getting an upgrade to those other 2 wide receiver slots. I still love Lamar. Now, Lim coming out says, morning, brother. It's a 16-team BBR format where we have 1 flex. We have Purdy at quarterback. Running back, we have CMC, Dillon. Wide receiver, we have Waddle, Williams. We have Andrews at tight end. I was worried until we saw Andrews. We have McLaurin at the flex. Bench, we have Kirk, Charbonnet, Mitchell, Dobbs. Who do we package for an RB2? We don't package for an RB2 here. I know in pretty much every single team you'll see us break down. We're going through and we're saying, okay, let's package this depth wide receiver and this running back. Let's go get an upgrade at RB. Let's package this depth wide receiver with this tight end. Let's go get an upgrade at tight end. But whenever you're in a spot that it's a 16-team league instead of like a 10-team league with only 1 flex, here we're actually a little bit more inclined to go ahead and go heavy with depth rather than trying to make those 2-for-1 deals, get upgrades in the starting lineup. I think you have a very well-balanced team. I really like the squad, and I don't think we can make a trade until we get Terry McLaurin back. If we get McLaurin back, and then we also have one of those bench wide receivers breaking out, then maybe at that point we can make a move, but not now. And also, if that's going to be Kirk Cousins down there on the bench, make sure we're starting Kirk Cousins over Brock Purdy. Now, Ivan coming out says 10-team PBR league where we have 2 flex spots. We have Herbert, Bijan, Pollard, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Mark Andrews, Brees, Pittman. How's the squad? 2 elite level running backs. We have our quarterback stacked up with a wide receiver. We have an elite level tight end. Beautiful team, my man. Beautiful team top to bottom. I don't think we can change anything there. Buzz Ellis says, also, I think I fleeced my league. Our roster is Hurts, Walker, Brees, Tyreek, Olave, Kelce, Watson. I had to. That's a beautiful team. Obviously, it comes down to what is the severity of this knee injury for Travis Kelce? How much time does Kelce miss? I mean, if we end up seeing, say, Travis Kelce come back week 2, week 3, I think you are in a phenomenal spot going forward. But Jesse, longtime member of the flock, coming out says, flocker since last season and won my league thanks to you. How do you keep track of each individual draft during the season, not just percentages? So if you're looking at your underdog drafts, my friend, I'm assuming that's what you're asking here. What you're going to do is you're going to go to your drafts, your draft tab. You're going to be going to your completed tab, and then you'll have all your drafts here in a sheet, my friend. So you can go through and you can click on any of these. If we want to look at our Dalmatian team, I can click on that and it'll have it right there. And then as it has the standings, as the season progresses, you can check out the details of that. So yeah, you can go through and you can look at pretty much anything that you want in terms of all those leagues that you drafted on Underdog this offseason. Now, PDA coming out says, worth the risk, trade Brian Robinson and Lockett for Kelce. Hell yeah, go do that. I don't know if it's a quote-unquote fair offer. Obviously, when there's blood in the water, the Sharks are going to go out there and they're just going to circle, but I'll get Kelce there if we can. Now, Matt coming out says, hey, Mason, 10-team BBR format, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Lamar, Chase, Adams, Devonta Smith, Ramondre Dobbins, Pitts, Addison, Flowers, Swift, Sutton, Burks, Jameson. Any suggestions? If this is Jameson, cut Jameson, pick up someone else off the waiver wire. If it's Jamal or if it's Javonte, we are in a great spot. Outside of that, I really do like the rest of this roster. I think we are going to be stuck a little bit at the beginning of the season where I don't know if we can make a ton of moves, specifically just because we have so many guys on this team that have long-term upside, but no production at the beginning of the season. In terms of like Addison, Flowers, these are long-term guys, right? Berg's dealing with an injury. This is a long-term guy. So in the long term, I think we're in a really good spot. I think it's going to prohibit us making any trades at the beginning of the season. But especially with all those rookies, if we have Jameson, I want to have that raw spot open and make moves at the beginning of the season. So I'd cut Jameson. But we have a massive donation coming out here from Ali. Ali is a longtime member of the flock. He's been here with us for years now. My man, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Saying 10-team full BBR, 2 quarterback. QB1's Hurts. QB2's Richardson. Beautiful. Especially if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where we are highly incentivized to go out there and focus in on quarterback upside. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Mike Williams. Running back, we have Bijan Jacobs. The flex, we have Gibbs. Tight end, we have Frymuth. And then over there on the bench, we have Deontay, Jay Williams. Ollie, can you let me know in the live chat real quick what Jay Williams is this? Kirk, Bryce Young. Obviously, Bryce Young is a fine roster when we have to start 2 quarterbacks. And JSN. Any trades? I had 2 other super chats. Did you already see them? I don't know, my man. With the other ones, we're going to go in order. I felt like a $50 super chat. We had to address this right away, but I don't think so. I think we'll hopefully get to them soon. And please let me know in the live chat. Is this Javonte? Okay, Javonte. Okay. Javonte, we're in a great spot. I was going to say, if it was Jameson, we definitely have too many wide receivers down here on the bench. But we have Gibbs, we have Javonte, we have Bijan, we have Jacob. So we're solid at running back. This is a league where we could afford to go through and upgrade tight end just because, we have quarterback locked down. We have great running backs. We have a ton of wide receiver depth overall as well. So the only trade I could see making sense for a roster like this is if we could go through and package together, say like Deontay Johnson and Freiermuth, and go out of our way and get to someone like TJ Hawkinson. I think that'd make a lot of sense. It wouldn't be a trade that I'd recommend for a lot of other spots with teams that maybe are a little bit weaker and need a little bit more depth. But specifically with your squad where you're elite at quarterback, elite at running back, and we have more than enough wide receiver depth, I think we can afford to overpay for a better tight end there, at least in my mind. Okay. So let's move this over. Our next question coming out from Zach says 18 non-PBR, 1 flex league. Non-PBR format, we want an elite level quarterback and we want to build around running back. We have Daniel Jones. We need a better quarterback than this. Barkley, Dobbins, Jefferson, Adams, Andrews, Ridley. And then on the bench, we have Breece Hall, Keenan Allen, Akers, Judy, Lockett, Dotson, Algier. I would really like this league if it was a full PPR format. Non-PPR, I don't necessarily know if the wide receiver production means as much for us here, where I would rather go through and I would rather look to sell some of these wide receivers and see if we can get an elite level quarterback option, just because in a non-PPR format, they're going to account for such a high percentage of our starting lineup output on a week-to-week basis. So if we could go ahead and package together like Calvin Ridley and Daniel Jones to get to Jalen Hurts, to get to Josh Allen, to get to Patrick Mahomes, I think that makes so much sense for this format in particular, my friend. Okay. Now our next switch coming out from Dylan says 10-team full BBR, double flex. I have Deshaun Watson, Eckler, Pollard, Aaron Jones, Mixon, Ridley, Diggs, Lockett, and Ingram at tight end. How do you like the team and any suggestions? I think it's actually a great team with the depth that we have, since we have to have 2 flex spots. If it's going to be a league with only 1 flex, I think that we could go through and we could maybe make a 2-for-1 deal and try to get an improvement at quarterback. But here in this format with double flex, it's completely fine having Watson here. Love the top end production at RB. Great team top to bottom, my friend. But American Citizen, I just saw this on my phone too, saying Ian Rappaport, kelce injury not expected to be long-term. Great news, like we were saying at the beginning of this live stream. I think that we are probably going to assume kelce misses about 2 to 3 weeks. I think kelce still misses time, but still great news. Great news for kelce. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Adrun Powell. I really hope I pronounced that correctly, my friend. I probably did not because I'm an idiot, so I apologize. But anyway, coming out and saying 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, a tight end, and a flex. 14th, who should we flex? Javonte, Scary Terry, or Burks? You're going to go with Javonte. I know Javonte's playing under a limited circumstance, but all these other guys are injured as well. And all these other injuries for these players are more recent. So, I would rather go through, I'd rather have Javonte Williams. I think he has more upside than these wide receivers. And I'm almost assuming that Terry McLaurin doesn't play this week. At least that's my assumption. Now, Lil Isaiah coming out says, Lamar, Akers, Eckler, Kupp, Lamb, Etienne, Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have Hall, Evans, Mike Williams, DJ Moore, 18 PBR format. Should we sell Kupp? We got offered J.K. Dobbins, Devonta Smith, Lockett. I think in some leagues, you would potentially have to go ahead and sell Kupp at that price point. But we can't here, right? 8-team league, the only thing that matters is upside. If it's an 8-team format, the depth is going to be a little bit easier to come by. And I would rather just take a swing on someone that could fundamentally change your team, like a Cooper Kupp. Like Lockett, Devonta Smith, Dobbins, they're not really changing your roster in an 8-team format. Now, Jeffrey says 12-team half PBR format. We have Lamar, CMC, Walker, Wilson, London, DJ Moore, the year 2 tight end Tennessee, And then on the bench, we have Davis, JSN, Elijah Moore, Johnston, Mims, Laporta, Roshan, JT on the IR. Thoughts, advice, and trade ideas. Love the content. Thank you so much, my friend. I really like that we're balanced at the top end with running back, wide receiver. We have the elite level quarterback. We're not rostering a backup quarterback either. We are a little bit rich with wide receivers down there on the bench, but I'm kind of fine with it considering we have CMC and Walker at the top end at RB. I think it's a great team, and really, I don't think that there are any moves to make in the short term outside of just sitting on our hands and sitting up a prayer that Jonathan Taylor comes back, right? I wish I could tell you something. I wish there was a move to make, but I think it's a great team. Weston coming out with our next question says, 10-team PBR double flex redraft league. Should I trade our kicker for another kicker in Charbonnet? Yes. I'm not going to be able to tell you the difference between Ganu and Young Hoku. I know a couple years ago, Young Hoku was the number one kicker in fantasy, but I stopped playing in fantasy football leagues with kickers years ago, my friend. So I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to help you out there. But if we can pick up Zach Charbonnet for free, we're going to go ahead and do it. I mean, especially if we have JT on the IR. Now, Nathan coming out says 8-team league where we have Fields, Eckler, Jacobs, Gibbs, Adams, Allen, Goddard, London, Pickens, Hollywood, Tony, Swift, Jamal. Any ideas for moves? 8-team league. I mean, generally we're only looking at the elite level studs. My initial reaction always with an 8-team format is if we can go through and take someone like Hollywood Brown and package him with like a Dallas Goedert to get an elite level tight end and go get like Andrews. I think that make a lot of sense just because guys like Hollywood Brown, George Pickens, they're never going to make a difference in an 8-team format in particular. Now, Cameron coming out says 12-team full PBR. We have Barkley, Pierce, Wilson, Ridley, Njoku, Dotson. And then on the bench, we have Pickens, Hollywood, Lazard, Ingram, Elijah Mitchell, Deion Jackson. Any moves? Well-balanced team top to bottom. We have the quarterback upside of the Fields. We're well-balanced at running back, wide receiver. I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends if we have David Njoku. Right now, we have Njoku and Ingram for upside. I actually really like the team. There are new moves I want to initially make. I will say I do probably start Evan Ingram over David Njoku week 1. Okay. Let's move this over. And Ollie coming out against us. I have this draft tomorrow. 12-team full PBR. 1 quarterback, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 2 flex. 0 tight end. Should I pass on tight end completely? I'm picking 8. 100%, my friend. I mean, if you are going to go ahead and be in a league with 0 tight ends, there's just no reason to take him. It doesn't really matter how far they fall. Like if you look at the tight end 8 from a points per game perspective, they're kind of equivalent to like the wide receiver 48 from a points per game perspective. So yeah, personally, I would go ahead and I would look to just completely punt tight end. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we very easily may pass our all-time like record for a live stream today. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. And also, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, now is the perfect time to do so because you can also find an exclusive or a site-wide Patrick Mahomes pick'em special, more than less than half a passing yard on Thursday against the Detroit Lions on Underdog. A Flock exclusive special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen Monday night against the Jets. And then on top of that, an additional mystery special pick'em. If you are new to Underdog Fantasy, I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure y'all are taking advantage of that while y'all still can. Please. Now we have another massive donation from Andrew. Let's answer this one real quick. Thank you so much, my friend. Says 10-team PBR format. Where quarterback, we have Mahomes. Running back, we have CMC, Walker. Wide receiver, do I do it or do I sit this one out? So generally, in a 10-team league, if the Cooper Kupp owner is looking to sell and it's a 10-team format where we only have 1 flex, I think that we're completely fine taking a swing on the overall upside that you may have with Cooper Kupp. So I actually don't mind that at all. But I'm not selling Devontae Adams to do it, my man. I really like the idea of trading for Kupp in a 10-team 1 flex league where we have the depth. I would much prefer selling a wide receiver 2 in a package with a lesser piece to get to Cooper Kupp. Here's how I would go through and approach this deal. I would respond to him and I would say, hey man, I will give you Tyler Lockett for Cooper Kupp. If he says no, then at that point, I think we go ahead and I think we say, okay, well, my man, I'll throw in David Montgomery. I'll go Tyler Lockett, David Montgomery for Cooper Kupp. See what he says at that point, because in a 10-team one flex league, you can afford to roster Kupp on your bench and wait for the long-term upside. But I don't necessarily think that it makes sense to trade Adams for Kupp. And then also, when we're looking at Williams, Lockett, David Montgomery, this is a full PPR format, so we're going to be a little bit more inclined to go with the wide receivers with passing volume. So we are going to go with Williams and Lockett. Williams is a great matchup going up against the Miami Dolphins this week. Should be a shootout game. While at the same time, you have Tyler Lockett potentially with an expanded role with the banged up Jackson Smith and Jigba, and also a pretty good matchup against the Los Angeles Rams. So I'm going to go ahead. I am going to take that side, my friend. Thank you so much. And we have another massive donation. Okay, I need to make sure that I am getting y'all. I need to get back to y'all. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to order probably another couple hundred hats. And we're going to have giveaways this season. I need to give y'all crap for free. But Chase coming out says 10-team full BBR third pick, 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Burrow, Chase, beautiful. Wilson, great getting Wilson on the way back round 2. 12-team league. It is, I want to say, impossible to get Jamar Chase and Garrett Wilson on the same team. 10-team format, it's still unlikely, but clearly you can do it. Here, having them is beautiful. Dotson in the flex. Running back, we have Madison, Miles Sanders. Tight end, we have the elite level option with Andrews. And then on the bench, we have Amari, Mike Williams, Brian Robinson, Raheem Mostert, Zach Charbonnet, Jalen Warren, Elijah Mitchell, went 0 RB, any moves. I think it's a great team, my friend. I love this squad. Now, I will say with this team as is, when we have this overall running back depth, it does give us a lot of flexibility to make potential trades. So what I would potentially be looking at is a player like Raheem Mostert, in that he is a running back that's in a very good situation in the short term, where you could potentially look to go ahead and send him to a team that actually needs him, right? Send Raheem Mostert to a team like that drafted Jonathan Taylor. Send him to a team that went through and drafted Alvin Kamara and actually needs some running back production in the short term. That way we can extract some of the value from Raheem Mostert. I think the deal that we're going to be looking to do that would make sense from a construction standpoint would be to package Jahan Dotson and Mostert together to go get an upgrade for that flex spot. We'll still have more than enough depth overall. I mean, we have Amari, we have Mike Williams. Actually, maybe we don't even want to do that. Maybe if we can go like sell Dotson and Mostert, get back a better running back and sell a little bit of depth here, or say Mostert and Sanders and get back a better running back and sell a little bit of depth that way, because we still have those wide receivers in Amari and Mike Williams at the very top end. But just generally, like, Mostert's in the perfect situation now. His situation can really only get worse going forward. There are other teams that can use him. So, I mean, I would rather sell him when his production and value is at an all-time high point as it is right now. And when we have this kind of depth, we're going to be looking to make a 2-for-1 deal where we can potentially upgrade elsewhere in the starting lineup. And I think we could potentially get that done just because there will be teams in our league that need help at RB. But yeah, thank you so much again, my friend. Okay. But let's pull this back over. And our next question coming out from, I believe Colton says, 12-team league where we have Hurts, Chase, St. Brown, Madison, Dobbins, Jamal, Waller. And then on the bench, we have Pacheco, Mitchell, Tank, Cooks, Deion Jackson. Should we trade for Kelce? If we could trade Darren Waller for Travis Kelce, I 100% do it. Especially if we have Hurts here. I mean, we don't have Kupp, we don't have JT, so we don't have these other studs that are going to be duds at the beginning of the season, but still have that long-term upside. So I think it makes sense to trade like Waller for Kelce. Can everybody please spam the chat? Who would you rather have in fantasy? Would you rather have Darren Waller or Travis Kelce, ladies and gentlemen? Please let me know in the live chat. And Swift Smith coming out with a donation says, 10-team league where we have Hurts, AJ Brown, London, Deontay, CMC, Charbonnet, Hawkinson. Yeah, looks like everybody taking Kelce as well. Yeah, that's what we were saying. I mean, essentially you're going through and you're essentially seeing if that team is ready to go out there and panic, right? Like you have a couple people coming out here and saying Darren Waller. So you're trying to find one of those owners that maybe has Kelce, is really scared, maybe also has JT and Cooper Kupp, and we could potentially get that. Okay. So now our next question coming out from Swift, who says, Hurts, AJ, London, Deontay, CMC, Charbonnet, Hawkinson, Gibson. And then on the bench, we have Dotson, Zay, Swift, Deion Jackson. How do we do? I love the team. Great team overall. Dotson starts off strong. I would love to package Dotson and Gibson for an upgrade, but definitely start Dotson week 1 against the Cardinals rather than Antonio Gibson. Dotson looks like he should be in a really good spot with the injury to Terry McLaurin. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from High and Creed, who says 12-team PPR double flex, where we have Watson, Jamal, Javonte, Lamb, Wilson, Devonta Smith, Amari Cooper, David Njoku. And then on the bench, we have Odell, Mostert, Chark, Richardson, Isaiah Likely, and Devon Achane. What are your thoughts? Isaiah Likely, go ahead and drop him. I mean, you're literally rostering a backup tight end. Like, in terms of a backup tight end for an NFL team. The only way Likely is ever startable for us is if Mark Andrews were to get injured and then if David Njoku were to get injured. So drop Likely. I promise you can find someone better off the waiver wire. You don't need a backup tight end even with David Njoku. Outside of that, I really do like the team. I would start Mostert over Javonte early on. We do need long-term running back upside though. So I think really the only play that we have in the short term is to drop Isaiah Likely, pick up a running back that you think could potentially turn into something. Now, Barack coming out says, I want to start Sky. Which receiver should we bench? Metcalf, Christian Watson, or Calvin? You can't bench any of these wide receivers for Sky. I really hope that Sky Moore does well, and I think he has a lot of upside, but you can't start him over one of those guys. And Country Connected coming out again says 12-team league where we have Russ, Henry, Chubb, Debo, Devonta, Kittle, Godwin, Sutton, Herbert, Gabe Davis, Sam Alzay Jones. Any trades worried about this one? Yeah, I don't like this team, my man. We have elite level running backs at the top end, but I mean, having Russell Wilson at quarterback is just going to put us in a massive hole. If we can go through and package together, hopefully like Cortland Sutton and Russ to go get a quarterback just like Dak, Deshaun Watson, just a quarterback of that ilk, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Or if we could go higher and go like Debo and Russ to go get to like Fields, Lamar, obviously any of the big three, I would love that. Now, Bobby Licious coming out says, wide receiver, we have Evans, Pickens, the flex, Walker. And then on the bench, we have Kadarius Toney, Nico Collins, Swift, Mostert, Devon Achane. Do I swap anyone? Other starters are Tua, Bijan, and Gibbs. Mostert would be the most appealing start if we had one. But no, I don't think we swap anyone. I will say George Pickens is going to be in a very tough game environment going up against the 49ers. Now, Emmanuel coming out says, how PBR trade Kupp for either St. Brown or A.J. Brown? Hell yes, I would, especially in a 3 wide receiver league. Guy already has Jefferson. Should I care about making his team better by trading him Kupp? Let's ask the live chat this. Personally, I would go A.J. Brown here in a half PBR format. Can everybody in the chat please let me know? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, or Cooper Kupp? Let me know. Let me know. Betty says, wouldn't do it. Hunter says, all those guys over Kupp. AJ, Amon-Ra, AJ, Amon-Ra. AJ, yeah. It looks like most people are going to go ahead and take AJ. If it was a full BBR format, I think you make an argument for Amon-Ra St. Brown. How BBR league, I think you want to go AJ Brown. Ollie coming out again says, 12-team half BBR quarterback, we have Allen. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, DJ Moore. Running back, we have Dobbins, James Cook. Tight end, we have Andrews, oh, thank God. Flex, we have Lockett. And then on the bench, we have Elijah, Pickens, Warren, Charbonnet, Algier. We also have Nico Collins on the waiver wire. Yeah, don't pick up Nico Collins. I think that we have higher upside players down here at the bottom end of this bench. But great team, top to bottom. Love the elite level quarterback. Love the elite level tight end. Like that we're focusing in on running back, wide receiver upside down there on the bench. Yeah, I really don't think that there are any moves that we look to make here. I think that we sit on our hands and we're in a really good spot. If we could trade like DJ Moore in a package with someone else to go get Diggs, we would. But I'd imagine it's much easier said than done, right? Okay. Now, Tsunami out again. Member of the flock just broke down their team on flockfantasy.com. Appreciate you, my man. Chase coming out says, current Kelce ADP, happy BR. I had the 7th pick tonight. 1 flex. Who should I target round 1? 1 flex league, I think we pivot to a running back. 1 flex league, I think you're going to be looking at Bijan Robinson now instead of Travis Kelce. And I see some people in the chat worried that I skipped their donations. I promise you, I did not skip any donations. You can see on the screen here, we are just going in order of the list that we have. Google will not skip one. I promise you that. If a question was attached to your donation, it will be read, and I'm going as fast as I can, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying my hardest. I promise you that. Promise you that. Now, our next question coming out from Muhammad says, what's up, Mason? Got an 8-team draft in a couple hours with only 1 flex spot. What should my strategy be? Love your opinion. No, thank you so much, my man. 8-team league. I mean, we're going to go through and we are going to just push up the elite level running backs and push up the elite level type. Essentially, wide receivers don't matter. 8-team league with only 1 flex. Wide receivers don't matter. I hate to just dumb it down that point, but running backs get pushed up, quarterbacks get pushed up, and tight ends. Jeep guys, since you skipped mine, it wasn't a question though. Rewind to the very beginning of the live stream, my man. I actually highlighted yours at the very beginning of the stream and referenced that. That's how I introed this live stream. Joe coming out says, 8-team, 1 flex, happy be our 3rd pick. Do I go Eckler or Chase as my first pick if CMC's taken? Obviously, Kelce's out of the conversation now. 8-team league with only 1 flex, you go Eckler over Chase. Or Bijan over Chase. 8-team league, I really don't want to go wide receiver. I really don't. 40 Lost says, Sky Moore over Chris Godwin. Nope, please take Chris Godwin. I understand the thought process, but can't do it. Now, Safine says, thinking about starting Justin Ross over Sky Moore. Hell to the no. Do not start Justin Ross. I think if you want to roster Justin Ross, you can now that you have the Travis Kelce injury, but please do not start him. And Jesus coming out says, thoughts on Addison and Hyatt for this season. I think Hyatt can potentially help the New York Giants offense by stretching NFL defenses, but Hyatt himself is not necessarily someone that profiles to see a lot of targets in New York, so I do not think you should be rostering Jalen Hyatt in a shallow redraft league. And then I think Jordan Addison does have upside. I mean, Addison broke out as a true freshman, dominated as a true sophomore, declared as a true junior, and went round 1 of the NFL draft. I mean, he does have a lot of things going in his favor. Now, Jolly Boy Joe coming out says, Hollywood or Brandon Ayuk. Very tough spot for both options. I probably go Brandon Ayuk. I'm trying to stay away from wide receivers in both games, if I'm to be honest with you, not named Jahan Dotson. I mean, the 49ers Pittsburgh Steelers game is supposed to be very low scoring. So I don't love it, but I think you do have to go Ayuk. Please let me hear y'all in the live chat. Who would you rather start this week? Would you rather start Hollywood or Brandon Ayuk? And also drop a like while y'all are down there. We're closing in on 3,000 likes this stream, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Ayuk. Hollywood. Yeah. Hollywood. Yeah, we got some more Ayuks in here. It's a tough spot. I don't think we're too excited about either guy. Okay. Now, Omar coming out says, first ever Dynasty 10-team PPR where we have Fields, Jamar, Waddle, Metcalf, Devonta Smith, JT, Akers, Javonte, Evan Ingram, Jamison Williams. On the bench, we have also Bateman, Lazard, Myers, Zeke, and Claypool. Really like that we have the cornerstone assets of guys like Jamar, Waddle, Devonta Smith. These are players that we can win with right now, as well as give us that long-term upside. The fundamental question is, can we find enough running back production to wait until we get JT back in here? It's a team that may end up having to pivot over to a rebuild. We may just have to. Now, Garrett coming out and says, Jefferson and Swift for Eckler and Lockett. We have Saquon. I'd probably keep Jefferson and Swift. I do think that Eckler has some red flags, assuming it's like a regular 12-team league. Cole coming out says, 10-team, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 3 flex, full PPR. We really want to build around wide receiver in this format, my friend. Burrow, Ramondre, Pirine, Diggs, Watson, Williams, Gibson, Judy, Boyd, Chark, Taylor, and Kelce. Thoughts and trade ideas? I think we're going to be in a tough spot. I mean, if you are looking at what you have with both these guys in Taylor and Kelce, they both kind of fall in the similar bucket, right? You have players with a lot of long-term upside that aren't going to give us much at the beginning of the season. I think we can roster them individually, but to go through and roster them both on the same team and get nothing at the beginning of the year, I don't know. I think this would be a league where we're looking to trade Jonathan Taylor. I think we need another starter here. We have to go through and we have to start 3 flexes every single week. We also have Jerry Jeudy injured. I don't know if we have enough production at the beginning of the season, right? That's what I would do. Now, Jason says, do I trade Kupp and Watson for Kelce? I don't think so. Can I ask y'all in the live chat, who would you rather have? Would you rather have Kupp and Watson or Travis Kelce? Kupp and Watson or Kelce, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me know in the chat. I mean, we did get the report saying is Travis Kelce's ACL is still intact. We do have pretty good news. Kupp, Kelce, Kupp, Kupp, Kelce. Kupp, Kupp. Kupp, Kupp, Kupp. Yeah, it looks like most people are going Kupp here. Even with the good news. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Tsunami again says, hey, Mason, 12-team full BBR format. We have Deshaun Watson, Bijan, CMC, Waddle, Williams, Frymuth, London. And then on the bench, we have Bigsby, Warren, White, Addison, JSN. Any moves/trades to make? Nope. Love the team. Only one flex league. We take Bijan, CMC out the gate. No idea how that even happens. We're not really super weak at any position. Love that team top to bottom, my friend. I wish we could go through and tell you something else, but yeah, I mean, if you have in my mind the top 2 running backs in fantasy this year on the same squad with CMC and Bijan Robinson, you're in a phenomenal situation. Bobby, yes, this stream will be saved if you want to watch this later. And anybody saying I missed your donation question, I promise you I did not. I promise you I did not. We're going in order. We're going in order. You can see the scrolling here, ladies and gentlemen. Nathan says, thanks for all the great content, Mason. 14-team standard, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, and a flex. We have Herbert, Bijan, Etienne, Brian Robinson, Elijah Mitchell, Mike Williams, London, Addison, Johnston, Mims, Andrews. Hoping London can be a dog. How do we feel from a season-long perspective? One flex league, I like having the elite quarterback, tight end, and running back combo and just focusing on wide receiver depth. I think a lot does hinge on what we get with those guys like London, Addison, Johnson. If we can get one of those rookie wide receivers breaking out, I think that we're going to be in a phenomenal situation. If like Addison and Johnson don't do anything until like week 10, it's going to be really tough to get through the bye weeks. But if we have Brian Robinson to throw in the flex spot, especially in a standard league, I think that makes a lot of sense. I really like how we optimize for the format in particular. Now, Niall coming out says, rate the 10-team league with only one flex. We have Justin Herbert, Diggs, DK Metcalf, Ramondre Stevenson, Madison, Kelce, Dotson. And then on the bench, we have JT, Addison, Khalil Herbert, Michael Thomas, Johnston, Elijah Moore, and Tank. If it's Tank Dell, cut Tank Dell, find another running back. If it's Tank Bigsby, I think we're in a really good spot to roster him there. A little bit worried about having Kelce and Jonathan Taylor both on the same roster. I do like the team overall in the long term, though. I will say in the short term, if Dotson starts off super strong with the McLaurin injury and we could look to trade Dotson and get back like Keenan or Mike Williams, I think that'd be a really nice spot. Okay. Now, Brock coming out says 10-team at PBR, 3 wide receivers and a flex. Lineup is Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones. Running back, we have CMC, Wilson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mike Williams, Cole Kmet, Stevenson. And then on the bench, we have Madison, McLaurin, Pittman, Flowers. Should we upgrade at quarterback? I don't think so because it's a league where we have to start 3 wide receivers. And we do have a lot of rushing upside with the combination of Anthony Richardson as well as Daniel Jones. I do think that you're in a very good situation top to bottom. I would say if we were going to look to do anything, I'd be looking to upgrade tight end before I'd be looking to upgrade quarterback, my friend. Now, Lee says Hopkins and Jameson for my Cooper Kupp, who I got at the 308. Hell no, do not trade Cooper Kupp for DeAndre Hopkins and Jameson Williams. You want Cooper Kupp there, my friend. Please keep Cooper Kupp. Josh says 10-team PPR format with 2 flex spots. We have Pollard, Jacobs, Mixon, and Gibbs. DJ Moore and Watson. I can trade Gibbs and Lockett for Adams. Is that a good move? 10-team league? Yes. If it would be like a 12-team league with a couple flexes, then maybe it'd be a little bit different. But 10-team league, I like it. Now, John coming out says, Mason, 10-team PPR format, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Josh Allen, Chris Olave, Amari Cooper, Bijan, Pollard, Kittle, Christian Watson. Got a D+ grade on Yahoo. What do you think? Honestly, ignore the grades. Love that we have the elite level quarterback. We have a tight end with a lot of upside as well. We have Bijan and Pollard. I mean, both these guys can be top 5 running backs in fantasy. Love the team, especially in this kind of format. If we could package together Olave in a depth option and go get Stephon Diggs, like Olave and Christian Watson, to get to Stephon Diggs to pair up with Josh Allen, I think it would make the team even better. But you're still in a very good spot there, top to bottom, my friend. Now, Mo says, would you take Devonta Smith or Amari week 1 as your wide receiver 2? So Devonta Smith does have a pretty tough matchup going up against the New England Patriots. If you look at my rankings right now, I have these guys literally back to back. I have Smith at 15 and Amari at 16. So I think you can go either way. It's really up to you. Now, Mark coming out says 12-team PPR league where we have Hurts, CMC, Mostert, JK, Amari, Goddard, Deontay, Hollywood, JSN, Charbonnet, Jalen Warren, Condre Miller, Tyler Higbee. Any moves we are looking to make? Elite level quarterback we can start every single week regardless of matchup. We have another tight end we can start every week regardless of matchup. We're focusing on our running back, wide receiver upside down there on the bench. I think if we could take Tyler Higbee and approach the Travis Kelce team and go, hey man, I know you're going to need a tight end for the first month. Here's Tyler Higbee and Raheem Mostert. Give me a long-term running back upgrade. I think that makes a lot of sense because we could go ahead and we could end up looking to start Goddard every single week regardless. So I think honestly, it's maybe a gift having both tight ends now, trying to go through and sell one to the Kelce team. Shadow Bo says, thoughts on Deion Jackson and Michael Thomas. Deion Jackson could potentially be the RB1 for Indianapolis. I don't want to start him until we see it. I don't want to start Michael Thomas either until we see it. Obviously, Thomas has upside, but the last time he was productive in fantasy was 2019. Please, for the love of God, do not start him week 1. So let's move this over. And ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 3,000 likes on this live stream. If somehow you have not done so already, go down there, drop that like. Be our 3,000th like of the stream. And of course, if y'all want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, now is the perfect time to do so because they have a site-wide special with Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a passing yard Thursday night against the Detroit Lions. On top of that, you have a Flock exclusive special only with promo code Flock. Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard Monday night against the New York Jets. And then you also have an additional mystery special pick'em on Underdog Fantasy if you are a new member of Underdog. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that while you still can. I've never seen Underdog have 2 specials the same week, let alone 3. But let's go ahead and find our next question coming out from Yoda Pilled. Longtime member of the Flock says 10-team PPR double flex where we have Herbert, Chase, AJ Brown, Etienne, Montgomery, Frymuth, Keenan, London, JSN, Brian Robinson, Johnston, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Everett, JT, Justin Ross. Any moves to make? Before the Kelce injury, I would have told you to cut Justin Ross. If you really wanted to roster him and see what he does on Thursday, sure, you do you. I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends if our first guy is Pat Frymuth. I like that we don't have a backup quarterback down here on the bench. I like that we have Herbert stacked up with Keenan Allen. We have the elite level wide receivers in a double flex format, which I think makes sense. I don't think that there are any moves to make. I think the only move to make is to send up a prayer that Jonathan Taylor somehow comes back. If Taylor comes back, it's a really good team, right? Taylor comes back, great team. Okay. Now a Spike T joint coming out says, have BBR between these 4, which 3 do we start? Cam Akers, Dameon Pierce, Miles Sanders, and Chris Godwin. I'm going to go Pierce, Sanders, and Godwin. I am super worried about Cam Akers week 1. I mean, just the thing is, if Kupp doesn't play, how does this team move the ball down the field, right? You'll say, okay, well, they're just going to run the ball. Okay, well, Seattle's just going to stack the box. I don't know how the Rams offense functions with no Kupp here. Now, the Jeep coming out says 12-team redraft. We have Lawrence, Jefferson, Waddle, Ramondre, White, Waller, and Dotson at the flex. And then on the bench, we have Gabe Davis, Brian Robinson, Cooks, Warren, Laporta, and Chuba Hubbard rate the team. So if we have Waller, I would love to trade Sam Laporta, especially if we could send Laporta to like the Kelce team and just get a slight upgrade anywhere else. You're going to be starting Darren Waller every single week, regardless of matchup. I don't think we need a backup tight ends. Like if we could go Laporta and Dotson to get a slight upgrade at the wide receiver, at the flex spot, I think that make a lot of sense. But overall, I do like the team. I really like having Jefferson and Waddle paired up together here. Now, yes, Mr. Vic says, rate the team, Mason. 12-team PPR, where we have Herbert, Lamb, Dotson, Bijan, Pacheco, Hawkinson, Ramondre. The bench is Javonte, Elijah Moore, Nico Collins, Kenneth Gainwell, Quentin Johnston, Everett Osborne, and Kenny Pickett. So pretty deep bench overall. I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bench spots. So if you have 8 bench spots, I'm fine if you want to go ahead, if you want to roster that backup tight end and quarterback. Generally, if it's like a league with only 5, 6 bench spots there, I never want to roster a backup. But I mean, we have the top end running back with Bijan. We have the elite level wide receiver as well. We are very balanced. The only thing I'd say is if we could potentially take one of these deeper options and package with like Dotson to go get Mike Williams, go get Keenan Allen to stack with Justin Herbert, I think that make a lot of sense. And also, if we have Herbert here, if we could trade Bijan Robinson for Austin Eckler straight up to just make that one consolidated bet on that Los Angeles Chargers offense, I think that can make sense as well. By no means is it something that we have to do, though. I mean, I'm just trying to come up with anything we can do with the team. Tony says Saquon, Ayuk, Nico, or Ramondre, Watson, DJ Moore. DJ Moore and Ayuk are about the same for me. I would way rather have Saquon over Ramondre Stevenson and Christian Watson. So we're going to go with the Saquon side. Now, Gabriel coming out says, hey, Mason, I'm in a bad situation. I have Kelce in a 12-team league. Who should we go with? Musgrave, Laporta, Hurst, or Ferguson? Those are the only options. I think Laporta has the best long-term upside here out of these options. But in terms of starting someone right away, I don't want to be starting a rookie tight end. So I actually would go ahead and I'd most likely go with Jake Ferguson, to be honest with you. I mean, he's going to be in a good offense. Now, Mr. Howard says, rate the 10-team PPR format double flex, where we have Fields, CMC, Connor, Olave, Ridley, Waller, Akers, George Pickens. So here we have, some great wide receivers with CMC as well. I really like the team personally. It's just a personal preference thing. I mean, it's not something you have to do. I would rather have TJ Hawkinson over Darren Waller. So if we can make that swap, I would. But great team. Ben says, start one, half BBR. Akers, Moore, London, and Herbert. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to go DJ Moore. It is a little scary to start Moore before we actually see the Chicago Bears passing offense. I mean, it still potentially can look like last year, which obviously would provide just literally no value to anybody. But I mean, it should be the most improved passing offense in the NFL. Tris says, how BBR kept Kupp. First pick, we're going to go Chase, Eckler, or Bijan. If it's going to be a 10-team league with one flex spot, we probably go with Bijan. If it's going to be a league with more than one flex or a 12-team format, we're going to go with Chase. Now, Exotic Eclipse says 10-team half BBR format, where we have Hurts, CMC, Sanders, Olave, Amari, Debo, Frymuth. And then on the bench, we have Watson, Herbert, P. Ryan, Elijah Moore, Jalen Ward, Roshan Johnson. Trade recommendations. You the man, though. Thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock. I think here we are going to be inclined to go ahead and see if we can get an upgrade at tight end for the only reason that we can afford it. We have CMC, we have Hurts, we have such a good team at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and we still have more than enough depth down there on the bench with guys like Khalil Herbert and Christian Watson. If we could package together, like, say, Khalil Herbert and Pat Frymuth to go get Dallas Goedert to stack up with Jalen Hurts, or to go get George Kittle, to go get TJ Hawkinson, to go get Darren Waller, I think that make a lot of sense. It's not a move that we have to do, but it's just because we are so loaded elsewhere. I think we can't afford it. Okay. Now, All-Stars coming out with a question. All-Stars has been screaming at us that we skip their question. I promise you, I'm not going to skip your question. We go in order. But anyway, 12-team full BBR, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. I'm big in 6th overall. Who do you like here? Do I go wide receiver, running back? Worried about Kelce. Thanks for the great content. No, thank you so much. I think especially in a league where there are 2 flex spots, you don't have to even consider Kelce round 1, or at least at the beginning of round 1 here. So I would be looking to stay balanced since it's a league that's full PPR and 2 flex spots. I'd be fine if you wanted to go wide receiver like Tyreek Hill. If Tyreek Hill's not there, I think we're going to go Bijan Robinson. On the way back around round 2, if you somehow get someone like Nick Chubb, Tony Pollard, Saquon Barkley fall to you, you go ahead and you pull the trigger there. If not, we take another elite level wide receiver, hopefully someone like Amon-Ra St. Brown and Garrett Wilson. But in this kind of format, you really do have the luxury where we can stay balanced. Now, Ben Bout Dallas says, should I trade Andrews, Dobbins for ETN and Godwin in a half PPR format? I would not do so, especially now that you see the tight end landscape just getting devastated with the Kelce injury. If we're selling Andrews, I think we need to be charging a little bit more of a premium. But John coming out says a 12-team PPR where we have Hurts, Jefferson, Wilson, Watson, Dotson, Hall, Walker, Kittle. And then on the bench, we have Jason, Charbonnet, Tony, Penny, Foreman, Richardson. I feel weak at RB. I mean, we will be weak in the short term when we're still waiting for Breece Hall to hopefully do something. I mean, same thing with Zach Charbonnet. I mean, we do have at least some guys that could see their roles change and could give us upside with either Deonta Foreman or Rashad Penny. If it's a league with 2 flex spots or where we can start up to 4 wide receivers in general, I think we have to keep this team as is. If it's a league where you can only start up to 3 wide receivers, there we probably trade Dotson and a running back like Zach Charbonnet to see if we can go get an RB upgrade in the short term over Breece Hall. Pep says 12-team BBR with only 1 flex. We have Barkley, Gibbs, Wilson, Addison, Waller, Mixon. Should I trade Mixon and Pickens for Travis Etienne? Worried about Tank. I would go ahead. I'd make the move in a league with only 1 flex. I mean, I understand Tank Bigsby is going to have a role, but when you're going and getting Travis Etienne, you don't need Etienne to see 90% of the touches in this backfield. You just need all the high value touches. You just need 60 to 70% of the touches in this offense. I think Etienne is still dynamic, still athletic, still in a great offense, and hopefully improving his role as a pass catcher. Now, Joseph says best waiver replacements for Kelce. I think Ferguson would be a good option to look at. My number 1 option, however, and I'm assuming you can't get him, which is why I'm saying possibly Ferguson as a backup, will be you go through and you look for Tyler Higbee, especially with the cup injury. Now, Nick says 12-team BBR where we have JT, Dobbins, Chase, Waddle, Andrews, Dotson, Thomas, Michael Thomas, Jamal Williams. Obviously, JT in the IR slot. Any trades? I would say no for the sole reason being that we have Jamal Williams and Jonathan Taylor on the same roster. A lot of times you'll be put in a very difficult position if we have Taylor at the beginning of the season, just given the fact that whenever we have Taylor here, it's going to be extremely difficult for us to go ahead and find anybody to start. But if we have Jamal, who clearly can be a low-end RB1 with no Kamara and a banged-up Kondre Miller, we at least have the answer for the first 3 weeks, and we can reevaluate afterwards. Okay. Now, Austin says, a big dog start, Diggs, Allen, DK, Mixon, Kittle. What are your thoughts? I like it. I think you can get Kittle in round 6 a lot more now. So if we took Kittle round 5, I think maybe it's stretching it a little bit. Well, we'll see in drafts tonight. Maybe Kittle gets a bump up with the injury to Kelce. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But Robert coming out says 14-team at PBR. Quarterback, we have Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson. Running back, we have Mixon, Dobbins. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Deontay. Tight end, we have Andrews. The flex, we have Akers. Down on the bench, we have Edwards, Singletary, Myers, Sutton, Brian Robinson. I actually like this team a lot for a 14-team format. Obviously, if this was like a 10-team league, it'd be gross. But 14-team format, I think this is a great spot. You have the upside with those rushing quarterbacks at the very top. You can play based off matchup. I will say in the short term, let's definitely start Brian Robinson over Cam Akers in the flex. I'm very much worried about Cam Akers at the beginning of this season with no Cooper Kupp, whereas with Brian Robinson, at least for week 1, he does have the best matchup possible going up against the Arizona Cardinals, where they are just going to be able to run the ball in the second half. Yeah, I really do like this team, though. Now, David coming out says 10-team PPR, where we have Lawrence, Bijan, Gibbs, Lamb, Olave, Godwin, Hawkinson, Dobbins, JSN, Dotson, Mostert. How are we feeling? It's a good spot. I think you can afford to go through and trade Raheem and get an upgrade elsewhere. Like if you have a Dobbins down there on the bench, I mean, we can find a team that took JT. We can find a team that took Kamara and needs running back production at the beginning of the season. We can try to capitalize on the role that Raheem Mostert has right now, where you potentially package together, say, Mostert as well as like Dotson and go get a long-term upgrade at either wide receiver or running back, right? Because, I mean, it's not going to get better than the situation that Mostert has right now. And if we're not starting him now, let's sell Moz values at value and production at an all-time high. Matt says Pacheco or Christian Watson in the flex week 1. Full PPR format, I think you're going to go Christian Watson. If it was a non-PPR league, I think you go Pacheco. Justin says 10-team PPR league, 4-point passing touchdown format. I picked 10th. It's a league with only one flex. Hurts, Barkley, Dalvin, Debo, Watson, Ingram, Amari. On the bench, we have Addison, Lazard, Goff, Musgrave, Elliott. Am I good or do I need better wide receiver depth? You don't need better wide receiver depth, my man. If anything, I'd say we need better running back depth where, I mean, right now we only have 3 running backs on this roster with Barkley, Dalvin, and Ezekiel Elliott. And I think it's going to be an easy solution to get better running back depth. I really like that we take Jalen Hurts here at the very top end because when we have Hurts, we can start him every single week regardless of matchup. So I'd probably go ahead and look to cut Jared Goff, or maybe if you want to sell high on Jared Goff after the Thursday night game, and then go out there and pick up another running back off the waiver wire. I'd rather roster 2 tight ends here with Ingram and Musgrave, though, than have a backup quarterback when we have Jalen Hurts. But yeah, like if Jalen Hurts is one of our quarterbacks and we're rostering 3 RBs and 2 QBs, we definitely need to swing that around. Get 4 running backs on your team. Now let's get our next question coming out from Virtual Tag. Says who to start. Have BBR 12-team league. We have 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, a flex, and a tight end. Quarterback, we have Hurts and Deshaun Watson. Running back, we have Barkley, Pollard, Hall, Pacheco. Our 2 running backs, we're going to go CMC and Pollard. Wide receiver, Lamb, Waddle, Amon-Ra, Watson, Pickens. We're going to go with Lamb and Amon-Ra St. Brown. For our flex, we're going to go with Waddle. For the tight end, we're going to go Andrews. And for quarterback, we're going to go Jalen Hurts, my friend. Now, Colin coming out says 14-team standard league. We have Tua at quarterback. We also have Tyreek Adams at wide receiver. We have Ramondre James Conner at running back. We have David Njoku at tight end, Bateman, Mostert, and then on the bench, Hollywood, Deion Jackson, JT Jameson. Should we trade JT for Lamar? Yes, especially if we can swing and turn back around and trade Tua for a depth running back. I think it makes a lot of sense, specifically in a 14-team league where it's going to be a lot harder to cover for that Jonathan Taylor production at the beginning of the season. I would trade Jonathan Taylor for Lamar Jackson. Hopefully we could also send Tua and get back, say, another running back though, right? Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe James says, have BBR where we have Burrow, Chase, Waddle, Mixon. Love the consolidated bet on the Bengals offense. Walker, Hawkinson, Watson. Love is my bench quarterback. Do I trade Chase and Love for Mahomes and Kirk? Hell no, hell no. We can cut Jordan Love. I don't care about Jordan Love here. But, I mean, we're trading Chase for Mahomes and Christian Kirk. That makes no sense, especially not when we have Burrow. I think we keep the team as is, my man. And I would cut Love, to be honest. You don't need a backup quarterback when you have Burrow, assuming Burrow's good to go week 1. Now, Ross Boss coming out and says, 12-team BBR, where at quarterback we have Tua. Running back, we have James Conner, Derrick Henry. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson Waddle. Tight end, we have Njoku. Flex, we have Christian Kirk. And then on the bench, we have Anthony Richardson. Fine having 2 quarterbacks if those are our guys. Jerry Jeudy, Khalil Herbert, Damian Harris. I really liked how we have the running back upside down there at the bottom end of the bench. I think it's a great team overall. Yeah, and hopefully we get one of those quarterbacks blown up and we potentially look to sell the other guy. G says, should I trade Evan Ingram and A.J. Brown for Travis Kelce? I personally would not. I would not. Let me ask everybody in the live chat right now, though. Ladies and gentlemen, who would you rather have? Would you rather have Travis Kelce or A.J. Brown and Evan Ingram? Please spam the chat. Let me know which direction you are going in. And also, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We are about to break the all-time like record that we've had for a live stream. And of course, if y'all want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, now is the best time to do so because you actually have, a site-wide special with Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions on Thursday nights. And then on top of this, you have a Flock exclusive special. Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets on Monday night. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you also have an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure y'all take advantage of that while y'all still can, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, it looked like there was actually more people saying Travis Kelce than I was expecting with this question. I'd probably go A.J. Brown and Evan Ingram. I don't risk it. Eddie coming out says, start 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex. We definitely want to be building around wide receiver in a, I'm assuming, full PPR format where we can start up to 5. We have Bijan, Najee, Rashad White, Gibson, Devon Achane, Cam Akers, DK Metcalf, London, Deontay, Lockett, Bateman. What would you package for a wide receiver? We also have Mahomes, Daniel Jones, couple bad tight ends on our team. I would love to package like Daniel Jones and one of these depth running backs like Cam Akers to go and see if we can get a weekly wide receiver starter, to see if we can get someone like Amari Cooper, see if we can get someone like Calvin Ridley. Someone in that tier. Maybe you drop it down a little bit further and you go for someone like, Deebo Samuel. But yeah, I agree. We definitely want to be looking for an additional wide receiver in that league where we can start up to 5 on a week-to-week basis. Now, Pump coming out says, rate the team. It's a 12-team league where we got the 10th pick. Hurts, Barkley, Pierce, Garrett Wilson, Godwin, Pickens, Schultz, Brandon Cooks, Breece Hall. Elite level quarterback, running back production, wide receiver production. Great team. I actually would roster 2 tight ends here, though. Yeah, if Schultz is our only tight end, I definitely think that we can afford to roster 2. But I really like what we're doing elsewhere. Now, Greg coming out says, should I try to trade Calvin Ridley and Mostert for Jalen Waddle? I also have Antonio Gibson on the bench. We have Tua as our quarterback. If we have Tua as our quarterback, yes. I would try to send Calvin Ridley for Waddle straight up first. But if that's going to be the best price, then I would. Now, Maloney Kid coming out says, hey, Mason, pick 4 in a 10-team app PBR league with 1 flex. Who would you take if Jefferson, Chase, CMC go first? Been with you all summer. Thanks for the craft you put in. No, thank you so much, my man. If it's a league with only 1 flex spot, I think we're a little less inclined to go with wide receiver. With that being said, today, if you would have asked me this question, I would have gone with Travis Kelce because we would like to bump up the elite level quarterbacks and tight ends in this format. But now I actually think that we possibly pivot over and instead go RB. I think you're going to be looking to go with either Bijan Robinson or Austin Eckler. Your favorite between the 2, my friend. Okay. Now, our next switch coming out from Grimble says a 12-team PPR, 3 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Tyreek, London, Hollywood, Pollard, Walker, Hawkinson, and then the flex, Brian Robinson. I feel we get running back and flex. Bench has Dylan, Myers, Bigsby, Mims, Gainwell. Upgrade/trade ideas. Help, brother. No, thank you so much, my man, for being a member of the flock. And I think this is a great team where you can start up to 4 wide receivers each and every week. I'm not going to be too concerned about being quote unquote weak at running back. I think that you're in a great spot with both Tony Pollard and Kenneth Walker. And to be honest with you, I think that we would be a little bit more willing to optimize for the wide receiver depth with this team. So I don't think we need to be making a play at RB whenever we have Pollard, Walker, and Brian Robinson in a league where we have to start 3 wide receivers. So no, I think this is a great team. I don't really make any adjustments here, my friend. And down on the bench, we have a couple running backs with upside like Dylan and Gainwell. You're not weak at running back at all here. Now, Anthony coming out says, Mims or Mingo, who has more upside? I'd say it's probably Marvin Mims now that you have the Jerry Jeudy injury, right? I think it's Mims with the Jeudy injury. Now, Maxion Jones coming out says, 12-team PBR, 7-point rushing touchdown. We have Herbert, Walker, Mostert, Chase, St. Brown, Pitts, Waddle. And then on the bench, we have Jamal, JSN, Zay, Quentin Johnston, Breece, P. Ryan. What are your thoughts? 7-point rushing touchdown format. I'm a little more inclined to go out there and get an elite rushing quarterback. So if you could trade like Justin Herbert and go get Justin Fields, I think that'd make a lot of sense in this league. We are built around wide receiver, which is a little less interesting in a league with 7 points per rushing touchdown. But we have freaking Chase, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jalen Waddle. It's a great team overall. I will say week 1, though, please make sure that we are starting Jamal Williams over Raheem Mostert. At least personally, that's what I would do. Now, Tyler coming out says, 10-team happy BR double flex, no kicker. We have Allen, Diggs, Deontay, Hollywood, Najee, Kenneth Walker, Jamal, Darren Waller, and Antonio Gibson. What are your thoughts? Love the Allen Diggs stack. We have enough running back production to get by with Najee, Kenneth Walker, and especially if we can play Jamal in the short term. I think it's a great team. We have the elite quarterback, the elite tight end. We focus on a wide receiver, running back, upside elsewhere. Exactly what we're looking to do. We have our quarterback stacked with the receiver. I love the construction of this team, my friend. Now, Cody coming out says, 12-team league, 1 flex, 4 wide receivers. We have Lamar, Sanders, Jefferson, Amon-Ra, Terry McLaurin, Mark Andrews, Mike Thomas, Khalil Herbert, Kenneth Walker. And then on the bench, we have Burks, Zach Charbonnet, Van Jefferson, Romeo Doubs, Elijah Mitchell, Kyler. Drop Kyler if he's not on your IR. I mean, you can keep Kyler if you are looking at a league where you can throw him on the IR and it doesn't really impact you how long he waits. But we may not even see Kyler Murray all season. So he's really going to be prohibiting the moves that we can make on the waiver wire. We also have Van Jefferson, Romeo Doubs, Elijah Mitchell. If we're looking for any trades here, I don't really see any. We have Lamar and Andrews stacked up. I'd really just say drop Kyler Murray, see if we can pick up another high upside running back off the waiver wire. Since it's a little bit of a deeper bench, I'm fine having a backup tight ends. I definitely would rather have a different wide receiver to start than Michael Thomas initially. We may struggle with, I guess, Terry McLaurin and Michael Thomas being our 3 and 4 options. Yeah, hopefully we have Terry McLaurin back soon. We get Terry McLaurin back soon. Great team. Okay. Now, Chisel says, what are your favorite season-long pick'ems? My favorite season-long pick'em right now on Underdog is actually probably going to be the Lamar Jackson one. Now, you'll know I have actually drafted Lamar Jackson. I've invested more into Lamar Jackson in Underdog drafts so far this offseason than any other player in fantasy. You get him at the 3-4 turn. I think he has an insane ceiling. I think you will see more passing volume this year than we've seen in years previous. But going with the fewer than of 3,500 passing yards does seem like a nice spot in that Lamar's literally never had 3,500 passing yards in a season. I think that if he's ever going to do it, it's probably this year, 17 games. Plus, at the same time, he's probably going to be healthy. You have to change an offense coordinator where they're probably going to go through and throw the ball a little bit more. But still, for his median projection, for him to have a career year better than 2019, I don't know if I like that. So even though I've taken him a ton, I do think it's interesting to go with the fewer than Lamar 3,500 passing yards. Obviously, rushing yards would be a gimme. But speaking of gimme, Underdog pick'em lines, they have Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a total yard against the Detroit Lions on Thursday as well. They have a flock exclusive Josh Allen more than less than half a passing yard against the Jets Monday nights. Make sure you're taking advantage of that. If you are new on Underdog, they also have an additional mystery special pick'em for new members of Underdog Fantasy. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please, if you have not done so already, go ahead and make sure you are hopping on Underdog Fantasy. Promo code FLOG will give you all 3 of those pick'ems plus a 100% deposit match up to $100. Our 2023 fantasy football rankings. Free trial at theflogfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content, the whole 9 yards. But our next question coming out from Connor says, 12-team PPR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Tua, Chubb, Walker, Diggs, Devonta, Andrews, Breece Hall, Jamal Williams, Terry McLaurin, JSN, Michael Thomas, Zach Charbonnet. Thoughts and recommendations, Hook Morans, big week for us this week, my man. 1 flex league, I'm fine with us, being a little bit lacking with wide receiver depth. there aren't too many trades that we can be looking to make, considering the fact that, we have Terry McLaurin, JSN as long-term options, but not really giving us anything in the short term. We have Jamal Williams to play over Breece Hall until Breece Hall hopefully expands his role with the Jets. So overall, I really like the construction of the team. I will say when we get back Terry McLaurin and when we get a potential JSN breakout, then if we can at that point go ahead and potentially look to sell maybe a wide receiver and Tua to go get a quarterback upgrade, that'd be interesting, but just not something we're having to do right now. Now, our next question coming out from Tito says, we have Josh Allen, Etienne, Ezekiel Elliott, Christian Watson, Pittman, Kelce, Gabe Davis, and then on the bench, we have Tua, Warren, Dawson Knox, 14-team league. How do I improve with the Kelce trade? Love the flock. No, thank you so much for coming out, my man. And to be honest with you, I think that because we don't have like a Jonathan Taylor, a Cooper Kupp player here that's also another option that's going to just be a long-term option for us, but also banged up at the beginning of the season, we can afford to hold on to Travis Kelce. I don't know if we need to be selling Kelce here. If you are looking at the Travis Kelce report, let me see the most up-to-date report that we have with Kelce. What I've seen as of late is it's not going to be a long-term injury. Not only is it not going to be a long-term injury, but there's no ACL damage. ACL, okay, so here are the reports. Rappaport says Travis Kelce's knee injury not believed to be a long-term issue. Shefty says Kelce's ACL believed to be intact to undergo testing Wednesday to determine status for Thursday. So I actually think that based off this team, you're in a position where it doesn't really make sense for you to go through and panic sell Travis Kelce. Especially with those two reports that are coming out now. Hopefully we don't get the report that he tore his ACL tomorrow. We'll see. James coming out says thoughts/trade in a 12-team PPR league. Quarterback, we have Watson. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Moore, McLaurin. Running back, we have Mixon, Stevenson. Tight end, we have Goddard. And then on the bench, we have Addison, Gibson, Charbonnet, Rashee Rice, Joshua Kelly, as well as Marvin Mims. I think if Thursday night, Rashee Rice doesn't have the role that you want to see, and he truly is just a backup wide receiver, a bench option for the Kansas City Chiefs, then at that point, Rice will be an easy cut after Thursday to go through and see if we can get a high upside running back off the waiver wire. Outside of that, if we could trade DJ Moore to a small piece to go get Amari Cooper to stack with Deshaun Watson, I think it'll be interesting. But outside of that, I don't really see any other moves that are interesting. Slim74 coming out with a very important question. Offered Andrews for Kelce. I have David Njoku. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you think here. You have David Njoku to play if Travis Kelce misses some time at the beginning of the season. Would you go through and trade Kelce for Andrews? Who would you rather have? Kelce or Andrews on a team where you have David Njoku? Okay. Kelce. People say no. So it looks like everybody's going Kelce. I wonder if it would be different if you didn't have David Njoku. But having Njoku does put you in a spot where you at least have someone to cover you at the beginning of the season. Now, Ryan out here saying, 12-team PPR format, should I trade Derrick Henry and Devonta Smith for CeeDee Lamb and Travis Etienne? Full PPR, Henry versus Lamb, same tier. Etienne versus Smith, same tier as well. We have Hopkins starting wide receivers, Barkley and Henry. I think it's honestly personal preference. I hate to give you this answer, but a lot of things about fantasy football is just going through, getting guys in tiers and understanding that they fit in certain buckets. It's never going to be a spot where I am screaming in the most passionate way ever, oh no, you can never have Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's a bum. Of course, all these guys are good, right? It's just going through and trying to pick the small differences between them. I think it is going to be up to you, my friend. Fair deal. Junie says 12-team PPR 1 flex, where we have Daniel Jones, James Conner, Travis Etienne, Chase, Wilson, Waddle, and Njoku. And then on the bench, we have Gainwell, DeAndre Swift, Rashad White, Addison, Pickens. Any suggestions on how to improve the squad? I think here, if you only have Daniel Jones at quarterback, I'm completely fine if you wanted to go through and roster 2 QBs. So what I would probably look to do is wait until week 1 where we get some clarity on the Philadelphia Eagles running back room situation. And if Gainwell doesn't have a role that we like, then at that point, potentially go through and drop Gainwell for another quarterback off the waiver wire. That way we have someone to play the matchups with Daniel Jones. But outside of that, I think it's a really good team and a really good spot overall. I like the upside with all the running backs we have on the bench. Now, Manny coming out says 16-team league. We have Lamar at quarterback with CMC, Kenneth Walker at RB. Wide receiver, we have DJ Moore, Gabe Davis, Cortland Sutton, Darnell Mooney. We have Mark Andrews at tight end. We also have McKinnon, Elijah Moore, Van Jefferson. Thoughts, and should I start someone over Darnell Mooney? So obviously it is a disgusting situation to be playing Darnell Mooney, but in a 16-team league, you are sometimes put into disgusting situations. And if you're telling me that our wide receivers are DJ Moore, Gabe Davis, Sutton, Mooney, Elijah Moore, Van Jefferson, I would rank these guys as this: DJ Moore, Cortland Sutton, Gabe Davis, Van Jefferson, Elijah Moore, Darnell Mooney. I would literally rank Darnell Mooney dead last out of all those guys for this week, my friend. So great team in a 16-team league in particular, but yes, I mean, hopefully those wide receiver rankings help you for this week. I really don't want to be starting Darnell. Now, Juan coming out says 12-team PPR, White or Pierce for running back 2, and Dotson, London, or Cooks for the flex. We're going to go Damian Pierce at RB2, even in a very tough matchup against Baltimore. And we are also going to be taking Jahan Dotson at the flex spot in a good matchup against the Cardinals. And at the same time, I mean, you potentially have no McLaurin, and even if McLaurin plays, he will be banged up. Okay. But our next question coming out from Simon. Let me refresh this and make sure we are in the right place so I can show these questions to y'all, ladies and gentlemen. And do y'all like being able to see the questions on let me know, please, in the live chat. Do y'all like seeing the questions on the screen? Now, does it make like a difference? I'd imagine just like us reading it out loud and you not actually getting to see them is maybe a little bit harder to follow along. Okay, but it looks like everybody's saying, yeah, okay, good. Simon says, how BBR 2 flex? We have Khalil Herbert, Raheem Mostert, Sky, or Treylon Burks. Okay. I think we go with both running backs. Sky Moore definitely appealing, right? Now that we have the Kelce injury in particular, it's just so hard to start Sky Moore until we see it. I mean, Sky Moore had like fewer than 100 receiving yards last year. Like the running backs, we know they're getting volume. Sky Moore is more so just a projection. Even if he's a very good projection, at the end of the day, that's all he is. Now, KG coming out says, 12-team standard league. Running backs are CMC, Walker, Sanders, Cook, Charbonnet. Wide receivers are Waddle, Hopkins, Lockett, Elijah Moore. Sky Moore, Jonathan Mingo. Quarterback, we have Allen. And tight end, we have David Njoku. What are your thoughts? Love the team. I think we can afford to get Diggs here, right? I think we can. I mean, we're solid at running back. We have James Cook as an RB4. If we could go through and potentially sell like Miles Sanders and DeAndre Hopkins to go get like a Stephon Diggs level wide receiver, I think it would make a lot of sense in this league. We just are a great top to bottom with that team. Super well balanced roster where we don't have a weak point anywhere. Now, Torres coming out says 12-team league. Quarterback, we have Herbert. Wide receivers, we have A.J. Brown, Michael Pittman. Running backs, we have Henry, Aaron Jones. Tight end, we have Mark Andrews. The flex, we have Swift. And then on the bench, we have Pickens, Lizard. I don't know who Lizard is after Lazard. Warren, Dobbs, Pickett, Kmet. What's the advice? Drop Pickett. We honestly don't need. I'll drop Pickett. I would try to trade Cole Kmet in a package with one of these depth wide receivers like Allen Lazard or George Pickens to see if we can go get an upgrade for the potential flex spot. If we can approach the Travis Kelce team, right? Like if the Kelce team doesn't have a backup tight end, we can go, hey man, I'll give you Cole Kmet and Allen Lazard. Just give me this, a wide receiver depth piece that's maybe a little bit more interesting than Lazard if I need to go ahead and put someone into the flex spot. I think that would be interesting. Okay, so now our next one coming out from Jacob says 14-team full BBR, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, and a flex, picking at the 113, draft in 2 hours. What's the strategy? 14-team league, we definitely want to stay flexible, especially there if we are going to be at pick 13. We're going to have to wait like 25 picks between our selections. So I would say at the 1-2 turn, I do want to maintain flexibility. I wouldn't really like to go wide receiver out the gate, just because then at that point, if we have that 25 pick run and maybe 18 running backs go in those 25 picks because it's a 14-team format and that position naturally gets pushed up, and we get caught behind the 8 ball, we can find ourselves in a very difficult position because we can only start out the 3 wide receivers on a week-to-week perspective. So I would say stay very flexible and go through and potentially look to go running back, wide receiver out the gate. Now, Jolly Boy Joe out again says start Hollywood or Ayuk. So we answered this earlier on, and I'm assuming what happened, my friend, is you thought we missed your donation and you donated again. Please never feel like you ever have to donate twice, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you, I'm not going to miss a question. We will get to it. Just in case you didn't hear us the first time around, we did go Brandon Ayuk, my friend. I'm super sorry that you thought we didn't get the first one. I promise you that's not going to happen, my man. Now, Cole says 12-team BBR, 3 wide receivers, and a flex. Should we look to upgrade running back? We have Hurts, Ramondre, Javonte, Hill, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Watson, Dotson, Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have Tony, Deion Jackson, Khalil Herbert, and Freiermuth. I think maybe it's an interesting spot to upgrade running back in the long term. It does seem like it's a little bit too early to be doing so, specifically because we are in a spot where, we have Ramondre, Javonte, Khalil Herbert, Deion Jackson. There's an outside chance that we have 4 starting running backs here, you know? I would rather kind of sit on our hands. I would rather see what we get from these players week 1. And then at that point, if we don't like the role, we can make a move afterwards. But there's just no reason to make a decision like that right now. Now, Monjay says ESPN drafts have running backs going earlier than usual, I've noticed. 12-team full PPR 110. Would you grab a top running back in round 2 or just grab the 2 elite receivers and roll with what's given to you later on? Thank you. No, thank you so much, my man. Okay. You grab a top running back round 2. If it's going to be a league where you only have 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I think you are highly incentivized to go ahead and at least get 1 running back at the 1-2 turn. The instance, if you wanted to just roll the dice on running backs and go wide receiver out the gate, is a league where it's a full PPR, where you have to start 3 and have a flex, or you have multiple flexes and start 2 wide receivers. So essentially, if your maximum wide receivers you can start are 3, I want to stay flexible and at least grab 1 running back out the gate. Whereas if you can start 4 or more wide receivers, then at that point, you can go ahead and go wide receiver in round 1 and 2. Okay. Now, I don't know if we should address this, but okay, let me pull this up. Jason says Henry Ruggs or Aaron Hernandez. We get these questions like every single day, like this same exact question every single day when we live stream during the season. Is it just me, or is this the least funny question ever? Like, it's not creative. It's not funny. I don't know if I'm being an ass here, but does anybody think this is funny? You know, it doesn't, like, I'm not like mad over it or anything. It's just the dumbest thing to say, at least in my mind. I don't know. Neil says it's so lazy. That's what my thought is. Like, it's just lazy. Like, if we're trying to be funny, can we at least get a little creative in here? I'm sure the first time it was asked, maybe it was funny, you know. The first time something like that was asked, maybe it was, but whenever you see it like the 100th time, it's just like, I don't know. Like, what are we doing here? Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Damashi, who says 10-team full PBR league. We have Allen at quarterback. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Adams, Godwin, McLaurin, Lazard, Boyd. Running backs, we have James Conner, James Cook, Dalvin Cook, McKinnon, Zeke, Singletary. At tight end, we have Pat Freiermuth. I think this is a great team overall, my man. I mean, top to bottom, I like that we're making the consolidated bet with the Buffalo Bills offense with Josh Allen and James Cook. I do think we have a little more wide receiver depth than we have running back production. I think if we wanted to go ahead and see if we could potentially package together like McLaurin and James Conner to go get a better running back one that we're excited about, I think that'd make a lot of sense just because ultimately at the end of the day, James Conner does have a severely capped ceiling whenever you're looking at the offense that he's playing in. Like I actually have data coming out tomorrow that shows why you probably should be pivoting off of James Conner, especially if we can make a trade like that where we have elite level wide receivers. But VertiTag coming out says, start question mark, happy BR, 12-team league, 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, a flex, and a tight end. Quarterback, we have Hurts, Watson. Running back, we have CMC, Brees. I think we already answered this. Quarterback, we're going to go Hurts. Running back, we're going to go CMC, Pollard. Wide receiver, we're going to go Lamb, Waddle. We're going to go with Amon-Ra St. Brown in the flex. But since St. Brown plays on Thursday night, instead you put him at wide receiver 2, move Waddle down to the flex, and then you're going to go with Mark Andrews at tight end, my friend. Okay. But JP coming out says, 10-team PPR, 1 flex. We have Lawrence, Pollard, Jacobs, Chase, Allen, Frymuth, Amari. And then on the bench, we have Kamara, Ayuk, Brian Robinson, Renfrow, Lazard, Everett, Sky Moore. The issue that I have with this team, if it's a 10-team 1 flex format, these wide receivers at the very bottom end, like Hunter Renfrow, Allen Lazard. I mean, maybe you can say something different about Lazard, but definitely with Hunter Renfrow, he really doesn't have the upside at all to make a difference in your league. So what I would personally look to do is I would look to drop someone like Renfrow and pick up another running back off the waiver wire that potentially if an injury occurs in front of him, he could be a league winner. Someone like Tyler Algier, for instance. So yeah, I would go ahead, drop Renfrow, pick up a running back, but great team outside of that. Okay. Now, Andrew coming out with our next question says, my team is Allen, Hill, Kupp, Walker, Dalvin, London, Pitts, and Gabe Davis. I love the Allen, Gabe Davis pairing. We have, I mean, a lot riding on Cooper Kupp, but if we get Cooper Kupp here, my man, and then at that point we have Tyreek and Kupp, it's going to be hard for someone to contend with this team. Okay. But Caesar says, 10-team, happy BR. We have Kelce, Bijan, Olave, Gibbs, Ayuk, Burrow, James Cook. And then on the bench, we have Deontay, Kincaid, Dotson, Tank Bigsby. What are your thoughts? I would have loved it if you would have asked me this question yesterday. Now it's a lot more concerning having Kelce, but still, I mean, having Kelce, Bijan is kind of it's still okay, right? Because, I mean, if Kelce falls to being a round 2 selection, Bijan Robinson's still a fine pick round 1. So it's like, okay, instead of going Kelce round 1, getting an insane value on Bijan round 2, we went Bijan round 1 and took the chance on Kelce round 2. So it's still a good team with value, even with the Kelce injury. But it would be freaking nuts if Kelce was fully healthy. Slim, no, I do not. Maybe Ty Chandler is someone that we can go ahead and we can roster if we want. Because if Madison were to go down, then at that point, Ty Chandler maybe does have some upside. I mean, that's what we were talking about more. So just rostering a bunch of those running backs at the bottom end of our team that could possibly make a difference if their situation changes. But Greg coming out says, trade 2 for a running back. We have Mostert, Khalil Herbert, London, Dotson, and the rest of the team, Hill, Amon-Ra, Christian Watson, JSN, Etienne, Hall, Deion Jackson, and quarterback is Lamar. If you were looking to make a 2-for-1 deal, I think the trade's going to be Jahan Dotson, who obviously is very exciting now with the Terry McLaurin injury. We could package him with Raheem Mostert to go get a long-term running back, say someone in the Dalvin Cook range. Actually, higher than that. If we can go get Breece Hall or something, I think that actually we already have Breece Hall. Never mind. If we could pivot over to the Joe Mixon range, the Najee Harris range, I think that'd make a lot of sense. The Kenneth Walker range, the Aaron Jones range. That's what I'd be looking for, my friend. Okay. But SG coming out says 10-team, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex, 5 bench spots, and 2 IR. Quarterback, we have Lamar. Running back, we have Barkley, Walker. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Njoku, London, Lockett. And then on the bench, we have Khalil Herbert, Deion Jackson, JT, Dak, Odell. Thoughts, and should I drop Dak for running back upside? Kareem, Roshan. That's my initial thought process, but I mean, hell, if the best options we have are Roshan Johnson or Kareem Hunt, I'm fine rostering Dak and seeing if we get a sell high moment for him later on in the year. I would almost rather have a backup tight end, though, if we have Lamar and Njoku. I'd rather have a backup tight end than a backup quarterback. So maybe if we could instead package together Dak Prescott and Njoku to go get a slight upgrade at tight end, go get someone like Dallas Goedert. I think that could be exciting, and then open up the roster spot to pick up another running back off the waiver wire. This year is like Dak's too good to drop for one of those running backs. Outside of that, it's a great team. We just need to make sure that we have enough running back production at the beginning of the season. I mean, we should with Barkley and Walker, but we just have to cover until Taylor gets back. Now, Xavier coming out says, beginner 12-team full PPR double flex, where we have Dak, Russ, Young, Mixon, Swift, Rashad White, Damian Harris, Jefferson, AJ, Allen, Cooks, Johnston. Tight end, we have Schultz and Kittle. Love the content. Any tips? So thank you so much, my man. If it's going to be a league where you only have to start one quarterback, you don't need to be rostering this many QBs. I would actually go through and at least cut Bryce Young, potentially cut Russell Wilson as well if you have a couple running backs that we're excited with upside off the waiver wire. Definitely keep Dalton Schultz here if you're going to be new to fantasy and you really want a backup tight end. You can have a backup tight end when you have George Kittle. The thing is, we just can't be rostering 3 quarterbacks, my friend. So drop at minimum one of the backup quarterbacks for a running back off the waiver wire and potentially both. But Colin coming out says 10-team PPR where we have Hurts, Mixon, Damian Pierce, Jefferson, Godwin, Hawkinson, and Brian Robinson of the flex. Bench is Ayuk, Pittman, Pickens, Zay Flowers, Zeke, Evan Hall, Marvin Mims. Any moves? How's the team? Well, we have the elite level quarterback. We have a nice balance of running back, wide receiver. We have a tight end we can start every week regardless of matchup. I love the team. The only thing I could say is if we could potentially package together like Ayuk and Joe Mixon to get a truly elite level running back in return, right? We can get one of those guys to go in the top 2 rounds of underdog drafts, or go like Michael Pittman, Damian Pierce, and go get someone like Travis Etienne. I think it makes sense because it's a 10-team format rather than a 12-team league where we do have a lot of depth overall. Okay. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to go through and check out any of these pick'em on Underdog, I mean, now is going to be the best time because on Underdog Fantasy right now, they also have a site-wide special. Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a total yard for the Detroit Lions game on Thursday night. On top of that, you have a Josh Allen exclusive special pick'em for only people who use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy. And then if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you get an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog have 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So if you have not done so already, please make sure you take advantage of that ASAP while you still can. Find the link in the live chat description comment section. Promo code FLOCK is also going to get you 100% deposit match, our 2023 fantasy football rankings, and a free trial to flockfantasy.com. But let's swing this back around. LB04 going to be our next question, but I am out of water, ladies and gentlemen, and I need to fill these up because it looks like we're going to be live for another few hours. Okay, we are back. I am sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Next question coming out from LBO4 says 10-team app PPR where we have 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a flex. We have Lawrence, Jacobs, Swift, Javonte, Chase, Waddle, Njoku, and Ridley. Debo, Odell, Penny on the bench. What are your thoughts? I mean, if this is a team that has like Debo Samuel on the bench, we can 100% afford an upgrade at tight end. I mean, even if we don't want to do that, we can afford at least a better running back 2 here. So, I mean, I would ultimately be looking to sell like Debo and Njoku, see if we can go get Andrews, sell Debo and Javonte, and see if we can go get a running back that would go in like the top 2 rounds of drafts. I think that's going to be the main thing, my friend. Now, Doctor coming out says, got offered Ramondre, Pickens, Charbonnet for Brees, Dak, Christian Kirk. You reviewed my team on Discord. If you remembered, we had Dak on the bench. Hell yeah. So if we have Dak on the bench and we are trying to sell him, I think going from Brees to Ramondre makes a lot of sense. I mean, Christian Kirk to George Pickens, kind of the same tier. So we're essentially selling Dak for Charbonnet to get the upgrade from Brees to Ramondre. Yeah, if you have Dak on the bench, I think that does make sense to go ahead and make that move, my friend. Now, next question coming out from Cody, who says, 14-team BBR where we have Fields, Wilson, Watson, Walker, Herbert, Kelce. We're going to swap in Noah Fant. Gross, but 14-team league, have to do it. Pittman in the flex. Brian Robinson, JSN on the bench. Any swaps? Yes, I would go ahead. I would look to swap Brian Robinson and Michael Pittman if you can. Gracias. Because if you are looking at Brian Robinson, great matchup against the Cardinals. Whereas Michael Pittman, we just really don't know what the passing offense is going to look like with Anthony Richardson. They could go out there and they could run the ball a ton. Now, John says 10-team BBR 1 flex where we have Allen, Bijan, Pollard, beautiful. Olave, Amari, Kittle, Watson. And then on the bench, we have Khalil Herbert, Addison, Sky Moore, Dillon. What do you think? Y'all gave me a D. I have no idea how the hell you got a D+ grade if you got Bijan and Pollard on the same squad. And we have the elite level quarterback here as well. Really, the only thing I would be trying to do is like trade like Khalil Herbert and Chris Olave to go get Stephon Diggs to stack Diggs with Allen. But yeah, I mean, if you have freaking Bijan Robinson, Tony Pollard, great wide receiver upside shots, and the elite quarterback, no idea how that's a killer team, my man. That's a killer team. Now, JB coming out again says, rank the team, standard snake, 10-team full BBR 1 flex. We have Lawrence, Pollard, Jacobs, Chase, Allen, Frymuth, Amari. And then on the bench, we have Kamara, Ayuk, Brian Robinson, Renfro, Lazard, Everett, Sky Moore. I like it. I think it's a great team, but in a 10-team 1 flex league, those wide receivers down there on the bench like Hunter Renfro really never going to make a difference for you. They're never going to move the needle. So cut Hunter Renfro, see if you can find a running back off the waiver wire with upside. I'm fine having the backup tight end here with Gerald Everett, though. Bet these coming out says 2 days away, my man. Good luck this year. No, good luck, my man. Rooting for you this season. Now, Joe coming out with the question says, 10-team full BBR quarterback, we have Lawrence. Wide receiver, we have Olave Ridley. Running back, we have Bijan Pollard. I love all the teams with Bijan Pollard. Tight end, we have Goddard. Flex, we have either Deontay or Evans. Go Evans this week. And then on the bench, we have Brian Robinson, AJ Dillon, JSN Algier, Warren Mitchell. Zagden went 2 running backs to mix it up. I think that's exactly what you wanted to do in a league where you have, say, only 10 teams rather than 12. Clearly, you still got a lot of wide receiver value. We stacked Ridley with Lawrence. Great team. Sergio says I drafted Kincaid and only, drafted Kelce and only have Kincaid. What do I do? You probably start Kincaid even if it's a gross spot. Like what else are you supposed to do? Now, Brian says 10-team BBR double flex where we have Allen, Andrews, Saquon, Javonte, JT, Brees, Mitchell, Bigsby, Algier, Lamb, Deontay, Addison, Lockett, Elijah Moore, Nico Collins, Zay Jones. Double flex league, I'm fine being a little bit deeper at wide receiver, especially if we have Allen, Andrews, where we can afford to roster 0 quarterbacks and tight ends on the bench. So yeah, great team. I mean, we still managed to get Saquon and Lamb. Beautiful. Neil says, just joining, not sure if you missed it, but where should Kelce be going in a 12-team full BBR format? Thanks, Big Dino. Thank you so much, my man. I mean, what we said earlier on is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Travis Kelce in the beginning of the second round. We're going to go Kelce at the beginning of round 2. I think it would be very difficult to pull the trigger on Kelce in round 1 at this point with just the inherent uncertainty that we have with the overall situation. But Mac coming out with our next question. This is saying, who should I start week 1? Mike Williams or Godwin? Oh, both guys have beautiful matchups. Would starting Monster be better than either of these two? Thanks. No, thank you, my man. I'd say not in a full PBR format. You want to be going with the wide receiver. I have Mike Williams at 19. I have Chris Godwin at 22. Mike Williams and his underdog pick'em for this week is at 59.5. Chris Godwin's at 56.5. Both guys should be in offenses that look to throw the ball a lot this week, though. Now, Charles says McKinnon over McLaurin with the Kelce news. Not if McLaurin plays. I agree McKinnon maybe gets a slight bump, but not a big bump. Okay. So Fabian coming out says, who's starting week 1? Flex 2. We have White, Hall, Hopkins, Sanders, Montgomery, Brian Robinson, or Khalil Herbert. Ramondre is my number 1 flex. Running backs 1 and 2 are Pollard and Mixon. Great team. So if we're only looking for one guy that we're going to start here, I'm probably going to go ahead and look between Miles Sanders and Brian Robinson. Miles Sanders has a good matchup against Atlanta. Brian Robinson has a great matchup against the Cardinals. We'll go Sanders, though, just because we don't know the exact split that you should expect between Gibson and Robinson. Okay. But King coming out says, Burrow, Jefferson, Olave, Etienne, Akers, Higbee, and the flex is DJ Moore. Down on the bench, we have Deontay, Rashad White, Jamal, Charbonnet, Gainwell, Musgrave. Worried about the running backs and tight ends. What are your thoughts? I'm definitely played Jamal over Akers week 1. And I agree. I don't really like having Akers here, just given the overall concerns that you have with the Los Angeles Rams. So I would personally go through and look to see if we could sell Akers. If you wanted to try to sell Akers and Tyler Higbee in a package to get a long-term upgrade at tight end to get to the Kittle, Goddard, Hawkinson tier, I think that would make a lot of sense. And then there you could possibly also drop Musgrave if we make that move and pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Neil says, also just drafted this 10-team Superflex Demon team. Hurts, Dak, Bijan, Hall, Kamara, JT, wide receiver Lamb, Olave, Watson, Mike Williams, Evans, tight end Kincaid, and Schultz. If you can survive, it is a great team. If you can survive with Hall, Kamara, and JT at running back, beautiful spot. I think in the short term, it would make sense to potentially sell a wide receiver like Mike Evans to go get a running back that we can play now. Like bringing in Jamal Williams would make a ton of sense for this roster, but great team overall. Okay. Let's move this down. Woofers coming out says 10-team Happy BR double flex. We have Allen, Lamb, Watson, Bijan, Breece Hall, White, Godwin, Andrews, Addison, Flowers, Sky Moore, Warren, Bigsby, Singletary. Any advice? Someone is trying to trade Metcalf. If you really wanted to get Metcalf, we could package together like Sky Moore and Christian Watson or Zay Flowers and Christian Watson to go get Metcalf. I think that makes sense in a 10-team league. I mean, we have the elite quarterback. We have a great wide receiver 1 with Lamb, great running back 1 with Bijan. We have a great tight end. I think it's a team with a lot of depth. I think it's a team with a lot of talent across the board. I think, yeah, Metcalf deal could potentially make sense if it's like Christian Watson and Flowers or Sky Moore and Christian Watson, or hell, I mean, if somehow we could do Sky Moore and Flowers for Metcalf, that'd be even better. Now, our next question coming out from J. Espinosa says, 12-team PPR format. I got it for Bijan, for Derrick Henry, and Dalvin Cook. I would do it in a full PPR league. Personally, I would. Now, Shaquille coming out says, got sniped at tight end and refused to reach. Who do you start between Laporta, Greg Dulcich, and Luke Musgrave? Waiver wire is ugly with the top player being Fant and Gesicki. I am a simpleton, so I refuse to start a rookie tight end week 1. I'm going to go ahead and I'm actually going to pull the trigger on Greg Dulcich here, even though he has by no means a guaranteed role in Denver. And I think you probably prefer the rookies in the long term, but week 1, I'm not going to start a rookie tight end. Colby says 10-team PBR where we have Fields, Chase, Kupp, Gibbs, Sanders, Dulcich, Gibson. And then on the bench, we have Judy, Hollywood, Pickens, JSN, Cousins. IR, we have JT. What do we do with all these injuries? You need to trade one of these guys. You can't have Kupp, Judy, Hollywood, JT, JSN, all injured on the team saying, I have the long-term upside, even if I don't have the short-term production. You need to sell one of these players for someone that can be productive for you immediately. Obviously, in the short term, you'll be starting Pickens there at wide receiver. But if we could sell like Judy and Dulcich and go get an upgrade at tight ends, let's do it. Or sell, I would sell one of these injured guys because we already have the long-term upside. We need production in the lineup now. Now, Anthony coming out says 10-team PPR double flex where we have Daniel Jones, Gibbs, Pacheco, Kamara, Hunt, Chase, Wilson, Olave, Watson, Dotson, Brown, Moore, Anthony Richardson. Should I try to trade for another running back? I mean, sitting with Gibbs, Pacheco, Kamara, Hunt is not a great spot to be in right now. I think that if we have Dotson as our wide receiver 5, 100%, it makes a lot of sense for us to go through and try to trade for another running back. If we could package together, say, Jahan Dotson and Alvin Kamara to get a running back that we're a little bit more excited about both in the short and long term, I would really like that. Or like Pacheco and Jahan Dotson. Like if we can get to the ETN, Mixon, Najee Harris, Kenneth Walker, even Ramondre Stevenson range, I think that'd be interesting. Now, Precision Building coming out says, hey, Mace, I need to choose either Pirine or Mims. Also, Addison or Flowers. Happy BR. Thanks. So thank you, my man. I'm going to go Addison over Flowers. And let me ask the live chat. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Who would you rather start this week? Would you rather go Pirine or Marvin Mims? Are you going to go Pirine or Marvin Mims, ladies and gentlemen? We got Mims. Mims, Pirine. Yeah, so it looks like most people are going to go Mims. Tyrone says the correct answer. Neither. Yeah, I agree with you on that one, but if you had to go with one, looks like most people are taking Mims. Okay. Now, Bryson says 10-team PPR redraft, 2 flex, 1 quarterback. We have Lawrence, Tua, Walker, Charbonnet, Chubb, Hall, Penny. Receiver, we have Wilson, Olave, Smith. Oh, this is a great team. We even have Hawkinson at tight ends. Great team. Since it's a double flex league, I'm fine having the depth here at wide receiver. I don't really see any clear moves to make. I mean, if we could sell potentially like Devonta Smith for Calvin Ridley to stack with Lawrence, I think we do that. But yeah, great team top to bottom in a double flex format. Now, James coming out, and this question is 10-team PPR, 1 flex. We have Burrow, CMC, Pierce, St. Brown, Godwin, Watson, Juwan Johnson. And then on the bench, we have Herbert, Kamara, Mostert, Kupp, Sky Moore, Nico Collins. Thoughts on the team? The team has a lot of long-term upside. It's difficult having like Kamara and Kupp on the same squad, but hell, if we get Kupp back in and Kupp can play alongside CMC, like who beats this team? I will say it does make sense if we're not going to be starting a player like Raheem Mostert right now. Let's go ahead and let's see if we can package together, say, Raheem Mostert with Juwan Johnson to get an upgrade at tight end. The reason being is we can find someone in this league that needs the Raheem Mostert production immediately. And we don't need it ourselves based off the look of the roster. Okay. David says, if Mason has missed your chat, please copy and paste it in the chat so we can view it again. I did not miss anybody's chat. If it was a donation chat, I promise you, we are going in order. There will not be a single one missed. I'm going as fast as I can, ladies and gentlemen, but this is a foolproof system where there is not a single question missed. Timothy says, 10-team, 1 keeper league, 1 flex. Quarterback, we have Allen. Running back, we have Pollard, Pierce, Dobbins, Charbonnet. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Wilson, London, Ayuk, JSN, Johnston, Burks. Tight end, we have Hawkinson. Any moves? I don't see any that stand out initially. I mean, the easy thing, of course, to say, okay, we have Allen. Let's sell Garrett Wilson in a small piece like Johnston or Burks, and let's go get Stephon Diggs. If we can do that, I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I would say we have a lot of wide receiver depth here. If we get JSN back from his injury, and then at that point, we can package together like JSN and one of the running backs like Dobbins to get, I mean, a long-term upgrade at RB. Let's do it, but not something we have to worry about right now. Now, Jason coming out says, 10-team at PBR format where we have Allen, Tyreek, McLaurin, Barkley, Gibbs, Njoku, Christian Watson. And then on the bench, we have Javonte, Dalvin, Hopkins, Swift, Addison, and Elijah Moore. What are your thoughts? Love having the elite level quarterback when it comes to Josh Allen and not having a roster backup quarterback down there on the bench. We are prioritizing upside options on the bench, which I really like to see. Tight end could be a little bit better, and honestly, we can afford to make it better with how many depth running backs that we have. So I would say just in general, like if we get the opportunity to sell like Dalvin and Njoku to go get an elite level tight ends, go get Andrews, go get Hawk, go get Waller, go get Kittle. I think that could be interesting, but not something we have to do. Okay. Let's move this over. And our next question coming out from Connor says, 10-team PBR, we have Allen, Ramondre, Sanders, Walker, Dobbins, Tyreek, A.J. Brown, Pittman, Dotson, Kirk, and Njoku, Higbee. Any advice on trades? Another Josh Allen team. We just have so many Allen's teams here. I don't think there are any clear moves to make in this 10-team league. I mean, I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends if they are David Njoku and Tyler Higbee. That way we at least have someone that we're confident with every single week, regardless of what happens. We're well balanced between running back and wide receiver. We have the elite level quarterback. I think you're in a great spot. Now, Core coming out says, 12-team PBR 1 flex. We have Geno, Mixon, Deion Jackson, Kupp, Lamb, Goddard, Christian Watson. And then on the bench, we have Richardson, Pirine, JSN, Vaughn, drop Vaughn. I mean, it's just no upside. The man weighs 160 pounds. Penny, Taylor. The issue is when we have Kupp and Taylor on the same team, it's going to be very difficult to stay alive at the beginning portion of the season. If we can do it, more power to you. If we can do it, that is awesome. But generally, I'd be looking to sell like Kupp for Amon-Ra St. Brown or Garrett Wilson on a league that also has Taylor, because it's going to be hard to get by with both those guys missing. Now, Nathan says a 14-team at PBR with one flex spot. We have Tua, Jefferson, Allen, Jacobs, Mixon, Kmet, Connor. And then on the bench, we have McLaurin, Judy, Knox, Ertz, Richardson, Deion Jackson. Thoughts? Worried about tight end? I agree. I think that tight end is going to be a little bit of a struggle spot here for us, my friend. But the fact of the matter is we can't do anything about it. It's a 14-team league where depth's going to be a little bit harder to come by overall, so we're a little less inclined to go through and make that 2-for-1 deal. Well, more importantly, we also have Jerry Jeudy and Terry McLaurin on this team. So if we have Jerry Jeudy and Terry McLaurin at the same time, I mean, we are in a situation where we need at least one of these players to come back and provide us some depth in a 14-team format before we make a 2-for-1 deal, right? So, I mean, you have to go through. You kind of have to punt tight end here, but it's a 14-team format. Everybody's going to be weak at an individual position, right? 14-team league, nobody's going to be strong everywhere. Now, Tyler coming out says 10-team PBR format where we have Herbert, CMC, Montgomery, A.J. Brown, Olave, Freiermuth. Oh, beautiful team. Beautiful team. I think all our wide receivers are better than Keenan and Mike Williams, so I don't think we're going to be looking to make a trade there either. I think we just kind of sit on our hands here, my friend. I love the squad. Now, leftovers again says 10-team at PBR format, 2 wide receivers and a flag, 6-point passing touchdown. We have Lawrence, Chubb, Etienne, Waddle, Keenan, Kelce, Lockett. And then on the bench, we have Dylan, Ayuk, Moore, Flowers, Higbee. Any moves I should try to make? If we could trade 10-team league with only one flex, yeah, definitely. If we could trade like Lockett and Ayuk to get to Calvin Ridley to stack up with Lawrence, I think that's going to be interesting. In general, 10-team league with only one flex, we're always going to be trying to sell depth to go out there and see if we can get the elite level option, particularly for the flex spot. We're going to have Higbee to cover Kelce at the beginning of the season. I like Lawrence in a 6-point passing touchdown format. Yeah, let's just try to take one of those depth wide receivers, trade it with Lockett to go get Calvin Ridley for the flex. Now, XDS says 10-team standard tight end premium. Touchdown premium, 1 flex. We have Bijan, Allen, Lamb, Etienne, Olave, Debo, Javonte, Freiermuth, Godwin, JSN. Really weird league. Can only roster 3 running backs, 5 wide receivers. JT, Kamara, Hollywood are free agents. Who do we start / trades? Oh my gosh, what the? A trade's going to be very difficult to make. I mean, hell, if JT is a free agent, right? Or if Alvin Kamara is a free agent, then we are so inclined to make 2-for-1 deals. I think the number one thing that we'd be wanting to do at that point is trade Javonte and Pat Freiermuth to get literally any tight end upgrade. Like literally just go get George Kittle, go get Goddard, go get, I mean, I don't want to say Pitts, but go get Waller, go get Hawkinson, go get any tight end upgrade that we can, open up that roster spot, and then at that point, go ahead and pick up one of those high upside running backs off the waiver wire. If it's a league with those guys on waivers, that's the goal. We just want to be making that 2-for-1 deal and open up a running back roster spot for us. Now, Crazy Legs says 12-team double flex league where we're sitting with Cousins, Ramondre, Gibbs, Chase, Ridley, Keenan. And then on the bench, we have Goff, Jameson, JSN, Hunt, Charbonnet, and then the flex, Addison or Connor. We're going to be flexing James Conner here over Jordan Addison in the short term. Long term, I think this is a team that we have a lot of upside with. My only thing is I probably go ahead and look to cut Jameson Williams if we can't put him on the IR, because if it's a double flex league where we are going to be required to care about depth a little bit more and we're not going to be able to make plays off the waiver wire, it will hurt us in the short and long term to have Jameson here. Okay. So now our next switch coming out from Henry says 12-team league, full BBR. Quarterback, we have Rodgers, Cousins. Like that, we can go through and play the matchups. Say week 1, probably want to be playing Cousins. Running back, we have Hall, Gibbs, Sanders. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Scary Terry, Evans, Williams, David Njoku at tight ends. And then on the bench, we have Johnston, Lazard, Chuba Hubbard, 1 flex league. If it's a league where we have to start 3 wide receivers, I like building around the wide receiver depth a little bit more. So I think it's fine if we have to start 3 wide receivers. If you mean this is a league where we only have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex spot, then at that point, I think we potentially look to add another running back off the waiver wire instead of rostering, 6 wide receivers here and only 3 RBs or 4 RBs. So if it's a league where we can start 4 wide receivers on a week-to-week perspective, we're good as is. If it's a league where instead we are only able to go through and start 3 wide receivers, move on from one of the bench wide receivers, and see if we can get an upside running back off the waiver wire. Okay, so let's move this over. Taylor coming out says 12-team PPR double flex. We have Pittman, Pickens, Pollard, Barkley, Laporta, Jacobs, Williams. And then on the bench, we have Judy, Gabe Davis, Hunt, Atwell. Drop Tutu Atwell. I understand the thought process with the Cup injury. Atwell 2 years ago was a second-round draft pick. Super small guy coming out of Louisville. I mean, the issue is he can actually get on the field and help the Los Angeles Rams by stretching NFL defenses while at the same time not really doing much for your actual fantasy football team. Cut Atwell, pick up another player off, and also cut Tank Dell, pick up another guy off the waiver wire. I promise you, you will have better upside options at running back, wide receiver off waivers than Tutu Atwell and Tank Dell. Outside of that, I'm fine with the starting lineup. I would rather have a backup tight end, though, than those guys as well. I mean, if Sam Laporta is our tight end 1, drop Tutu Atwell for a running back and drop Tank Dell for a backup tight end. Now, Matt coming out says 12-team PPR where we have Dak, Pollard, Etienne, Tyreek, Debo, James Cook. And then on the bench, we have JSN, McKinnon, Chark, Algier, Devon Achane, Romeo Dobbs. Any advice? Do I trade Dak and Pollard for Hurts and Aaron Jones? Okay. You know, I love trading for Jalen Hurts. I'll say if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, it's interesting given the rushing upside for Hurts. 6-point passing touchdown format, you definitely got to keep Dak and Pollard. I think it's a great team top to bottom. I don't really see any adjustments we want to be making. Outside if we could trade Waller for Hawkinson, I would. But can I ask the live chat this? Because it's an interesting question. Ladies and gentlemen, who would you rather have? Would you rather have Dak Prescott and Tony Pollard? Or would you rather have the combination of Jalen Hurts and Aaron Jones? Please spam the chat and let me know. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link to Underdog in the live chat description comment section. Now is the perfect time to be getting on Underdog Fantasy because they have a site-wide special. Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a total yard week 1 against the Detroit Lions. They also have a flock exclusive special. More than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen against the Jets week 1. If you're new to Underdog Fantasy, they also have a mystery pick'em for anybody that's new. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you're taking advantage of this while you can. Promo code FLOCK is going to give you all 3 of those, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find all our premium content, and a 100% deposit match up to $100. But let's see what people in the chat are saying. Hurts, Dak, Hurts, Dak, Hurts. Matt says it's a 6-point passing touchdown format. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, I think it actually makes it easy for us. We're going to go Dak. 4-point passing touchdown format would have been a little bit harder, my man. Now, Travis says 10-team PPR, 3 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Henry, Jacobs, Chase, Keenan, Watson, Evans, Hawkinson. And then on the bench, we have Montgomery, Mostert, Elijah Mitchell, Elijah Moore, and Treylon Burks. In a league where we have to start 3 wide receivers, I'm fine having these wide receiver depth options like Elijah Moore, Burks. I think if we're not going to be using Mostert early on, let's trade him to a team that has Taylor. Let's trade him to a team that has Kamara, needs the running back production. Let's see if we package together Mostert and Christian Watson to get an upgrade at wide receiver. Now, Ghost coming out says 12-team PPR format. 1 quarterback, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, tight end, and a flex. We have Lawrence, Eckler, Swift, Higgins, Olave, Andrews, Pittman. And then on the bench, we have Carr, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Zach Moss, Odell, Isaiah Hodgins. Are these really the best options we have? I would love to see the waiver wire of this team. We have a backup tight end. You don't need a backup tight end if we have Mark Andrews. If Andrews is good to go week 1, I drop the backup tight end, pick up another running back. Thoughts, please. Jameson Williams, reserve. Want Burrow, Algier on the waiver wire. If Joe Burrow's on the waiver wire right now, you better go ahead and you better drop Zach Moss to go get Joe Burrow. Or Derek Carr to go get Joe Burrow. And yeah, I would also go ahead and I would drop a Zach Moss or Clyde Edwards-Helaire to get Tyler Algier. Because, what happens to turn Zach Moss into a running back 1 in fantasy, right? Nothing can really happen. Nothing can turn Zach Moss into an RB1 in fantasy. Whereas Bijan Robinson goes down week 1, Tyler Algier is a league winner. So I think it makes a lot of sense for us to go ahead and see if we can just churn the bottom into this roster. I don't think Isaiah Hodgins has the upside to move the needle in a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex either. I'll drop Isaiah Hodgins as well. I just think the bench options that we're rostering here are so uninspiring. I love the starting lineup, though. Now, Jan says, full BBR trade Olave and Javonte for Breece Hall and Christian Watson. I would not do so. I'd probably keep Olave and Javonte. Bethany says, more points all year, Chase or Lamb. We're definitely going to go Chase there, my man. Core says, forgot Pittman as well. Okay, having Pittman's not going to change anything. And Leaps coming out says, 12-team at PBR, 9th overall. We have Fields, Wilson, Pickens, Bijan, Ramondre, Goddard, Madison. And then on the bench, we have Dylan, Judy, Devon Achane, Romeo Dobbs, Zay, and Rashee Rice. So, I mean, we're going through and we are rostering in this league, assuming we only have 1 flex spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wide receivers. I'm fine with it until Judy comes back. Once Judy comes back and we have a little more depth, I think at that point we can trade like Pickens in a package with Madison to get a better flex. But overall, I really like the team as it stands. We're just going to be tied up a little bit until we actually have Jerry Judy back in. Now, JJ coming out says, I feel like Pickens might be a hidden gem. Trying to get him, so I'm offering Garrett Wilson, Akers for Saquon and Pickens. What do you think? I don't know if he'll take it, but his running room is stacked and he needs wide receivers. Yeah, I mean, if we're going Garrett Wilson to Saquon Barkley in a league where you potentially going to start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, probably getting an upgrade there. Well, at the same time, if we're going Akers to Pickens, it really is your personal preference. So I think if you really like Pickens, go for it, my man. I will say, don't expect a lot from Pickens week 1. Really tough matchup against the 49ers. Now, Juice coming out says 12-team full BBR, 1 flex, where we have Fields, Bijan, Gibbs, Lamb, Christian Watson, Schultz, Godwin. And then on the bench, we have Akers, Khalil Herbert, Charbonnet, Adam Thielen, Michael Pittman. I would actually rather go ahead and see if we could roster a backup tight end if Dalton Schultz is our tight end 1, rather than have the extra wide receiver with Adam Thielen. So I probably personally go through and drop Adam Thielen for another tight end off the waiver wire, my man. But outside of that, great team. Love the running backs with upside down there on the bench. We have the elite level wide receiver at the very top. Yeah, great team. Now, Steve coming out says, 1 flex league, start Montgomery, Jamal, or Sky Moore. I'm going to go ahead and play Jamal Williams, my friend. I think this seems more like a Gibbs game than a Montgomery game based off the fact they're going to have to air it out against KC. Now, the GOAT coming out says, 12-team full BBR, 3 receivers, 1 flex. Pick 9, Lawrence, Barkley, Gibbs. How did we get Waddle here as well? Waddle, Ridley, Dotson, Njoku, Dalvin, Judy, Pirine, Flowers, Zeke, Dobbs, Tua. What are your thoughts? I'm okay if we want to have the bench wide receivers here because we can start up to 4. I'm okay if we want to have 2 quarterbacks if we waited to get Tua as our number 1 option. I like the Lawrence and Ridley stack. I think we're sitting on our hands until we get Judy coming back from injury or a Zay Flowers breakout, right? We will be a little bit limited until one of those things happens. Now, Jordan says, 12-team PPR, pick 11. How should I construct my team? If it's going to be a league with only 1 flex, I don't mind at all going RB out the gate, going like Saquon Barkley and Nick Chubb. If it's a league with multiple flex spots, then at that point, you're probably a little bit more so inclined to go and get, a wide receiver and stay a little more balanced. Now, Dream coming out says, 12-team, half PPR format, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Hurts, Higgins, Ayuk, Bijan, Walker, James Conner, and Laporta at tight end. On the bench, we have Gabe Davis, Judy, Hollywood, Elijah Mitchell, Tyjae Spears, and Anthony Richardson. So if we have Jalen Hurts as our quarterback, Sam Laporta as our tight end, I would way rather roster 2 quarterbacks than 2 tight ends. I think Anthony Richardson has too much value for you to go out there and cut him, though. So what I would rather do is I'd rather trade Anthony Richardson and Sam Laporta in a package to see if we can go get an upgrade at tight end, see if we can go get someone like David Njoku, Pat Freiermuth, Evan Ingram, really anybody in that range. And I think you can afford to go through and make that move, even if we throw in a depth wide receiver, because it's a league with only 1 flex and we have the elite level quarterback. Now, Jacob says, if Cup is out, who do you start at wide receiver 2 in the flex? Watson, Godwin, and James Conner. I'm going to go with Godwin and Christian Watson in a full PPR format. I really don't know if we want to be starting Conner in too many spots, just given how bad the offense is going to be. Now, Mega Alpha Supreme coming out. Thank you, my friend, saying 12-team PPR, 4-point passing touchdown format, 2 flex. Should I target an elite quarterback like Fields or Lamar? then punt tight end and grab Pat Frymuth or Ingram? Or should I target an elite level tight end like Waller, Hawkinson, Pitts, and punt quarterback to take? Okay, so I would rather have a quarterback like Lamar and Evan Ingram at tight ends than a quarterback like Daniel Jones and TJ Hawkinson at tight end. I mean, generally, if you look at the points per game gap that you're going to be getting with those top quarterbacks at the very top, it is a massive difference between those depth level QBs, while at the same time, quarterback production is more predictable going into a season than tight end production. Okay. Yeah, Jordan, going back to that, if you're going to be picking at the very end, especially with only 4 bench spots, 1 flex league, go through and try to go RB out the gate. Now, Ahmad says, hey, Mason, love the channel. 10-team PPR. We have Lamar, Barkley, Bijan, Olave, Watson, and Kittle. For my flex, should we start Judy, Dotson, or Pittman? I do not want to be starting Judy. I mean, even if he does play, I'm assuming he doesn't play, but I mean, that would be very scary to start him regardless. And then if we're going to be looking at if we're going to be looking at Pittman versus Dotson, I don't want to start Pittman with the rookie quarterback. I'd rather just go through, play Dotson. Great matchup against the Cardinals, and you have the McLaurin injury. Now, the real boss man coming out says, Tua or Lawrence week 1, 6 points per passing touchdown. We have Waddle. I feel like I need the upside after Kelce went down. If Kelce went down and we're looking for the highest ceiling possible, I think we are going to go Tua and get the Waddle stack in. It will increase the variance a little bit, but it will also increase our ceiling, which if we had Kelce going down, maybe that's what we need to do. Okay. Now, Jason coming out says, rate the team. It's a 12-team full PPR. Starters are Lamar, Tyreek, Kenneth Walker, Andrews, Amari, Christian Watson, Mike Evans. The bench is Cousins, Akers, Charbonnet, Beckham, Mims, and Njoku. Would you switch any of the starters as well? Akers would be the best starter on the bench. I would definitely play Walker over him. And I'd play Evans in the flex over him, so I'm not going to be switching anything there. We have the Lamar Andrews stack, and we're primarily focusing on running back wide receiver upside, so I really like it. But if we do have the Lamar Andrews stack, I don't necessarily know if Cousins is someone we want to roster. I would love to sell Cousins and Akers in a package to get a slight upgrade at RB. Obviously, I'm not assuming that we're going to go out there and get CMC by any means, but if we can just literally get anything back, because I don't even want to be rostering Cousins here. Now, Wander coming out says, in a 10-team league with 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex, we have Deshaun Watson, Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson, Keenan Allen, Higgins, Andrews, Christian Watson. The bench is Madison, Montgomery, Flowers, Deontay Sky Moore. Moves and trades for week 1. So we have the elite level running back production. Love that in this format. We have the elite tight ends. Really, the only thing I'd say is if you're in a spot where we could potentially sell like Christian Watson and Sky Moore and go and get Amari Cooper to stack with Deshaun Watson, I think that make a lot of sense. And also for week 1, I probably actually swap Christian Watson and Alexander Madison in the bench. I'd rather have Madison in the flex. Now, Minnie Stevenson coming out says, Watson, Diggs, Garrett Wilson, Hall, Javonte, Goddard, Ridley, Taylor on the IR. Do we play Deion Jackson over Breece Hall week 1? I think that you have a pretty decent shot that Deion Jackson is the RB1 in Indianapolis, but we don't know, right? I mean, you are just projecting that. I would rather take the upside play. I'd rather have the stud in Breece Hall. Now, I believe this is Christian coming out and says, hey, Mason, 12-team PPR, 2 flex spots. We have Watson, Bijan, Hall, Kamara, Jameson, Zeke. And the wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Higgins, Amari, Odell, Addison. Tight end, we have Juwan Johnson and Sam Laporta. Who are we going to look to start? So running back, we're going to be going with Bijan Robinson. I would go Breece Hall here week 1 over Javonte. Wide receiver, we're going to go Amon-Ra, Higgins. For the flex, we're going to go Amari. I guess we also have to start Javonte. I'm not going to start Addison over Javonte for that other flex spot. And then for the tight end position, I think we are going to go ahead and we are going to be starting Juwan Johnson over Sam Laporta. Even if you prefer the long-term upside of Laporta, I don't want to be starting a rookie tight end week 1. Now, Elite Sloth coming out says, 10-team PPR league, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Allen, Diggs, Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, Pittman, James Cook, White, Brian Robinson, Mostert, and Rodgers make any moves. I would see if we can just cut Rodgers, pick him another running back off the waiver wire. I mean, we are elite at wide receiver, which we love in this PPR format. And we have the stack with Allen. I think it's a great team. The only thing is to get as many running backs on the bench as we can with that squad. Now, Max says 10-team league with only one flex at 9. What's the draft strategy? 10-team league with only one flex. My man, let's go running back out the gate at 9. Fred says, how's the team double flex full PPR format where we have Geno, Gibbs, Akers, Diggs, AJ Brown, Andrews, Watson, Jamal, and then on the bench, Herbert, Sky Moore, Elijah Mitchell, Bateman, and Zeke? I think it's great in the short term. Obviously, long term, it's a little bit harder to say when we don't know about the situation with Jamal Williams. I will say if you really wanted to roster 2 quarterbacks, we'd be fine with that once we have the situation figured out at RB and the flex. I like the long-term upside of this team if we can figure out that second flex spot, because obviously Jamal Williams a month from now is not going to be startable there. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Michael says, 12-team half PPR 4-point passing touchdown format, double flex, $250 buy-in. I don't know how to feel. We've got Fields, Saquon, Breece, Ramondre, Herbert, Robinson, Devontae, Pittman, Judy, Gabe Davis, Kincaid, Greg Dulcich. Do I sit on my hands for now? I think so, my friend. Because we are going to need that second tight end to go through and start over Kincaid at the beginning of the year. We have the elite level quarterback. I think we sit on our hands and we hope that we get a breakout from Kincaid and Breece Hall soon. And then hopefully Jerry Jeudy back and healthy. But I like the way that the team's constructed top to bottom. Okay. So our run coming out says 12-team at PBR where we have Lamar, AJ Brown, and then the flex, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tyreek Hill. Running back, we have Stevenson, Connor, Frymuth. On the bench, we have Jordan Love. Wide receiver, Kirk, Boyd, Mingo. We need, actually, no, never mind. We have AJ Brown, St. Brown, and Tyreek Hill. Oh my God. Yeah. Do you recommend any trades or should we? My man, I mean, there's no excuse to have a bad tight end here. We have AJ Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tyreek Hill, and then Kirk as our wide receiver 4. Go trade Christian Kirk for a better tight end. Just with this team, if we're so elite at the very top and in these individual positions, like there's just no excuse to have that bad tight end. I mean, you're in a phenomenal spot. Phenomenal spot. Okay. Now, Alexander coming out says, 10-team ESPN league, drafting from the 104. What's the strategy? Full BBR, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex with 6 bench spots. Not sure if I should go for running backs or receivers early. Where should Kelce be drafted now? If you could get Kelce falling back around to you in round 2, I would definitely do it. The thing is, in a 10-team league where you can only start up to 3 wide receivers at the very most, I mean, you're going to be in a spot where it's very difficult for you to take wide receiver values in the middle rounds if you go wide receiver early out the gate. So personally, in a 10-team league with only 1 flex spot and where you can only start up to 3 wide receivers, I would go ahead and I would actually look to go RB out the gate unless you have Kelce falling to you there at 2, and then definitely look to go with an elite level quarterback at the 2-3 turn here. Okay. Now let's move this over. And Gabriel says, have BBR 1 flex, 3 keeper league. We have Mahomes, Jefferson, Olave. 1 last year, pick 12. Walker, Sanders, James Cook, Montgomery, Warren, Deion Jackson, Sutton, Nico Collins, Rice, Frymuth. With running back heavy, since it's easier to trade running back for wide receivers in my league. What are your thoughts? My man, you have Jefferson and Olave. You didn't just go running back heavy. I mean, this is a spot where we are extremely strong, and this is kind of what I want to do. I want the elite level quarterback. I want the top end running backs, and then by you going running back heavy, rostering as many running backs we can down there on the bench, I think that makes a lot of sense. I would even be fine cutting Rashee Rice after Thursday if we don't like the role and picking up another running back off the waiver wire if we can. Okay. Let's move this down. And in the chat, please, nobody think that I missed your donation. I promise you, I'm not going to miss a single one. Y'all can see we're scrolling. We're going in order. We are behind. I'm trying to do my absolute best in answering every single question fast as I can while still giving a good enough answer as I can. I'm trying my best here, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you I will not miss a single one of your questions. You just have to be a little patient with me. Now, Simon says, happy BR double flex, where we have Khalil Herbert, Raheem Mostert, Sky Moore, Burks, pick 2. We're going to be going with Khalil Herbert and Raheem Mostert. We're going to go with both running backs, my friend. Tingley says, 10-team PBR format. We have Lawrence, Dobbins, Pacheco, Wilson, Smith, Kelce, Amari, London, Dotson, Addison, Charbonnet, Zeke, and Penny. Moves for Kelce and a RB upgrade. I think we already answered this one as well. I mean, generally, we're not going to be making any trades with Travis Kelce right now. I think that if you look at the news for Kelce, it's actually pretty good at the moment. And I would actually rather wait until we actually see what we have week 1 with the running back roles between Dobbins, Pacheco, Zeke, Penny, Charbonnet. We have a lot of upside shots at RB here. We only need really one to come true. If you really wanted to make a play, it would be like going through and taking like Dotson and Rashad Penny and seeing if we can go get a running back upgrade there. Now, Winterborn says Dalvin or Hollywood in a full PPR format. If we're going to be starting someone this week in a full PPR league, we will go ahead and we will start Hollywood Brown, my friend. But Sean says Kupp and McLaurin for Deontay and Ridley. I'd rather have Kupp and McLaurin personally, but I'm also an idiot. Now, Arthur coming out says 8-team league, double flex, full PPR, where we have Fields, Diggs, Olave, Barkley, Stevenson, Smith, Hawkinson, and Keenan Allen. Would you trade Stevenson and Allen for Tony Pollard? I have Rashad White, Christian Watson, Christian Kirk, Kenneth Walker on the bench. What moves would you look to make? 8-team league, yes, I would do this. If it was almost any other format, I'm not trading Stevenson and Keenan Allen for Tony Pollard. But in an 8-team league, this is the exact kind of trade that we want to be making, my friend. Just because 9 times out of 10, we just want to be getting the best player that we can in return. We have a great quarterback. We have a great tight end. We have top end production at running back. We have a lot of wide receiver upside as well. I think it's a great team, and that's just make that move and then you're chilling. I think that's what we're looking to do. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Ellis, who says 14-team dynasty, 1 quarterback format, where a quarterback we have Tua. We also have Tyreek, A.J. Brown, Diggs. Oh, beautiful contending team here. Gibbs, Ramondre, Andrews. Another team is as good as mine. Should I overpay for Jalen Hurts? I also have Deshaun Watson on the bench. Love the everyday content. No, thank you so much, my man. And honestly, no. In Dynasty, I never want to be looking at the other teams in our league. I just want to be focusing in on our own. I think that you're in a very comfortable position in a 14-team format. We have enough upside when it comes to the quarterback position. I'm probably just going to be sitting on our hands and seeing what we get from Tua and Watson. I mean, if we get more information at our disposal that these quarterbacks aren't going to cut it by the time we get to week 5, then at that point we can go ahead and make a move, but there's no reason to do so right now. Now, Dylan says, happy BR format. Should I trade Garrett Wilson and Sanders for Kupp and Gibbs? Garrett Wilson to Kupp, slight downgrade. Sanders to Gibbs, slight upgrade. This is a fair deal. This is a question for the live chat. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me know in the live chat. What would you rather have? Would you rather have the combo of Garrett Wilson and Miles Sanders or Cooper Kupp and Jahmyr Gibbs? Please let me know. And also, while y'all are down there, if you have not done so already, drop a like on this live stream. We are closing in on breaking our all-time like record for a live stream. And if you want to check out any of the pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, now is 100% the time to be doing so, and that they have a site-wide special, Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a total yard Thursday night against the Detroit Lions. They have a flock exclusive special, Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets on Monday night. And if you are new to Underdog, you also get an additional mystery special pick'em. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure y'all are taking advantage of that. Promo code FLOCKS can get you all 3 of those, plus a 100% deposit match, our 2023 fantasy football rankings, and a free trial to flockfantasy.com. But it looks like everybody's going Kupp pretty much. I thought it was close as well, but I mean, overwhelmingly, the chat's saying Kupp here, my man. So honestly, I'm a little bit surprised about. Now, Wallameet coming out says 12-team PPR, 1 flex. The team is Fields, CMC, Jacobs, Wilson, Waddle, Frymuth, London, Deontay, Algier, Elijah Mitchell, Jalen Warren. Any tips? We have the elite level running back production at the very top. Completely fine rostering the wide receiver depth. This is a beautiful team. See, even when you have those guys like CMC and Jacobs, we're still rostering Jalen Warren, Algier, and Elijah Mitchell. Those players where their situation changes, they turn into league winners. Beautiful spot. Dan says, what happens to the underdog bets with Kelce? So if you had underdog in a pick'em ticket, if you had, I believe, like 3 or 4, 5, what's going to end up happening is they're going to remove Kelce. And then if it was like a 10X, it's going to go down to 5X or however the math checks out, pulling that out of my butt. And then also if it's going to be a league where it's just like, say, only Travis Kelce and Jared Goff that you have, then you're going to be voided. So if it's, and this is assuming it's just a 1-week pick'em. If it was a season-long pick'em, nothing changes. Now, Charles says 10-team half BBR double flex. We're currently sitting with Watson, Pollard, Dobbins, Chase, Higgins, Andrews, JT, Walker, Myers, Judy, Bateman, Burks, Pickens, Mims. What are your thoughts? Double flex league, wide receiver depth is going to be a little bit more important. I love that we have Chase and Higgins. Since we have Chase and Higgins, I would like to just go through and triple down on this Cincinnati Bengals offense because we've already made that bet and go see if we can trade Deshaun Watson in a small piece to get Joe Burrow. But bet these coming out against us: Pitts, Ingram, Kincaid, pick 1 or 2. I'm going to rank them in that order, my man, both season long and this week. Now, Ahmad says trade Dameon Pierce or Kenneth Walker plus Jamal for Jahmyr Gibbs. Hell yeah, I'd trade Dameon Pierce and Jamal Williams for Jahmyr Gibbs right now. Garsol coming out says 10-team PBR, 3 wide receiver, 1 flex. I have Fields, CMC, Walker, Kupp, Higgins, London, Kittle, Montgomery. And on the bench, we have Pickens, Mostert, Devon Achane, Allen Lazard, DJ Chark, Romeo Dobbs. Where should we go? We can't be rostering this many wide receivers down on the bench in a 10-team league with only 1 flex. Even if we do start 3 wide receivers, I'd be looking to get rid of at least one of Chark, Dobbs for another running back. But I mean, I do like that we have Fields and Kittle there at the very top. Yeah, I think the only thing that we change is what we have down there on the bench, my friend. If you want to trade London for DJ Moore, I think that would make sense as well since we have Fields. Now, Uncle Fresh coming out says 10-team PBR, 2 quarterback and a flex. We have Mahomes, Lamar at QB. Running back, we have Ramondre, White, Brees, P. Ryan, Singletary. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Higgins, Deontay, Mike Williams, JSN, Elijah Moore. Tight end, we have Pat Frymuth. Any advice? Oh my gosh, sorry. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. Oh, swallowed that water down the wrong pipe. Oh, that's brutal. What do you want me to say here, my man? You have freaking Mahomes and Lamar in a 2 quarterback league. If you have Lamar and Mahomes in a 2 quarterback league, just GG. Good luck, the rest of your league mates. You even have Lamb and Higgins. There's nothing that we're changing with this team. I think you're in a phenomenal spot. Now, Andre coming out says 12-team full BBR. Who should I start this week alongside Bijan, Akers, or Montgomery? I'm going to go with Montgomery. I'm just so freaking worried about that Rams offense with no Kupp. I think that they're possibly a bottom 3 offense in the NFL this week. Now, Derek coming out says, rate the team in a 10-team PBR redraft where we have Allen, CMC, Bijan. Oh my gosh. How do we have CMC, Bijan, and Allen on the same team? Olave, Watson, Aaron Jones, Dallas Goedert, bench to James Conner, Gibson, Rashad White, Terry McLaurin, Babenson. Beautiful team. The only thing I'd say is since we can't afford it, I mean, if we could go ahead and package together like Sutton and James Conner to get, I mean, a great running back in return or a great wide receiver in return and try to consolidate here just a little bit. That way we have the flexibility to make waiver wire moves at the beginning of the season. Yeah, one of the best teams I've seen, I mean, all year, my man. Love that team. Okay. Now, Adrian coming out says 14-team half-point tight end premium, 1 flex. We have Allen, Bijan, James Cook, Garrett Wilson, Hopkins, Kittle, Dotson. And then on the bench, Gibson, Tony, Elijah Moore, Gainwell, and Musgrave. I like that we are rostering the high upside guys here with Tony and Elijah Moore. If we are rostering bench wide receivers, we want them to be those high upside options in great offenses. We're making the consolidated bet on Allen, James Cook. Makes a lot of sense. And yeah, in a tight end premium format, especially 14-team league, completely fine rostering the backup tight end here as well. I think it makes a lot of sense. Now, our next switch coming out from King Ray saying 10-team PBR 1 flex, where we have Herbert, Etienne, Mixon, Diggs, Kupp, DJ Moore, Ingram, Hall, Javonte, Addison, JSN, Warren, Kincaid, Penny. And then on the waiver wire, we have Bigsby, Devon Achane, Roshan Johnson, and Marvin Mims. Waiver wire, I actually would look to go get someone like Bigsby if we can, or Devon Achane. I mean, the running backs are definitely going to be the most appealing. But I don't really see what we could cut. I mean, for that reason, if we can make like a 2-for-1 deal in this league and kind of clear up some space, that'd be nice. I don't really think that there's anything to do right now. I want to see what the Rashad Penny role looks like week 1. If the Rashad Penny role isn't a great one in Philadelphia, let's cut Penny. Let's go pick up either Bigsby or Devon Achane. If we trade DJ Moore for Keenan Allen, let's do it to pair up with Herbert. But outside of that, love the team. Now, Joe coming out says quarterback, we have Lawrence. Running back, we have Bijan, Chubb. Wide receiver, we have Higgins, Godwin, flex Etienne, and then flex 2 Deontay Johnson. Tight end Travis Kelce. Full BBR bench is Higbee, Ferguson, I don't want to roster 3 tight ends. If we have the Kelce injury, sure. DJ Moore, Devontae Mostert, Ayuk, Sutton, full PBR, set the lineup. Okay, so we are going to go ahead. Running back, we have clearly Bijan, Chubb starting. If we were looking to get anybody in the starting lineup down on the bench, I'd say Mostert's the best running back. I'm not playing him over Bijan or Chubb. I'm not playing him over Etienne in the flex. I'd play him over Deontay Johnson, though. Full PBR, maybe we go DJ Moore. It's either DJ Moore. Let me ask the live chat. Ladies and gentlemen, who would you rather have? Would you rather have Mostert against the Chargers, Deontay Johnson against the 49ers, or DJ Moore against the Green Bay Packers for that second flex spot? And then I would go Higbee over Ferguson. I think Higbee's going to see a considerable amount of targets, just considering the fact you have no cup. But Joe says, thanks, finally. Yes, sir. I'm so sorry about the wait, but yeah, like I said, I'm trying to go as fast as I can, ladies and gentlemen, while at the same time still giving people good answers. I just don't want to say good team, good team, good team, good team, and then just see, I can get to questions quick if we do that, but I want to try to give quality answers. Okay, more. It looks like most people are saying DJ Moore. It's like most people are taking DJ Moore there as the starter in the second flex. Now, Kevin coming out says, 10-team PBR double flex. We have Fields. Running back, we have Etienne, McKinnon. Wide receiver, Tyreek, Amonra. Flex, we have Amari and Mike Williams. Then tight end, we have Dallas Goedert. And on the bench, we have Breece Hall, Drake London, A.J. Dillon, Zach Charbonnet, Darnell Mooney, Tyler Algier. Any trade suggestions? 10-team league, I can guarantee you we're going to find a better waiver wire option than Darnell Mooney. I'd go ahead and look to cut Darnell Mooney, pick up someone else. Actually, if we have Fields, I'm okay rostering him if you really wanted to. I mean, McKinnon, RB2 is not going to be too exciting. I probably would start Breece Hall over Jerick McKinnon, even with the Kelce injury. So move Breece Hall into your starting lineup, even if it's going to be a little bit scary with the split that you have with and without Dalvin Cook. I like that we're rostering high upside running backs down on the bench. I don't really trade anything. Just swap Breece Hall and Jerick McKinnon in the starting lineup. See if we have a better waiver wire option than Darnell Mooney. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 minutes, we're going to switch the chat to YouTube members only. That way, only YouTube members can donate. That way, I'm not going to be live streaming for 6 hours with this one, and we can still live stream later tonight. So if you want a donation question answer, I would get that in the next 2 minutes, but we're going to switch it to YouTube chat only after that, YouTube members only. We're only YouTube members. Okay, and just so, I think that's going to be probably the rule that we have from now on. 4 hours in, we cut it to YouTube members only. That way, we're not streaming for 24 hours a day. Steven coming out says, PBR, pick my running back 2 in a flex. We have Brian Robinson, Javonte, Breece, Addison, Nico. Love the channel, man. Thank you so much. I think we're going to go Brian Robinson in a great matchup against the Cardinals. And then for the flex spot, it's going to be a little bit of a tougher situation. I do go Breece Hall. I'm very worried about Breece Hall week 1 against the Bills. But, in reality, it's still going to be a high-scoring offense. Javonte's going to be capped as well. Not Oliver says my dono wasn't it. Yeah, we're still going to get to it, my man. If you've donated already, I'm still going to answer your question. Don't worry about that at all. It's just for questions afterwards. I do want to cap it a little bit. Okay, so Athlete's Feet coming out says 18 PBR, 2 quarterback, 3 flex. What positions to target after Chase at 2? I don't even know if we go Chase here too. I think maybe we go Hurts or Allen, to be honest with you. If it's a 2 QB format. Unless you think you're going to get quarterbacks on the way around at the 2-3 turn. If you think you get like Lamar, Fields at the 2-3 turn, maybe go Jamar Chase round 1, and then go with Lamar and Fields there at the end of the second round, the beginning of the third. It's just such an interesting format. Like 8 team leagues are like just a completely different beast. It's like nothing like a regular fantasy football format. Okay. Now our next question coming out from, I believe, Khalil G, who says, 10-team PBR, 1 flex, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, Fields, Ramondre, Najee, Jamar, A.J. Brown, Pitts, Breece, Lockett, Dalvin, Rashad White, Hollywood, Terry, and Kyler. What are your thoughts? You can't roster Kyler unless he's on your IR. If you have him on the bench right now, please go ahead and move Kyler Murray to the waiver wire. Pick up someone else instead. If he's on your IR, cool, we're chilling. We have a lot of running back production down here on the bench. I think that we have enough depth where we could potentially get away if we really wanted to try to pack together like Rashad White with Kyle Pitts to see if we can get to like TJ Hawkinson, just because it's a 10-team league with only 1 flex where we have this much depth. I think that would make sense. And I do think you have a slightly capped ceiling if you're going to look at Rashad White, just based off the offense he's in. Now, Theo says 10-team league where we have 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. We have Mahomes, Jacobs, Brees, Sanders, JT, Chase, Amari, Sutton, Kittle, Odell, Nico Collins, Monster, and Elijah Mitchell. We aren't rostering too many wide receivers here. I'm okay with only having 5, 10-team league, 1 flex. We have an elite level quarterback. We have a great tight end. Great spot. If we could trade Mahomes for either Allen or Hurts with the Kelce injury, I think that makes sense. I mean, hell, I even had Jalen Hurts ranked ahead of Mahomes before the injury. Okay. But let's move this over. And I'm going to turn the chat to members only, ladies and gentlemen. That way we're not going to be live. This live stream is probably going to be a 5-hour one and not a 6-hour one. And we are able to go through and get another live stream going later tonight. But Jonathan says 10-team PPR, we have 2 flex, no tight end. Burrow, quarterback. Running backs, Dalvin, Javonte. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Kupp, Olave, Deontay. Traded Metcalf or Madre for Olave. Oh my gosh, beautiful, beautiful move. Where should we look to? I think you're good, my man. Based off that deal where we picked up the extra few first, I think possibly if we wanted to sell them during the season, once we confirm that we are actually a contending team, that's something that we can look to do. But just no reason to go ahead and look to switch that up right now. I love that trade. I'd rather have Olave straight up over DK Metcalf in Dynasty. And I'd way rather have the 2 first over Ramondre Stevenson. Beautiful spot, my friend. And Kevin coming out says, thank you, Mason. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And I'm really sorry that it took me so long to get to your question. Like I said, we are trying to go through and get to as many of these as possible. I'm going to have to refresh this page real quick so we can make sure that we can still be bringing these up on the live stream. But as I do this, of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Now is the best time to be doing so because on Underdog Fantasy, they have a site-wide special with Patrick Mahomes Thursday night against the Lions, more than less than half a passing yard. They also have a Monday night special, Josh Allen, more than less than half a passing yard against the New York Jets. That's only going to be if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog. And if you are new on Underdog, you're going to be getting an additional mystery special pick'em. I mean, we have never seen 2 special pick'ems the same week on Underdog, let alone 3. So please make sure you are going through and taking advantage of that ASAP while you still can. But let's swing this back around. And our next question coming out from, I believe, Turf Farmer. Garsel, who says, 10-team PBR, 3 wide receivers, 1 flex, 4-point passing touchdown. I have Fields, CMC, Walker, Kupp, Higgins, London, Montgomery, Kittle. And then on the bench, we have Mostert, Pickens, Chark, Lazard, Devon Achane, Romeo Dobbs. Are there / what moves should I make for any free agent targets? So 10-team league, I generally don't think we need to be rostering guys like both Chark and Dobbs on the bottom end. But when we have Kupp, I'm okay with it. Since we have to start 3 wide receivers, we have Kupp at the top end. I'm fine rostering these wide receiver depth options because we probably need to. If we're going to be looking at making any trades, if we could trade London for DJ Moore to get the Justin Fields, DJ Moore stack, I think that'd be interesting. But outside of that, I don't think that there are too many things that we're looking to do, my man. I think it's a good team once Kupp comes back. But I just realized, ladies and gentlemen, looks like non-YouTube members can still send super chats. So that maybe did not solve what we are trying to make it. So yeah, maybe we just start. Yeah, I'm going to turn it back to subscribers only. I thought that if it was members only, non-members could not send super chats, but never mind. There's no reason to have in members only if that's the case. But John coming out says Turf Farmer says, hey Mason, we have Kelce. Do we go with David Njoku Juwan or the tight end in Tennessee for week 1? You're definitely going to go David Njoku, my man. I think he's in a tier ahead of those other guys. Now moving this over, 10-team ESPN standard format. We have Allen, Pollard, Gibbs, Sanders, Herbert, Amari, Judy, Dotson, Ayuk, Burks at tight end, Kelce at tight end. Burks at wide receiver, Kelce at tight end. Any suggestions? I think at this point we need to go ahead and pick up another tight end, my man. I think if we're going to be looking to cut someone here, it's going to be very, very difficult. If we could trade like Burks in a package with Khalil Herbert to get a running back upgrade, that would be ideal. That way we don't have to cut Treylon Burks, because Treylon Burks definitely seems like too good of an option to cut. And if we can't do that, I think it makes sense to potentially like trade Treylon Burks and see if we can get back like Pat Frymuth, Evan Ingram, David Njoku in return. That way we can fill in for Kelce if he misses time. Okay. Now let's move this over. Khalil says, also, Breece, Lockett, or Rashad White this week. I'm going to go Lockett, my man. I mean, especially with the JSN banged up. 20 long time. Remember the flex is shallow 12-team full BBR format. We got the 12th pick in the draft that starts at 20 minutes. I'm sorry, this is probably long and 20 minutes ago. Is it risky to go cut Kelce back? I hope we did not do this. Maybe if you wanted to take a swing on Kelce, then sure, go ahead and pull the trigger. But to take both players that are going to be missing the beginning of the season, that'll be a tough spot to be in, my man. And Nate says, 10-team BBR where we have Burrow, Mixon, Sanders, Jefferson, Waddle, Ingram, Cook. Really want Chase without giving up Jefferson. And the guy who has Chase is willing to trade. What should I offer? I think that you're going to essentially have to sell Miles Sanders. If we could go Sanders and Waddle to go get Justin Jefferson, or Waddle, James Cook, it has to hinge with the Jalen Waddle piece, right? It's either going to be a Waddle and Sanders for Jamar Chase or a Waddle and James Cook. Either deal I would freaking love, considering we have Burrow and it's a 10-team league with only one flex. But Nick, longtime member of the flock out here, says, what's up, big guy? Another season at BBR, Pickens or Burks in the flex? And we're going to go Pickens, even if we hate the matchup going up against the 49ers. Really hard to start Burks week one, my man. Now, Lego Batman, another longtime member of the flock out here, says 10-team BBR, one flex. Starting Justin Herbert at quarterback. Running back, we have Bijan Gibbs. Wide receiver, we have Wilson Olave. Tight end, we have Pitts. Flex, we have Godwin. And then on the bench, we have Javonte, Pickens, Gibson, Nico Collins, Tank Bigsby, Marvin Mims, Tyler Algier. What are your thoughts? A super well-balanced team. If we could sell Godwin for Keenan or Godwin for Mike Williams to stack with Herbert, we do it. I like what we're doing down there on the bench, not rostering too many wide receivers. If you really wanted to roster two tight ends, Kyle Pitts being your first guy, I'd be fine with it. The guy that we would cut to roster another tight end would be either Nico Collins or Marvin Mims. I really like what we've done in terms of a construction perspective with this 10-team format, one flex. I really like it, my man. Okay. But Chronicles of Bannerman out here, another longtime member of the flock. We got all the OG flock members here. 10-team BBR, one flex, two running backs, two wide receivers. Can only start 4 running back wide receivers total. Lamar, Tyreek, Higgins, Chubb, Etienne, Deontay, Kyle Pitts. And then on the bench, Hollywood, Hall, P. Ryan, Richardson. Any suggestions? If it's a league where you can only start 4 wide receivers / running backs total, we need to go ahead. We need to get a tight end upgrade. Assuming we have to start a tight end, that is. If we could sell Hollywood and Kyle Pitts to go get TJ Hawkinson in a 10-team league that's going to be this shallow of a starting lineup format, it just makes too much sense because, I mean, the depth is not going to matter there with our wide receiver position. So I think that would make a lot of sense, my friend. Definitely not something you have to do, right? But Sidekick coming out with a dono, thank you. And our next switch coming out from Gleazy Baby says 10-team, 2-2-2. 105, Watson, Chubb, James Cook, Tyreek, Higgins, Devonta Smith, Deontay, and Njoku. Here, wide receiver depth's going to matter a little bit more because it is going to be a full PBR format where we can start up to 4 of them. Bench, we have Flowers, Dylan, Javonte, Kirk, Chains, Juwan Johnson, Ayuk, Tank Dell. Yeah, I mean, in general, I really like what we have. And like I said, I think you can prioritize a little more wide receiver depth with those guys like Deontay Johnson. I mean, Zay Flowers. But when we get to the very bottom of the roster, let's definitely make sure that if we don't have all the running back depth in the world, let's just make sure we have someone that could potentially step into a starting role if an injury were to go down in front of him. So like Tank Dell, super low ceiling player. I'd love to cut him. Love to go pick up another running back off the waiver wire. In a 10-team league, we will have a better option. But I like how we've optimized the team up until that point for this format in particular. Now, our next question coming out from Alex says, hey, yo, it's a PBR format, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex with 0.2 points per carry. We better have slammed running backs. We have Geno at quarterback. I would definitely like upgraded quarterback as well. AJ, Christian Watson, Evans, Hollywood, Dotson, JSN at wide receiver. Would you trade Christian Watson and Raheem Monster for Justin Fields? Yes, 100% what I was going to say. Point per carry format, go get the quarterback that can have a ton of rush attempts. Go get someone like Justin Fields. I think that makes so much sense here, my friend. Really do like that move. Now, Zach coming out says, should we make a trade? It's a 10-team PBR league, 3 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Pierce, Sanders, Chase, Garrett Wilson, London, Njoku, Christian Watson. With on the bench, Dobbins, JSN, Dillon, Rogers, Osborne, Warren, Juwan Johnson. I don't see any trades that make a lot of sense. I mean, once we get JSN back, then maybe we have a little more flexibility. I don't love rostering 2 tight ends and 2 quarterbacks, but it is what it is. If we can't get anything for Rodgers, I'm fine with it. Yeah, then we kind of sit still. If we were going to do anything, we'd try to get any kind of value we can for Rodgers and open up another roster spot. Nathan, another OG Flock member, says, Mason, my man, need to start a 3rd wide receiver in my non-PBR. Terry may not play, so should I risk it? Go Sky Moore, Sutton, or Elijah Moore? Sky is tempting. I would go ahead. I'd go Sutton. I mean, I'm not a Sutton guy either, but I mean, also Jerry Jeudy's not going to play. So I agree. Sky does get a bump up with no Kelce. I think we have to go Sutton though. And Maserati coming out says 14-team ESPN PBR format where we have Richardson at quarterback. Running back, we have Jacobs, Walker, Lamb, DJ, Dotson. We have Kyle Pitts at tight end. We also have Elijah Moore, Zach Charbonnet, Mims, Mingo, Jimmy G, and JT on the IR. Okay, so generally I am fine rostering 2 quarterbacks in a 14-team league, especially if our first guy is Anthony Richardson. With that being said, I would love to know if we have a better option off the waiver wire than Jimmy Garoppolo. Like if we could go Sam Howell, someone with a little more rushing upside, I think that'd be a really nice spot. We're in a fortunate situation in that we have enough running back production with Jacobs and Walker to get us until JT comes back. You're saying a lot relies on Richardson. I agree with you. I think Richardson can easily be a top 14 running back in fantasy. The main thing 14 quarterback because the rushing upside. The main thing we need is Richardson to be good and JT to come back. If those 2 things happen, we're going to crush. I don't think there are too many moves to make. Making myself sick from live streaming this much, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is tough. Dogger says he didn't want to do the trade with Ramondre. New trade offer is J.K. Pickens Charbonnet for Dak, Kirk, Godwin. I have Brees on my bench as well. So going from Dak to Dobbins, if we are, in a spot where we got to get rid of Dak, it's fine. Godwin to Pickens is a downgrade. Kirk to Charbonnet is probably down. I don't know. I think we can find a better price point. I think the Ramondre deal made a lot more sense, my man. Margo says drop Bigsby for Devon Achane. I definitely would based off the injuries that we have in Miami. James says Watson or Dotson at week 1. I'm going to go Dotson assuming McLaurin misses. We'll go Watson if McLaurin plays. Now Manu coming out says happy BR double flex. We have Allen, Geno, cut Geno, Ingram, wide receiver. We have Diggs, Higgins, Debo, Mike Williams, JSN, Addison, running backs. We have Jacobs, Walker, Devon Achane, Elijah Mitchell. Drop Geno. Go pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Don't only want to roster 4 RBs. I like the long-term upside. We have a wide receiver with JSN and Addison. And not really looking to make any moves outside of that. LJ Moreno says Daniel Jones or Jared Goff in Superflex to start. I think Daniel Jones will be the play in most weeks because the rushing upside in a 4-point passing touchdown format. But great matchup for Goff in a shootout. I would go Goff. Now, Kyle says, 10-team full BBR league where we have 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a flex. 3-man keeper draft tonight. Kupp, Kelce, Jefferson are my keepers. Who should I be looking to take in the draft? We need to slam running backs here, my man. We'd only start up to 3 wide receivers. It's a 10-team league. Wide receiver depth is going to be easy to come by. You need to be slamming running backs out the gate. Preferably guys that are going to start early because we may need early running back production. Early production in general. Carter says 12-team, 3 wide receiver, 1 flex auction draft strap. Be a little bit more balanced. Generally I'm going to go studs and duds in a redraft format, and we'll be a little bit more balanced in our dynasty leagues. Especially if I mean, it's a league where you have, not too many bench spots, right? If it's a league where you're sitting here and you only have, say, 4, 5, 6 benches, I think like 5 of those bench spots you only spend $1 on. You go studs and duds. If you're a member of flockfantasy.com, go and look up auction draft, and you'll see I put out an in-depth video talking about strategy that I can go way more in depth with instead of a live stream. Okay, our next question coming out from Sim says, 12-team PPR double flex keeper league. We have Tua, Jacobs, Mostert, Godwin, Watson, Andrews, Deontay, Lockett, Taylor, Kamara, Hall, Zay, McLaurin, Bateman, Higbee. Any suggestions? If Andrews plays week 1, let's go ahead. Let's see if we can package together Higbee with another one of these options elsewhere and get some running back production in the beginning of the season from like the Kelce team. Like if we could trade Higbee and go get like Jamal, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Because here, I really like the team in the long term, but the issue is when we have like Taylor, Kamara, Breece Hall, even Terry McLaurin, all these guys are long-term options. These guys aren't giving us production at the beginning of the season. I'm fine rostering a couple of these like long-term high upside players that are going to be injured early on, but we just can't have that many of them. Now, MA says, am I scared to draft more? My number 1 wide receiver is St. Brown. Do I be scared? I drafted more. I don't know what that means, my man. Or you should be scared of DJ Moore? I don't know why we would be. But Ezekiel says, hey, Mason, 8-team, 3 wide receiver, 2 flex. We have Burrow, Barkley, Pollard, Jefferson, Tyreek, A.J. Brown, Hockenson, Ridley, Stevenson. The bench is London, Amari, Tua, J.K. Dobbins, and Godwin. Any moves? So 8-team league, I like that we have to start 3 wide receivers and 2 flexes here. So depth's going to be a little bit more important. Still not the most important thing. Super well-balanced roster top to bottom. If we could go through and say package together Tyreek Hill and a super small piece like Tua, right? And then go out there and get Jamar Chase. I think that makes sense. So we could so we could pair up Burrow and Chase. So like Tyreek and Tua for Chase, pair up Burrow and Chase. I'd love that. Now, Big Breakfast coming out says 10-team PBR. Start Watson, Eckler, Barkley, Olave, Higgins, London, Watson. The bench is Goff, White, Bigsby, Charbonnet, Kirk, Elijah Moore, JSN. Start the tight end in Tennessee week 1. I just don't trust Kincaid week 1. I'd rather see the production than put him in week 2. I keep the starting lineup as is elsewhere. I think we kind of stick as is. I can't really come up with anything. If we can trade Higgins for Amari and a slight upgrade elsewhere, let's do it. Or Christian Watson for Amari, I'd love that. But I think we're kind of just sitting on our hands here, my man. Aiden says quarterback, we have Fields. Running back, we have ETN. We also have Lockett, Herbert, Sutton for DJ Moore, Eckler. Wait, so we have ETN, Lockett, Herbert, Sutton for DJ Moore, Eckler. Hell yeah, make that deal. Or ETN, Herbert, Kirk, Sutton for Barkley. First deal, go get Eckler. I think that it's a spot that we're trading a bunch of these small, little, tiny depth pieces like Khalil Herbert, Cortland Sutton, getting the best player in the deal. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm dying over here. White Boy coming out says, should I trade Khalil Herbert for Ridley? Hell yeah. We have Barkley, Pacheco. Yes, go make that deal immediately, especially in a double flex league. Kwame says, 12-team PBR where we have Hurts, CMC, Jacobs, Connor, Hopkins, Watson, Gabe Davis, Ingram, and then on the bench, Njoku, Odell, Zay Jones, Jalen Hyatt, Devon A-Chain. Drop Jalen Hyatt, pick up a running back off the waiver wire with upside. Really like the roster outside of that. Fine rostering 2 tight ends here with Ingram and Njoku. We just don't want to be rostering this many wide receivers and this few running backs. So drop Hyatt, pick up a running back that you like. Now, Ben says 10-team Dynasty Superflex, 6-point passing touchdown. We have Burrow, Connor, JT, Waddle, Olave, Higgins, Kittle, Dak. I also have Brandon Cooks, Lockett, and Judy on my bench. Should we be looking for any trades? Super shallow format overall for this being a dynasty league. I actually like having Burrow and Dak in a 4-point passing touchdown format where the rushing upside is going to matter a little bit less. Obviously, we need to get by with no Jonathan Taylor at the beginning of the season. So if we could go through and trade like Brandon Cooks for Jamal Williams to have that option at the early part of the year because both those guys are containing assets, neither have long-term value, I would be looking for that. Now, Sean says 12-team PPR, 1 flex, where we have Mahomes, Rodgers, cut Rodgers. You don't need him if we have Mahomes. CMC, Breeze, Gibson, McKinnon, Devon Achane. Wide receiver, we have Kupp, DJ Moore, Kirk, Cooks, Juju. We have 2 tight ends. Fine having 2 tight ends here. I'll just say cut Rodgers. If you have the Kupp injury, I mean, we may have to fill in some more wide receiver depth, especially with the bad report that we got with Juju Smith-Schuster. So I'd cut Rodgers, see if we can pick up a wide receiver off the waiver wire. If you could go get Sky Moore, if you could go get Kadarius Toney, that'd be beautiful with a Mahomes stack and the Kelce injury. But Edward says 10-team full BBR double flex where we have Allen, Barkley, Swift, A.J. Brown, Keenan, Kittle, Godwin, Kirk. And then on the bench, we have Evans, Kamara, Michael Thomas, Brandon Cooks, Zay Flowers. So we have no bench running back for the beginning of the season since Kamara is under suspension. We don't even know if DeAndre Swift's going to be good to go or not in his role. So yeah, if we could go ahead and like pack together Brandon Cooks and Michael Thomas, get a slight upgrade at wide receiver that way, and then open up a rush spot, pick up another running back off the waiver wire, I'd like that. I just don't want to be sitting with literally 0 running backs on our bench, you know? And those guys are too good cut. Now, Jordan says 16-team PBR. We have Daniel Jones, and running back, we have Chubb, Mixon, Gus, Devon Achane, Zach Charbonnet. Wide receiver, we have Hopkins, Mike Williams, Sutton, Hollywood. Tight end, we have Waller. What are your thoughts? Obviously, nobody on waivers. Yeah, it's a 16-team league. I mean, 16-team league, I'd say this is damn good. Having Chubb, Mixon, and then still not really sacrificing too much at wide receiver. I'm surprised that you have a team this solid. I personally would rather have Hawkinson over Waller if we could make that swap. But, I mean, actually, it makes sense when we have Daniel Jones to make that one consolidated bet with the Giants. So maybe we actually keep Waller here. And, yeah, generally I'm looking to sell on Sutton. I mean, sell Hollywood because I think he has a high floor, low ceiling. But it's kind of what you want in a 16-team league, right? You need someone that has a high floor. Now, Cade says, 10-team PPR, 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Etienne, Aaron Jones, Lamb, Deontay, Kelce, Madison. And then on the bench, we have Hawkinson, London, Ayuk, Jamal, Pirine, Charbonnet, Addison. How do we do? I mean, I think it looks great for now. Now, the thing is, once Kelce comes back, then at that point, Hawkinson's going to be a clear sell. Like, if at that point we can package like Hawkinson and Deontay and get an elite level wide receiver in return, that'd make a lot of sense. But we are going to be waiting until we get Kelce back. But great team in the long term. Now, not Oliver says 10-team PBR, 3 wide receivers, 2 flags. So I trade Lockett for Flowers. Hell no, keep Tyler Lockett here, my friend, especially with JSN potentially starting slow with the injury. Now, Rocket coming out says double flex, 12-team PBR, where we have Fields at quarterback. Running back, we have Harris, Connor. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson Smith. The flex, we have Godwin and Antonio Gibson. On the bench, we have Sky Moore, Rashee Rice, Treylon Burks, Raheem Mostert. Thoughts and any potential trade ideas? It's going to be a good team in a 12-team double flex league where we can build around wide receiver a little bit more. I would definitely start Raheem Mostert over Antonio Gibson this week, my friend, even if Gibson has some long-term upside as a receiver. And also, depending on the price point, if we can get a reasonable price to sell James Conner and probably package up to like a Travis Etienne, Joe Mixon, or Ramondre Stevenson level player, I'd really look to do that just because I'm so damn worried about what we have with the Arizona Cardinals offense at this point. You also have Darren Waller. Okay, if we have Waller, it's going to be a much better team. I would trade Waller if we could for Hawkinson, but that's a personal preference thing. But ladies and gentlemen, we are closing in on breaking our all-time like record on this live stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find the link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK on Underdog is going to give you a 100% deposit match up to $100, plus our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com where you can find our 2023 fantasy football premium content. And only with promo code FLOCK are you going to get also 3 special pick'ems on Underdog Week 1. Patrick Mahomes more than less than half a passing yard against the Lions Thursday. Josh Allen more than less than half a passing yard against the Jets on Monday. And if you're new to Underdog, an additional mystery special pick'em as well. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure you are taking advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Caden says, not too happy with our happy BR team. We have Eckler, Adams, Etienne, Andrews, Dobbins, DeAndre Hopkins, Christian Watson, Akers, Kamara, Pickens, Daniel Jones, Safe. I actually like this team. I mean, wide receiver, I understand maybe we don't have a, like DeAndre Hopkins and Justin Jefferson, but we still have, Devontae Adams and DeAndre Hopkins. That's a great spot to be in. Really, the only thing that I would be not too happy about is going to be the quarterback position. I think the move to here is to take someone like Cam Akers and see if we can package with Daniel Jones, get a quarterback in the realm of Justin Fields, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, or of course, any of the big three. Now, Leroy says 10-team league, full PBR. Anything you'll change, Josh Allen, Madison, White, Adams, Kupp, Keenan, Kelce, and then on the bench, Watson, Kamara, Charbonnet, Bateman, P. Ryan, Michael Thomas. So we're most likely going to have to go through and cut one of these guys on the bottom end of the bench so we can pick up another tight end. Instead of doing that, I would love to go ahead and see if we can make a 2-for-1 deal, just open up a roster spot. If we could trade like Rachaad White and Bateman in a deal to get a better running back, that'd be really nice. Backfill with another tight end so we have someone to play for Travis Kelce early on. And then also we're going to be looking to put Christian Watson into that spot for Cooper Kupp at the beginning of the season, assuming Kupp does not play. Now, Bravo coming out says moves in a 12-team PBR league where we have Bijan, White, Waddle, Higgins, Goddard, Javonte, and then on the bench we have Pacheco, Dotson, Brian Robinson, Rondale Moore, Deion Jackson, and Allen Lazard. In terms of submitting the starting lineup, I would start Brian Robinson over Rachaad White this week with Robinson having the matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. Outside of that, I really do like the team. I like that we have the Burrow-Higgins stack. I like that we're well-balanced of top to bottom here. And I don't think we're rostering too many, depth wide receivers. If you really wanted to try to package together like Dotson and Rachaad White to get a long-term upgrade at running back, I think that could make sense. Now, Steven says full BBR, 1 quarterback, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Bijan, Sanders, Jefferson, Waddle, and Pitts. We need a flex between Addison, Judy, Hall, Burks, or Khalil Herbert. We're going to be going with Breece Hall here, my friend. Everybody else is essential. Actually, no, we'll go Khalil Herbert. Sorry, we'll go Khalil Herbert. Tough spot to be in, but hopefully we get the long-term upside of Addison, Breece Hall, Jerry Judy, Traylon Burks. One of those guys breaking out soon. Pablo says, should I trade Amon-Ra St. Brown for Taylor and Pickens? No, you definitely need a better discount. And Drew coming out says, 8-team league. We have Lawrence, Mixon, Barkley, Godwin, Jefferson, Kittle, Odell, Higgins. We also have Chubb, Hubbard, McKinnon, Mostert, Jameson, Boyd, Burks, Jones, Kirk, Lazard, Laporta. Any moves? Bijan owner is up to trade. Hell yeah. If we can afford Bijan, 8-team league, let's try to package together Joe Mixon, one of these depth pieces. Like if we can go Joe Mixon and say Odell Beckham Jr. or Joe Mixon and Javonte Williams to go get Bijan Robinson, I think that makes a lot of sense because in an 8-team league, the only thing we're looking to do is make as many 2-for-1 deals as possible to sell depth and improve in the starting lineup. To be honest, I don't love that team in an 8-team format though. And I need to go ahead and fill up this water, ladies and gentlemen, or my voice is going to be permanently gone. I can't live stream again tonight. So give me 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with our next question here. This one coming out from, I believe, Matt, who says, we have Hurts, Pierce, Sanders, Jefferson, London, Hawkins, and Pittman. On the bench, we have Pickens, Charbonnet, Algier, Boyd, Pickett, Bigsby, 10-team league. We have Jalen Hurts, drop Kenny Pickett. There's no reason to have him. I mean, if we can go through and if we can package together, say, Michael Pittman and George Pickens, go get a wide receiver upgrade for the flex, I think that'd be a nice spot, but not necessarily something that we have to, but just 10-team league, one flex. Generally, we're trying to go ahead and we are trying to get an upgrade in the flex spot whenever we can. Now, Pablo says, 10-team BBR, we have Hurts, Eckler, Henry, St. Brown, Amari, Hawkinson, DJ Moore. And then on the bench, we have Dobbins, Hollywood, Beckham, Brandon Cooks, Elijah Mitchell, and Ezekiel Elliott. Are we looking to make any moves here? No, we have two elite level running backs. We have Jalen Hurts, 10-team league. We have a really good tight end as well. I actually think it's a great squad. No, I'm not changing anything. Great team. Now, Saj coming out says 12-team PBR where we have Kirk, CMC, ETN, St. Brown, Amari, Ingram, Pierce. On the bench, we have Pickens, Chark, Sam Howell. I definitely think we want to roster two quarterbacks here. Van Jefferson, Cooks, Brian Robinson, Lazard. Any thoughts? I think it would be really nice to get Brian Robinson in the starting lineup based on the matchup that he has this week. I think I actually potentially would consider him over Pierce. Full BBR format would probably go Pierce, though, so it is close. But outside of that, I mean, if we were going to be looking to make any trades, I think we could possibly afford an upgrade at quarterback in the long term. But let's wait until we see at least one of these breakouts from George Pickens or Brian Robinson. If one of those guys breaks out, let's see if we can patch together one of them with Kirk Cousins to see if we can get that long-term upgrade at quarterback. Now, Chris says, 12-team full BBR where we have Lamar, Barkley, Ramadre, Kupp, Drake, Njoku, Mike Williams. On the bench, Flowers, Richardson, Kincaid, Mims. Any suggestions to upgrade? I think the tight end combo makes a lot of sense. I would go ahead. I'd see if we can get another running back down on the bench. So I'd cut Marvin Mims for an RB. I mean, Anthony Richardson, a clear sell high candidate when we get the opportunity to. But I mean, maybe it takes a week or two for us to potentially sell him high. But yeah, long term, we're going to be looking to package together like Anthony Richardson and like Drake London. See if we can get a better wide receiver. Now, Cam says 10-team Dynasty League, 2 quarterback, 3 flex options. We have Khalil Herbert, David Montgomery, A.J. Dillon, Samaje Perine, Deion Jackson, Condre Miller. Drop Fournette for Jalen. No. We can find a better option here, my man. As 10-team league, actually, if it's Dynasty, sure, you can. If it's a Dynasty format, then sure. Really does depend, like, are you contending? I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to save face. I did draft Leonard Fournette in a lot of best ball drafts. Leonard Fournette did tweet out a couple days ago, like, my story's not done or some BS like that. Of course, who knows if that means literally anything. Hopefully Fournette signs, but looking like a bad situation right now. Now, James coming out says, would you do Goff, Olave, Madison for Fields and DK Metcalf? I would definitely do Goff and Olave for Fields and DK Metcalf. I don't know if we want to include Madison. I think Madison's probably one too many players there. Now, Brad says 8-team at PBR League, 1 flex. We got offered Eckler or Mixon for Garrett Wilson. Hell yeah, go get Eckler. 8-team league, 1 flex makes so much sense. Trade Garrett Wilson, go get Eckler, my man. Wide receivers are Olave, Lamb, Dobbins, and Etienne at running back. Yeah, please go get Eckler. Ryland says a full BBR 12-team league, 1 flex redraft. We have Tua at quarterback. Running back, we have Brees, Mixon, Connor, Penny. Wide receiver, we have Amon-Ra, Kupp, London, Evans, Pitts. We have the production at wide receiver where we can fill in for Cooper Kupp in the short term, so I really like that. We have a tight end with upside with Kyle Pitts. I mean, with Tua, if we could go through, if we could potentially get like a stack with either Waddle or Tyreek, it makes sense, but I mean, it's going to be hard to get there. You'd have to trade like Mike Evans and another piece to get to Jalen Waddle, or once Cooper Kupp comes back and is healthy, then at that point, trade him for Tyreek. Now, Dobbs says 10-team at BBR, Fields, Bijan, Dillon, Tyreek, Higgins, Andrews, Christian Watson. And then on the bench, we have London, JSN, Flowers, Cortland Sutton, JT on the IR. Do we trade for a better running back? I mean, I would say yes in the short term. We need a better running back. And honestly, we can afford one, right? If we can trade Drake London and A.J. Dillon to get to a running back that's like in the Najee Harris range, I think that make a lot of sense for this team if we have a JT on the IR. And I mean, it's going to be a league with only 1 flex spot, 10-team format. We should be able to find more than enough wide receiver depth if we really need it. Now, Phil coming out says, I have Waddle and Hill in 1 league. Should I try to trade Waddle? Hell no. I actually like having both players on the same roster and making one consolidated bet that you actually have a better situation than people expect with the Miami Dolphins passing offense. So I actually like that, my man. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, Neil, who says, Mahomes, Ramondre Stevenson, Dobbins, Gibson, Bigsby, Charbonnet, Chase, Moore, Kirk, Ayuk, Addison, Bateman, Kincaid, Laporta. 12-team league, need advice. I don't love having 2 rookie tight ends as our tight end options. If we could go ahead and package together like Bateman and Kincaid to get to a tight end in the tier of like Evan Ingram, maybe even go up to like a George Kittle, Darren Waller, T.J. Hawkinson, a Dallas Goedert kind of range, Kyle Pitts even. I think they make a lot of sense because I like both tight ends in their long-term upside, and obviously they have trade value for that reason. It's just difficult to assume that you can start either one of those guys at the beginning of the year. Now, Isaiah says, what's up, good brother? What's good, brother? Love your work. 12-team app PBR, Mahomes, Tyreek, Watson, Deontay, Ramondre, Sanders, Goddard, and Brian Robinson starting. On the bench, we have Elijah Moore, Smith, JSN, Goff, Boyd, and Bigsby. Any moves? We don't need Goff whenever we have Mahomes. If we get a sell high moment on Goff after Thursday night, I would definitely look to go ahead and take it if we can. We don't really have much running back depth down there on the bench. Right now I understand that we have the running backs at the top end of the lineup like Ramondre, Miles Sanders, and Brian Robinson. But only 4 running backs total on this roster. And if you're going to be comparing that to wide receiver, here, wide receiver, we're going to have a Tyreek Hill, Christian Watson, Elijah Moore, Smith, JSN, Tyler Boyd. So I don't know if we want to be having this many wide receivers, but ultimately I think it just comes down to potentially looking to see if we can sell high on Goff after Thursday night, package him together with one of these depth wide receivers like Deontay Johnson, just to get a slight upgrade at the wide receiver position, and then backfill that open spot with another running back that you like with waiver wire upside. But overall, like that, I would also see if we could trade like Tyler Boyd for either Kadarius Toney or Sky Moore, considering the fact that we have Mahomes that are making a consolidated bet on that Chiefs offense. Now, Brandon coming out says, team half PBR format where we have Herbert, Pollard, Etienne, Sanders, Charbonnet, Elijah Mitchell, Tank, Cup, Devonta Smith, Terry, London, Addison, Freiermuth, Higbee. Any advice? I would love to go up to the Patrick Mahomes team and go, hey man, what will you give me for Tyler Higbee right now? Can I give you Tyler Higbee and Terry McLaurin? You give me a wide receiver that's in the same range of McLaurin that at the same time, we actually can get to start early on, because it's going to be tough having McLaurin and Cup on the same roster at the beginning of the season, right? Especially with like a long-term option with Addison. So if we could attack the Kelce team and go like, hey man, give me a wide receiver that's going to be playing right now in the same tier, and we'll give you Higbee and McLaurin. I think that makes sense because we have Cup and Addison. Now, Jordan coming out says, 10-team BBR, where at quarterback, we're currently sitting with Daniel Jones, running back, we have Bijan, Gibbs, wide receiver, we have Diggs, Deontay, tight end, we have Waller, flex, Walker. On the bench, we have Madison, Charbonnet, Judy, Ayuk, Odell, Elijah Moore, Anthony Richardson. Thoughts and any moves or trades to make? And should we pick up Tyler Algier as a handcuff? I actually would pick up Tyler Algier as a handcuff, regardless if we have Bijan Robinson or not. I think he has a higher ceiling to make a difference on your league than someone like Odell Beckham Jr. Overall, I like having both Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson because these guys have rushing upside, but none of them are guaranteed things. I do think we have the depth once Judy comes back to go ahead and see if we can patch together like Ayuk and Deontay Johnson for a better wide receiver in the long term. But we're going to be waiting until we either get, Jerry Judy coming back or like a Zach Charbonnet breakout. But ladies and gentlemen, somebody came to say hi. You want to say hi to everybody? Come here, my princess. I know, my good girl. My good girl. Come here. Ugh. You can stand up. You can stand up. I know. Are you a good girl? I know. Someone's begging for a walk over here. Say, Mason, you've been live streaming for 5 hours. When are we turning this off? When are we turning this off? You can go into the desk. Okay, let's see if we can get our next question going. This one coming out from Joseph. We're actually going to have to refresh the screen. That way we can continue to show these, ladies and gentlemen. But as I do this, please make sure you drop a like on this live stream if you have not done so already. We've been live for about 5 hours now. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'em lines on Underdog Fantasy, find the link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus, you're going to get our 2023 fantasy football rankings, a free trial to flockfantasy.com, where you can find all of our premium content. And now is the best time to get on Underdog because you have an exclusive or 3 special pick'ems with promo code FLOCK. There's a site-wide pick'em, Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions week 1. Also, there is an exclusive Flock special, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen against the Jets on Monday night. And then if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get an additional mystery pick'em special. So make sure you are taking advantage of that while you still can, ladies and gentlemen. I've never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. But let's go ahead and let's pull this back up. Now we are going to be with Joseph, I believe, right? Yes, saying 12-team non-PPR, 1 quarterback, wide receiver, running back, 3 flexes. Definitely want to be building around a running back in that non-PPR format. Hopefully an elite level quarterback. I mean, right now we have Bijan Robinson, Cooper Kupp, Chris Olave, Ridley, Fields, Sanders, JSN, Khalil Herbert, Johnson, Kmet, Schultz, Jameson, and Deonta Foreman. Much love. No, really appreciate. Actually, hopefully that is Javonte. If that's Javonte down on the bench, I really like it. I agree that in this format, we want to be rostering 2 tight ends. If Cole Kmet's our first guy, I like having him stacked up with Fields. I like having the rushing upside with quarterback. I'd say when Kupp comes back, at that point, we can go ahead and see if we can sell like Ridley for like Travis Etienne. I think that'd be interesting in a non-PPR format where we only have to start 1 wide receiver. Like, I'd love to start 4 running backs in a non-PPR format. LeBronosaurus Rex coming out, says 10-team PPR league with 1 flex. Quarterback, we have Lawrence. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, AJ. Running back, we have Mixon, Madison, Kelce at tight end, Williams in the flex. And then on the bench, Brees, Dobbins, JSN, Robinson, Richardson, Tony, Mostert. How do you like the team? Any ideas of moves I can make? I really do like this team. I will say if that's Javonte Williams in the flex, go ahead and instead put J.K. Dobbins week 1 against the Texans in there. I think that makes a lot more sense based off the matchup. I think Javonte, Brees, all are good long-term options. Don't want to be starting them immediately. And also, I think if we get a breakout from Anthony Richardson, we can afford to package Richardson and Madison to get a running back upgrade. But yeah, great team, great team. Hopefully Kelsey's okay. Now, Eric coming out says 10-team PPR, quarterback, Burrow, wide receiver, Amari Godwin, and Christian Kirk. Running back, Bijan, Gibbs, tight end, Kelce. Flex is Jamal. And then on the bench, we have Charbonnet, Addison, Brian Robinson, Johnston, Jameson, Schultz, Daniel Jones. Any trade ideas? I would love to get to Higgins. If we could sell Amari for Higgins to get the Burrow stack, I think that'd be nice. Obviously, we need a fill-in tight end, so having Dalton Schultz is solid. I would cut Jameson Williams if you can't put him on the IR. He's going to make it very hard to make waiver wire moves at the beginning of the season for you. So you got to trade Amari for Higgins, cut Jameson, and I like the Schultz fill-in for the Kelce injury. Now, Maserati says, not sure if my question was answered. Double checking. Yes, sir, we did. I saw it pop up and everything, and we got you. Now, Ramon coming out says, 10-team PPR, Eckler is up for trade. Who would you offer? We have Lawrence at quarterback with Cousins. Running back, we have Connor, Bijan, Rashad White, Brian Robinson. Wide receiver, we have Ridley, Olave, Amon-Ra, Hollywood, Christian Watson, JSN Cooks. We have also Andrews and Freiermuth at tight end. 100% we want to make a play for Eckler in this 10-team league. I think that we are going to be centering our trade around James Conner. We're going to be wanting to get a depth wide receiver in there with Hollywood Brown. If we go with James Conner, Hollywood Brown, Pat Freiermuth, and somehow pull that off, it would be highway robbery. I mean, if he really wants the elite level tight end, we would sell him James Conner, Andrews for Eckler. I'd do that as well. And then also offer him Rashad White if he doesn't like James Conner. Either or. Now, Rain coming out says 12-team full BBR with 11 starters. We also can start up to 5 wide receivers. Draft soon. Any tips on how we should approach the first 5 to 6 rounds? Double tap the wide receiver or go with an anchor RB and wide receiver. I think if you wanted to go with the hero RB build, like go with Bijan Robinson round 1 and then slam the next 5 rounds as wide receivers, completely fine with that. I think you want to be planning on starting 5 wide receivers on a week-to-week basis here. You need wide receiver values. Now, Philip coming out says Hurts, Jacobs, Aaron Jones, Christian Watson, Michael Pittman, Kelce, Pickens, Brandon Cooks, Anthony Richardson, Zeke, Zach Charbonnet, Van Jefferson, Greg Dulcich. What are your thoughts? Yeah, we need the bye week fill. So we need the injury fill in at their tight end spot with Travis Kelce. Completely fine with that. We have the elite level quarterback. I'd love to sell Anthony Richardson high if he has a breakout game. Like if we can sell Anthony Richardson and Michael Pittman, especially if we have a Colts fan in our league, go get a better wide receiver since we have Jalen Hurts here. I think that makes a lot of sense. But value is great in the long term. I'm assuming Kelson's okay. Now, Floyd says, where can I improve in a 10-team PBR league where we have Lamar, Chubb, Walker, Connor, Jefferson, Kupp, Lockett, Andrews. Great team. On the bench, we have White, Deontay, Godwin, James. I don't think we do anything right now. I think in the long term, once we get Cooper Kupp back in and we can afford it, then at that point, we're going to be looking to package together like Rashad White and Tyler Lockett to get an elite level wide receiver to play there at the flex spot. But beautiful, beautiful team with that long-term upside. Young Gun Media, long time. Remember the fly says 10-team PBR, 2 running back, 3 wide receiver, and a flex. We have Dak, A.J. Brown, Christian Watson, Addison, Madison, Montgomery, Andrews, Brandon Cooks, Tua, Kupp, McLaurin, Kamara, Njoku, Penny, and JT. I like Penny at the bottom of the roster. We get the clarity on a situation early on in the season. Tough having Kupp, McLaurin, and Kamara all on the same team, given the fact that these guys aren't going to do anything early on. I would actually probably start Brandon Cooks over Jordan Addison, at least initially. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good team once we get Kupp and McLaurin back in. Just a tough spot where you have to start 3 wide receivers and have both those injuries at the same time, and JT here as well. If we can sneak a couple wins at the beginning of the season and get that long-term upside in later on, that's going to be perfect. Now, Larcotics coming out says 10-team PBR, 1 quarterback, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, tight end, and a flex. We have Dak, Diggs, Lamb, Higgins, Zay, Jameson, Christian Watson, DJ Moore, Schultz, Gibbs, Madison, Sanders, Pride, Robinson, Zach Charbonnet, Tank, Bigsby. Any ideas? So it's going to be a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers on a week-to-week basis. I like having Dak and Lamb stacked up. I mean, at the same time, I think that honestly building around wide receiver depth is going to matter a little bit more in this style format. Still, if Jameson Williams can't be put on the IR, I'd probably do drop him for a better, ability to just go through and churn the waiver wire at the beginning of the season. We have high upside running backs down there at the bottom end of the bench that if an injury occurs in front of them, they could be league winners. I think it's a great team. I think once we get a couple breakouts from these young guys, then at that point we can afford a tight end upgrade from Dalton Schultz. But yeah, great team, my man. Now, AG17 says, CBS Fantasy Sports, happy BR draft tonight. I have the first pick, Jefferson auto pick. Who do we target at 2021? Hell yes, go Justin Jefferson. And then on the way back around at the 2-3 turn, get an elite level quarterback and stay flexible. Probably look for best running back available. SKS says, $10 bis. I don't think so, my man. 12-team PBR, 1 flex, Chase, Olave, Hopkins, Jacobs, Dalvin, McKinnon, and Fields, or Ridley, Hill, DJ Moore, Henry, Najee, Miles Sanders, and Lamar. So if we're going to break this down position by position, I mean, Tyreek Hill versus Jamar Chase. Give me Jamar Chase, but it's going to be close. Chris Olave versus Calvin Ridley. Give me Chris Olave, but it's going to be close. DeAndre Hopkins versus DJ Moore. Honestly, just up to you. Josh Jacobs versus Derrick Henry. Give me Jacobs. Dalvin versus Najee. Give me Najee. Sanders versus... I would honestly go ahead. I'll take team 1. I mean, I think if you're going to get the Chase Olave side of this and be able to have those 2 elite level wide receivers here. Plus, you're not having to worry about the age with the running backs, such as like Josh Jacobs versus Derrick Henry. I'm going to go side 1. David says, are you on Cameo? Need you to diss my league mates. A good idea in the future. Not right now, my man. Not right now. I don't have the time for it now. Matt coming out says, rate the squad, 12-team PBR league, pick 9. We have Lawrence, Barkley, Bijan, Debo, Godwin, Ridley, Pat. We traded Andrews for Ridley and Pat Friday. Great deal there. Kirk and Swift on the bench. I like it, especially since we have the Lawrence and Ridley stack. If we're really going to do anything, I think you can potentially wait until we get some clarity on the running back depth charts and what you have with like DeAndre Swift. And if we really need a better running back 3, then at that point we could potentially parlay like Godwin and Swift to get a running back upgrade. But I'd rather see what the role is like for Swift early on. Young Gun Media coming out against this 12-team league where we start up to 5 wide receivers. Lamar, Lamb, Williams, Kirk, Bijan, Brian Robinson, Ingram, Moore, Beckham, Penny, Judy, Devon H. and Dallas Algier. It's going to be another league where we have one of these wide receivers that are going to be injured at the beginning of the season, but gives us that long-term upside with Jerry Judy. I like having like Penny, Algier at the bottom of the roster because if their situation turns out to be better than we think, then they could end up being league winners. In the case of Algier, take an injury. In the case of Penny, maybe he's the starter. I like having the Lamar, Beckham stack. What can we do here? I think it's a fine league. I mean, fine team. The thing is, if it's going to be like a league where you can start up to 5 wide receivers on a week-to-week perspective, they were going to be significantly less inclined to go ahead and get the elite level tight end, right? So we're fine with Ingram. Now, Calvin says auction league, 12-team PBR, where we have 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 2 flexes. We have Lawrence, Hill, AJ Brown, Ridley, Pittman, Quentin Johnston, Pierce, James Cook, Penny, McKinnon, Kincaid, Johnston. Having trouble with the week 1 lineup. We're going to be starting Lawrence at quarterback, wide receiver Hill, AJ Brown. One of the flex spots, we're going to go Ridley. Running back, we are going to be going with Damian Pierce, James Cook. And then for the other flex spot, I mean, here it's not a super exciting situation, but I do think that we're going to go ahead and we're going to play Michael Pittman. You don't know the role for Rashad Penny, Antonio Gibson, or Jarrett McKinnon early on the season. Quentin Johnston looks like he's the wide receiver 4 in Los Angeles at the moment. Pittman, it's like a tough offense to be confident about the passing volume in, but at least we know he's going to be able to get the targets. Now, Tyler says 10-team Hurts, Hill, Gabe Davis, Judy, Etienne, Gibbs, Hawkinson, Sanders. And then the bench, we have Swift, Addison, Pierce, Tony, Rasheed Rice, Hardman, Sky. Any moves? Cut Hardman. I mean, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Hardman's not going to do anything this year, or at least doesn't have the upside to make a difference in a 10-team league. Go get another RB. Outside of that, if we're going to be looking at Jalen Hurts, I would really like to see if we could get over Devonta Smith. Like, if we could pack together, say, like, Jerry Jeudy and Jordan Addison, or Jerry Jeudy, like, Sky Moore, go get Devonta Smith to have the Jalen Hurts stack. I would like it. But overall, it's a team that we just need Jerry Jeudy back and we'll be good. Ryan coming out says, 12-team full BBR where we have Allen, Pierce, Walker, Chase, Amon-Ra St. Brown, McLaurin, Pitts. On the bench, we have Brian Robinson, Michael Thomas, Zach Charbonnet, Penny, Kadarius Toney. Any suggestions? Really like the players that we have on the bottom end of the bench because these are players with upside that we're going to get clarity on at some point in the early on season. I mean, we really need to get Terry McLaurin back in, but I mean, I guess we can go through and start Brian Robinson in the flex spot at the beginning of the season, especially when he has a really good matchup against the Cardinals week 1. I mean, trading Amon-Ra St. Brown for Stephon Diggs would be great since we have Josh Allen. I think it's a well-optimized team for the format that we're in. Now, Alec coming out says 12-team PBR, no tight end, 2 flexes. We have Daniel Jones, Damian Pierce, Javonte Williams, Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb, DK, London, and then we have on the bench On the bench, we have Brian Robinson, Jordan Addison, Elijah Mitchell, Tank, Devon A. Chain Bateman. Do I need to trade for a running back too, or should I be worried? So in general, if it's going to be a full PBR format, we're going to start up to 4 wide receivers each a week. I actually like the idea of going through and building around the wide receiver position. I don't think we need to trade for a running back because you have Brian Robinson. I mean, you have Damian Pierce. You have Javonte Williams. Play Brian Robinson over Javonte week 1 when Brian Robinson has a great matchup against the Cardinals. And then at that point, if we determine that like we don't like the role of Javonte Williams and now he's splitting with Samaje Perine, then we can panic and hit that pivot. But Anthony coming out says 12-team PBR, 1 flex where we have Fields, CMC, Dobbins, AJ Brown, Ridley, Andrews, Ayuk, Addison, Zay, Charbonnet, Penny, Dobb, Bigsby, Rice. Worried about Dobbins. I don't think you need to be worried about Dobbins, especially not at the beginning of the season when he has a great matchup against the Texans. I think you play Dobbins week 1, and if you really are worried about it in the long term, then you can sell him a high after the game against the Houston Texans. I do want to say that if you're looking at the bottom end of this bench, having like Rice and Dobbs, Rice is someone that I want to be quick to cut after the Thursday game if he doesn't have the role that we like to see. If like he's not out there running routes, just go ahead and cut Rashee Rice. But yeah, love having CMC and Fields here. Now, TL coming out says, 10-team league, happy BR. We're quarterback, we have Lamar. Running back, we have Bijan Barkley. Wide receiver, we have DJ Moore Evans. Tight end, we have Andrews. Oh, beautiful. Flex Sanders. We build around the elite running back. We get the Lamar Andrews stack in a 10-team happy BR format with only 1 flex. It's exactly what you want to do. On the bench, we have Pittman, Brian Robinson, Addison, Zeke, JSN, Anthony Rich. Beautiful, 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 beautiful team. The only thing I'm going to look to do is if we get a sell-high moment on Anthony Richardson at some point of the year, then we're going to go ahead and look to sell him. Love that, my friend. Love that. Now, Joseph coming out says, Tank Bigsby, Tyler Algier, Jalen Warren on the bench. Who's worth keeping? Thanks, my man. No, thank you. All 3 are worth keeping because if the running back goes down in front of any of these guys, whether that's Najee, Bijan, or Etienne, any of these players could be a running back 1 in fantasy. So these are like the exact kind of players that I'm looking to go through and roster at the bottom end of our teams. Now, K-Pop Prince says 14-team full BBR league, 1 flex where we have Tua, Diggs, Waddle, Najee, Madison, Kittle, Kirk. And then on the bench, we have Addison, Roschon, Tony, Van Jefferson, Ford, Hunt, Evan Hall. Not great. 14-team league, everybody's going to look a little tough, my man. We have the elite level wide receivers at the top. I mean, the starting lineup's good. The depth is just a little bit struggling. Hopefully we hit on Kadarius Toney. Be quick to cut Evan Hull if he doesn't have the role that you want to see in Indianapolis. Be quick to cut Kareem Hunt as well. But I think that I agree at the bottom end of a 14-team league, these are guys with upside that we should be rostering at the moment. I actually really like this team if you take into consideration that it's a 14-team league. If you look at like the other 10-team leagues that we're looking at in this league, your team's going to be trash. But of course, I mean, it's just so much harder to find that value and so much harder to find depth in a 14-team league in comparison to a 10-team league. Now, our next question coming out from James says, you're killing it, man. Thanks for the high-level consistency. No, thank you, my man. Who do I flex? Mostert, Brian Robinson, Brees, or Dotson? I think if it's a full PBR format, you can make an argument for Dotson if Terry McLaurin misses. Almost regardless, I'm going to be excited to go through and start Brian Robinson here. I mean, it's going to be the perfect matchup. It's going to be the perfect game environment for him going up against the Arizona Cardinals, where I mean, the Commanders should be able to lead the majority of this game. Now, Dr. Zinister is coming out and says, love your videos. Thank you, man. No, thank you. 12-team PBR, 1 flex, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs. We have Lamar, St. Brown, Devonta Smith, Madison, David Montgomery, Frymuth, no one will trade a tight end. And on the bench, we have London, Charbonnet, Addison, and Flowers. I think we're fine with the team as is, because the issue is with Cooper Kupp, Addison, Flowers, we have 3 guys that we like the long-term upside of, but 3 guys that aren't going to do us anything early on. So we kind of need to hold on to, a player like Drake London at this point and just use him for some of that depth. And then later on in the season, once we have Kupp back, hopefully sooner rather than later, and hopefully we have an Addison or Flowers breakout soon, then we can look to make a 2-for-1 deal. But we have so many long-term pieces and not enough short-term production. It's going to be very hard to make a 2-for-1 trade right now. Okay. Now I need to go through and refresh this page so I can continue to show you all the chat. So as I do that, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We've been live for 5 hours. We're about to break our all-time like record on this stream, closing in on 4,000. If you have not hit that like button, please fix your life. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, now is the time to do so, because they have a Patrick Mahomes special pick'em Thursday night for everybody. More than less than half a passing yard against the Detroit Lions. Also, if you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get an additional Josh Allen special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard against the Jets on Monday. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get another mystery special pick'em. I never seen Underdog do 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So please make sure y'all are taking advantage of that while you still can. Promo code FLOCK's also going to get you a 100% deposit match up to $100 and all my premium fantasy football content. Now, our next question coming out, actually, we can probably pop these up in the live stream, no? No, this didn't refresh. Oh, God, gotta be kidding me here. Actually, no, we're good. Oscar says, best ball underdog. We have Allen, Pickett, CMC, Henry, Pacheco, Elijah Mitchell, Zamir White, Chase. No, you don't. You're a liar, my man. There's no way in hell you have CMC and Chase on the same team. Chase, Ayuk, Lockett, Addison, Juju, Hyatt, Chark, Woods, Kittle. If this is real, if somehow in an underdog draft you got CMC and Jamar Chase on the same team, congrats on winning $3 million if you did that in Best Ball Mania. There's no way in hell that happened, though, right? And if that is Chase Brown, then you don't have enough wide receiver firepower. Superstars Zoe says, should I trade Pitts and Walker for Hawkinson and Lockett? If you have more than enough running back production, then maybe, sure. Max BS says, Kelce, Dimes, Pacheco for Allen, Frymuth, and Watson. Probably not. Sounds like, at least initially, the Kelce injury doesn't sound too serious. James says, 10-team full BBR. Quarterback, we have Lawrence and Tua. Running back, we have Eckler, Etienne, James Cook, DeAndre Swift. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Ridley, Burks, Rondale. Tight end, we have Frymuth, Kincaid. Any moves that you'd make? I would love to go to the Travis Kelce team and go, hey, man, I'll give you Dalton Kincaid and Traylon Burks. Give me a better wide receiver. I'll give you Dalton Kincaid, James Cook. Give me a better running back. I mean, I think you have a lot of value. Just don't love rostering, say, 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends. I think you can get a lot of value for Kincaid as well. Green Blogger says 12-team leagues with 8 teams making the playoffs. If 8 teams are going to make the playoffs, then you should really just be optimizing for weeks 15, 16, 17, because more likely than not, you are going to make the playoffs. And we should be pushing up guys like Travis Kelce, Cooper Kupp, and Jonathan Taylor that will be missing the beginning of the season, but give you the elite level ceiling in the playoffs. Professional Certified Hater says, I have a 12-team PPR ESPN draft tonight. I have the 10th overall pick, and I know 100% the guy before me is going Nick Chubb. Who should I take at pick 10 and 15? I would love to go Barkley at 10. If it's going to be a 12-team league where you only have 1 flex spot, I think you're highly incentivized to go RB out the gate. But with that being said, if it's a league with multiple flexes, I think you go with a running back like Barkley and then also pull the trigger on a wide receiver on the way back around. Now, Jay says Austin Eckler or Tyreek, happy BR 12-team league. 1 flex, Eckler, multiple flexes, Tyreek. Rock Bottom says big dog 2 drop and 56% filled. I'll be getting into some underdog tournaments on the stream tonight, my man. Juan says 12-team PBR double flex. We have Lamar, Swift, Herbert, Lamb, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Cole Kmet, Amari McLaurin. Running backs seem rough. On the bench, we have Dylan Mitchell. No, we're great, my man. If we have that kind of depth, I understand that the running backs are definitely tough at the very top, but I at least want to wait until week 1 to see what the role is, because maybe Swift surprises you with his role. Maybe Khalil Herbert surprises you with his role. Maybe you have an injury to Aaron Jones. Maybe you have an injury to CMC. Maybe you have an injury to Bijan Robinson. Robinson. There's so many situations that could change going into week 2 where our running back situation looks okay. Now, of course, there's an outside chance that we realize it's the exact opposite situation and we're toast. But then at that point, we can make a trade in week 2. Or this says, Tony for Danny Dimes, Dak's my only quarterback. If you really want to, I don't really like rostering 2 QBs. Now, a name I can't pronounce, always out here, says, hey, Mason, maybe some updates to the team. We have Lamar, Barkley, Pollard, Wilson, Waddle, Sutton, and Njoku. 2 flexes are Johnson and Judy. Praying on Judy. Let me know some moves. We need more depth here, my man. I mean, if you're having to start Johnson and Judy early on, you're going to be in a world of pain. Johnson, wide receiver 4 for the Chargers right now. Judy not even healthy. If Judy's good to go early on, I think you're in a better spot, but I really hope we have someone better in the flex to start than Johnson. Isaac says, start week 1, Javonte Charbonnet or Zay Flowers. We're going to go ahead and start Javonte, even if we are a little bit worried about it overall. Now, 20 says 12-team full BBR format where we have Lamar, A.J. Brown, Adams, McLaurin, Gabe Davis, Quentin Johnson, Jacoby Myers. Running back, we have James Cook, Antonio Gibson, Dylan, Mostert, Bigsby. Tight end, we have Andrews. How do we save the running backs? So, I mean, we are in a situation where we can start James Cook, Raheem Mostert week 1 and see what happens with the other running backs and their situations. I mean, I think we're going to be waiting until McLaurin comes back. But if you wanted to trade, like, say, Terry McLaurin and A.J. Dillon to go get a running back upgrade, or Gabe Davis and A.J. Dillon to go get a running back upgrade, that we can do. But I think that we're kind of saved because we can start Raheem Mostert early on in the season and see how their situations potentially change. Now, Mr. Squirrel coming out says 10-team PBR double flex where we have Fields, Stevenson, Gibbs, wide receiver Diggs, Brown, tight end Higbee, flex Watson, McLaurin. On the bench, we have Pittman, Swift, etc. JT on the IR. Move Pittman to the flex spot over McLaurin. Even if McLaurin plays week 1, I'm not going to trust it. Elite level quarterback. I think it's a solid team if we can get Jonathan Taylor back. Obviously, and this isn't unique to you. I mean, there are a lot of teams that look like this. But if JT is good to go, we should be in a good spot. Nate says, I have Jacobs, Hall, Montgomery. I don't know what to do with Hall. Would you trade him for like Pierce and Marvin Mims? Marvin Mims is literally non-factor. I mean, I don't even know if we want to roster him. So it's like, would we trade Breece Hall for Dameon Pierce? Not when we also have Josh Jacobs and David Montgomery, because, I mean, at the end of the day, we have the running back production at the beginning of the season. So I'm not really too concerned. And Breece Hall is the running back with the most upside. Now, Dean Arbo says 12-team PBR where we have Lamar, Chubb, Montgomery, Adams, Devonta Smith, Godwin, Waller, London, Elijah Mitchell, Juju, Boyd, Bateman, Lazard, Kelly. Not happy. I mean, at least we have the top in production at quarterback, and we have, one stud at each running back and wide receiver. So well-balanced team. If we could trade Waller for Hawkinson, it's going to be something that I like to do. In general, I don't like rostering 4 wide receivers down here at the bottom end of the bench. I think we're good with the top guys like Adams, Smith, Godwin. So we don't want to be rostering like 7, 8 wide receivers. For that reason, I think we go ahead and we drop Allen Lazard. We can see if we can find another running back off the waiver wire with upside. Pablo says, rate the team. It's a 12-team format where we have Lamar, Lamb, Diggs, Walker, Etienne, Ingram, Mike Williams. On the bench, we have Flowers, Dobbins, Mostert, Juju, Quentin Johnston. Any moves? So, I mean, in the short term, we can start Raheem Mostert, which will be interesting for some teams, not ours, though. So I actually think if we could sell Raheem Mostert and Evan Ingram, go out there and get a tight end that we're really excited about, like Hawkinson, I think that make a lot of sense just because we don't really need the Mostert the Mostert points, but a team that drafted Jonathan Taylor, a team that went through and drafted maybe Alvin Kamara, they will need the Mostert points. So I think we want to capitalize on that value when we don't need them ourselves. And I think the place to do so when we're elite at wide receiver here already is going to be tight end. True Player coming out says, flex 3, Hopkins, Burks, Pittman, Christian Watson, Jackson, and Reed. We're going to be going with Christian Watson. We're going to be going with DeAndre Hopkins and then Michael Pittman as well. Not excited about Pittman because I do want to see what the situation will be like with Anthony Richardson first, but I mean, we don't have the flexibility there. Suggestions on an 8-team league where we have Allen, Tua, Jefferson, Ridley, Chubb, Walker, Taylor, Christian Watson, Dotson, Madison, Mostert. I think we go ahead and I think we cut Tua, see if we can find another running back with upside off the waiver wire. I think we take the depth that we have with someone like Jahan Dotson, see if we can package him with, I don't know, maybe Christian Watson and get a wide receiver upgrade just because it's an 8-team league. I mean, generally, we would be making as many 2-for-1 deals as possible. We have the elite wide receiver production, the elite quarterback production, the elite running back production. I think we're in a good spot. Now, SDS coming out says, what's up in a 14-team non-PBR format with 1 flex? Hopefully, we built around running back here, my man. We have Lamar. Beautiful. Want to be pushing up quarterbacks in a non-PBR format. We have Jacobs, Walker. Hell yes. Hell yes. Hell yes. We still somehow have Lamb, London, and Andrews. Flex is IU. Running back on the bench, we have Mitchell, Patterson, Harris. This is a beautiful team. No idea how we got this much value in a 14-team format. We are 100% optimized for the fact that it's a non-PPR league. Love the team top to bottom. I don't think that there are any trades that we're looking to make. Love that team. Hamilton says, I forgot Andrews on our team as well. Okay, yeah, definitely a lot better in 8-team format if we have Andrews, right? Because we are going to be highly incentivized to get the elite level tight end. But so 12-team at BBR Superflex, where we have Tua, Jimmy Garoppolo. Definitely would rather have a better quarterback too. CMC, Barkley, Brian Robinson, Jamal. Love to take Jamal and Jamal and Jimmy G to see if we can trade for a team that maybe needs a little more production at the quarterback 2 spot. At their running back spot, so we could upgrade our quarterback 2 slot. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Hopkins, Evans, JSN, Tony, Pittman. Don't be afraid to go out there and throw in Pittman with that deal. I'm fine rostering 2 tight ends. I like the team overall. It's just fundamentally, when we have this much wide receiver and running back depth, we are going to be able to afford that upgrade at quarterback 2. Kino says, half PPR. JT is sitting on the bench, so not sure for the flex. Week 1, we have Hollywood, Juju, or Pickens. We're going to go with Hollywood. Gross offense, but Pickens has a really tough matchup against the 49ers. Also, do think Miles Sanders being underrated for drafts this year, considering projected usage. I actually don't mind Miles Sanders at all. I think that he is going to be a running back that's more involved as a pass catcher now that he's out of Philadelphia with this coaching staff again than he was over the past few seasons. Plus, he's a quarterback that's not going to be stealing rushing touchdowns at the goal line. So, yeah, I think Miles Sanders is a completely fine RB2. Clay says 10-team non-PBR format where we have Burrow, Chubb, Madison, Adams, Higgins, Pitts, Ridley, Hopkins, Godwin, Dillon, Tua, Mitchell, Algier, Mooney. I like the team if it was a full PBR format. Non-PBR, we're going to be a little bit more inclined to go out there and grab those RBs. So I'd say when we're looking at the depth wide receivers such as Chris Godwin, DeAndre Hopkins, these are guys that are expendable that I'd like to be trading for running backs if we can. So if we can go out there and trade like DeAndre Hopkins and AJ Dillon, or say Chris Godwin and Elijah Mitchell, just 2 of these guys in a package, you get an upgrade at running back to get to the Najee, to get to the Travis Etienne, the tier. I think that would be interesting. Omar says, Najee or Dalvin at RB2. Definitely Najee Harris, even in a tough matchup. Mason says, 10-team at BBR format where we have Lawrence, Richardson, Bijan, Gibbs, Hall, McKinnon. Wide receiver, we have Brown, Olave, Judy, Ayuk, Addison, Davis. Tight end, we have Hawkinson. Thoughts on improving the team? Overall, if we could sell Richardson high at some point this year, I think that'd be interesting. Not something we can do initially. I really like what we have at running back in the long term once Breece Hall takes a step forward with his usage. I like what we have in the long term at wide receiver. We're not rostering too many wide receivers with not enough upside down at the bottom of the bench. We have a great tight end as well. Love the team. If we could trade, Ayuk and Judy and go get Ridley, I'd like that. Or if we trade like Judy straight up for Kirk, just get that stack with Lawrence. I think that'd be interesting. Now, Allegre coming out says 12-team PPR, 1 running back, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Hopefully we built around wide receiver here with an elite level RB, not much running back depth. But nonetheless, we are currently sitting with Watson, Bijan, St. Brown, Ridley, Andrews in the flex, Kenneth Walker. Down there on the bench, we have Ayuk, Kirk, Flowers, Richardson, Moves, Levy Mason. No, thank you so much, my man. And this is what I'd love to see. So y'all know in a lot of spots, I'm telling people, yeah, we have too many wide receivers on the bench. We don't have enough running back production on the bench. Go get a running back on the bench. Get a running back on the bench. Here in a league where you only have to start 1 RB, at the end of the day, it's not really going to move the needle. At the end of the day, we are fine going through and focusing on wide receivers that have upside down there on that bench and just building around Bijan Robinson and Kenneth Walker. So really like how we optimize for the format here, especially with the elite level tight end as well. The only thing we could possibly do is if we could trade like one of these depth wide receivers and Watson and somehow get to Lamar. That makes sense, but easier said than done. Now, Mini Steven coming out says suggestions, 12-team PBR where we have Allen, Jefferson, Ridley, Mixon, Madison, Kmet, Williams. On the bench, we have Judy, Charbonnet, Cooks, Flowers, Harris, Tony, tight end trades. I think in the long term, yes, we're going to be looking to make a tight end deal, but in the short term, we can't afford to do so just because we don't have Zach Charbonnet broken out yet. We don't have Jerry Judy back and healthy. We don't have the Zay Flowers breakout. So I agree. Long term, yes, we are looking to do it. But short term, we just have to wait until one of these wide receivers, looks a little more reliable. Ivan says 10-team double flex league where we have Burrow, Barkley, Gibbs, Lamb, Ridley, Hawkinson. Do I flex Sanders, Gibson, Monster, or P. Ryan? Definitely going to be going Sanders here, my man. Good matchup against Atlanta. And should we trade Gibbs for ETN? A full BBR format, I would say no. Half BBR format, definitely going to be a lot closer. But full BBR format, what's going to be tough is if you trade Gibbs and then he goes out there and crushes Thursday night against the Chiefs with literally everybody watching, we may get a better price on him next week. Rob says Superflex draft at 10, pick 9. What are the first 4 to 5 targets? I would definitely like to stay balanced and at least get one elite level quarterback if we can. My man, what's very difficult is in a redraft league, it's wildly, it varies wildly in terms of where the elite level quarterbacks go or even where those quarterback 2 options go. So I'd take an elite level quarterback out the gate and then kind of read the room on what's happening after that. Now, Jason says 12-team PPR, one flex where we have Hurts, CMC, Hall, Waddle, Deontay, Pippen, Higbee, Hollywood. And then on the bench, we have Gibson, Burks, Collins, McKinnon, Laporta, Spears. Completely fine rostering 2 tight ends here. These are our 2 tight ends. We have the short-term production, long-term upside. We're rostering the running backs with upside down there on the bench as well. We have the elite level quarterback. We have CMC on the team. Great team top to bottom. Really, there's not much I can say. I mean, if we could go through and trade Deontay Johnson and Hollywood Brown in a package, go get like Devonta Smith in a league with only 1 flex spot so we can package together. I mean, so we can have Smith and Jalen Hurts together. That makes sense. But yeah, a great team. I really like the construction, like that we have the elite level quarterback, of course. Now, let's go ahead and let's get our next question going from Frodo says, 12-team double flex where we have Lamar, Barkley, Sanders, Lamb, Ridley, Waller, London, Sutton, McKinnon, Penny, Tony, Elijah Mitchell, Bigsby, Bateman, and Hunt. Thoughts and tips? If we could just do a small little move to get to Andrews from Darren Waller to have the Lamar Andrews stack, like trade Darren Waller and Cortland Sutton with the Jerry Jeudy injury if someone's willing to go out there and pay for Sutton. I think that make a lot of sense. It's going to be a lot harder to make a 2-for-1 deal, though, in a league that's a 12-team format with 2 flex spots. So I think you're actually a little more inclined to stay as is unless we get the value with that trade. Shrugging Fiona says, play Goddard or Higbee. Big fan, Mason. No, thank you so much for always being out here with us. Definitely going to go Goddard over Higbee. And OK Red says, 10-team PPR, 4 bench spots, where we have Tua, Mixon, Hall, Javonte, A.J. Dillon, Taylor. Wide receiver, we have Metcalf, Debo, Evans, Deontay, Odell. Tight end, we have Kelce, had to improve. I think we're going to go ahead. If we have to drop one of these guys, pick up another running back, we're going to be dropping, pick up another tight end. We're going to be dropping Odell Beckham Jr. to see if we can just get a bye week fill in, go get like Tyler Higbee for Travis Kelce here. I mean, we have not a lot of production at wide receiver. The issue is with this team, we have so much long-term production. We like Breece Hall and Jonathan Taylor. That's going to be very, and now with the Travis Kelce injury, it's going to be very difficult for us to actually make a trade because in general, in a 10-team league with 1 flex, we're looking to make 2-for-1 deals. But if we have 3 key injuries, we can't make a 2-for-1 deal right now. But Joseph says 10-team PPR double flex. We have Allen Rodgers. We can cut Rodgers. Running back, we have Etienne, Herbert, Javonte, Jalen Warren, Harris. So we need some help at RB, assuming that's Damian Harris. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Ayuk, Judy, McLaurin, Jameson, Mims. Drop Mims, pick up another tight end off the waiver wire to play for Kelce. Long term, once we get Jerry Jeudy and McLaurin back and healthy, we will look to go ahead and we'll look to trade one of the wide receivers with a running back to get an upgrade at RB2. But the fundamental issue is when we have both those wide receivers injured, it's going to be very difficult for us to go through and it's going to be difficult for us to make a 2-for-1 deal until we have one of those wide receivers back, right? At least in my mind. Now, Toby says 14-team full BBR where we have Watson, Jacobs, Akers, Diggs, Amari, Hawkins, and Dobbins. On the bench, we have Gibson, Chart, Gainwell, Dobbs, Carr, Laporta, Zeke. 14-team league, I think it's fine if you want to roster 2 quarterbacks. I'm not a big Carr guy, but it is what it is. We have the running back upside with Antonio Gibson. Going to be a little bit harder to find depth overall. We have a great quarterback. We have him stacked up with Amari Cooper. We have a great tight end. We have running backs at the very top. I'm not a big fan of Akers. If we could pivot to a running back like Najee, maybe instead, I definitely would be more inclined to go in that direction just because I'm worried about the Rams offense. But overall, I do really like the team for a 14-team format. Julian says Robinson or Pacheco week 1. We're going to go Robinson. Great matchup against the Cardinals. But I think that should be it for the questions. We're calling it here, ladies and gentlemen. I will be live again tonight getting in Underdog Fantasy Football Draft. So, of course, if you want to draft with us or if you want to check out any of these pick'ems, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to do so. On Underdog Fantasy, they have a site-wide special pick'em. Patrick Mahomes, more than less than half a passing yard week 1 against the Lions. You also have an additional flock exclusive special pick'em, more than less than half a passing yard for Josh Allen against the New York Jets on Monday night. And only for new members of the flock, you are going to have an additional mystery special pick'em whenever we are looking at this. It literally doesn't seem real because Underdog's never had 2 special pick'ems the same week, let alone 3. So make sure you're taking advantage of that ASAP, ladies and gentlemen. But thank you again. I really do appreciate y'all. I'm going to scarf down dinner and be live again in about 45 minutes with some fantasy football drafts. Really appreciate y'all.